Do you know how scary it is when a zombie becomes self-disciplined? His name is Zombie, age unknown. Time of death unknown. He only remembers the first day of the zombie outbreak. He became one of them when he didn't have time to escape. Afterwards, he wandered around with his kind until one day, humans appeared with weapons that emitted blue light. From then on, the zombie army was defeated and scattered. Some zombies have even been enslaved by humans and turned into perpetual motion machines. Zombie doesn't understand why zombies always have to eat people. I also don't understand why humans want to exterminate zombies. But he knows that if he wants to survive, he must become stronger. From that day on, Zombie began his disciplined life. He either swims around the earth several times every day, or lifts several tons of weight consecutively. Even protein powder he eats as food. Even in the evening, he has to do aerobics in front of the TV for a few hours. That's how Zombie became bald. He also became stronger at the same time. But despite that, he still only wants to be friends with humans wholeheartedly. He is striving to fulfill this dream. He once rescued human infants from a great fire. He even caught a plane by hand to prevent a major disaster. When faced with an approaching speeding train, he only needs one punch to solve the problem. He wants to get along better with humans. He gathered all the zombies in an abandoned city, and he also asked them to eat eggs every day. However, that day Zombie was buying eggs in the supermarket. But he found that his sidekick was on the wanted list again. At the same time, there were two journalists on the side secretly taking photos. They didn't believe that Zombie had the ability to lift the plane with his bare hands. But the next second, they were stunned by the scene before them. Just saw Zombie lifting a truck that weighs several tens of tons in one go. Then he jumped in place. He instantly broke through the atmosphere with the truck. After circling around half the globe, Zombie finally arrived at his own territory. The zombies who saw this scene were extremely excited. But two zombie infants beside them asked, "Zombie, why didn't you drive the truck over here?" Zombie replied awkwardly, "Well, actually, I don't have a driver's license." After this embarrassing answer, Zombie went to the gathering place of the sidekicks. By this time, various zombie bosses inside were becoming a bit impatient. But the moment Zombie opened the door, all the sidekicks hurriedly lined up in 2 rows. At this moment, Zombie took out a wanted order and slapped it on D-Dog, saying, "D-Dog, what's going on? How come you are wanted by humans again?" D-Dog broke out in a cold sweat at the words. Then he explained in a trembling voice that he couldn't control himself whenever he encountered humans. At this moment, Bieber on the side also said, "Although our zombie territory is expanding infinitely, we have changed several capitals to evade humans." Sai even suggested the idea of starting a war with humans. He said, "It's been so long. My chainsaw is about to rust." Just as Zombie was about to educate them on the horrors of humans, a deafening roar suddenly came from the sky. It turned out that human fighter jets had already arrived above them at some point. And inside, the girl turned out to be a spirited and charming young woman. At this moment, President on the fighter jet was looking at the screen data in deep thought. At this time, 2 subordinates reported that everything is ready and can take action at any time. The girl slightly tilted her head and asked, "Where is the goods?" So it turns out that a heavyweight nuclear bomb is surprisingly prepared on the fighter jet. She said, "Come on! In 20 minutes, I will level this place to the ground." And at this moment, Zombie, who was below, also sensed the crisis. Sai's eyes flashed with determination. He was about to rush up to fight with them. But Zombie stopped him. He said, "No. You will lose control when you get close to humans. Let's evacuate from here with the zombies first. As for those humans, let me handle them." Not long after, several armed trucks slowly drove in. Their mission is to search for survivors on the ground. At this moment, the cockpit door of the fighter jet in the air suddenly opened. A fully armed young man with white hair was standing in the middle. Facing the groups of paired zombies below, he remained calm. Instead, he threatened to take down all the bosses here. At the same time, elsewhere, a man in white gossip robe was staring at the screen in front of him. He said that the one named Jamin seems to be from the Abnormal Entity Academy. Upon hearing this, the man's mouth curled slightly as he said, "Then let's have some fun with him." After saying that, he pressed a red button. A cage filled with humans descended from the sky. Eventually, it slowly landed in the middle of the zombie group. At the same time, the rescue team received a distress signal from the humans. They then moved up, gradually suppressing them with firepower. Suddenly, a red-haired girl shouted, "Why can't we kill those zombies?" Looking in the direction she pointed, they saw two zombie pups shivering while huddled together. And in front of them stood our male lead zombie. Suddenly, a yellow hair raised a rocket launcher and aimed it towards them. With a swoosh, the missile shot towards Zombie at an incredibly fast speed. In just a moment, he was engulfed by a violent explosion and flames. However, someone then reminded Yellow Hair that they seemed to have bombed the wrong person. This zombie masked guy seems to be the recently emerging abnormal entity. Seeing this scene, Yellow Hair suddenly felt very confused that they had bombed the wrong person. As the white smoke slowly dispersed, Zombie, however, was completely unharmed, standing there, touching his head, with a confused expression on his face. At this time, the president on the fighter jet suddenly noticed the trace of the zombie boss. So he ordered Wade to go to Area B for interception. As soon as her voice fell, Wade immediately leaped from the fighter jet at an altitude of 100 meters. When the rescue team began to evacuate survivors, the man in the white robe in a certain room was about to cause trouble again. He said Jamin did not expect them to actually evacuate the civilians. It seems we cannot underestimate them. Upon hearing this, the man chuckled slightly and said, "Then let's give them something interesting." Green-haired guy immediately indicated that he understood upon hearing this. Later, under his control, a zombie in the group suddenly underwent a terrifying mutation. In no time, it had transformed into a liquor zombie that had lost its sanity. This change caught the attention of the zombies in the distance. Just then, Yellow Hair from the rescue team suddenly sprinted towards Zombie, who looked confused, and grabbed him, running towards their own team. As he ran, he kept muttering that he had saved his life. After throwing Zombie into the car, he hurriedly urged the driver to speed up. And that's how the boss of the zombie circle was successfully rescued out. On the way, the girl asked him why he always wore a zombie mask. Upon hearing this, Zombie looked embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. Meanwhile, the rescue team on the other side started to encounter trouble. They saw a mutated zombie lifting up a bus and then hurling it towards them. Fortunately, Wade appeared at this critical moment. He used only one knife to cut Bart in half. The crowd cheered at the sight. "This is great. Wade from the Academy Blade Club is here to save us." Wade had them evacuate with the civilians first, leaving the rest to him to handle. At this moment, the zombie suddenly let out a roar of agony. Wade seemed to notice that it was in pain. In the moment when the zombie lunged forward, Wade drew the dagger from his hand. He only used a simple parry. The zombie's body surface was covered with countless cracks. Then with a loud bang, the zombie shattered into countless pieces. However, just when he thought he could call it a day early, suddenly a series of footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Wade looked in the direction of the sound upon hearing it. It turned out that Zombie had somehow arrived next to the zombie. "I'm sorry, I ultimately arrived late to hear these words." Wade immediately categorized him as one of the zombies. He then raised the knife and chopped towards Zombie. But the next second, he was stripped naked and hung on the utility pole. At the same time, the short-haired girl on the plane also noticed something unusual. Not good. Wade's vital signs are continuously dropping. The girl who heard this was also stunned. Wade was actually defeated. Damn it. The civilians have not been fully evacuated yet. It's impossible to use nuclear bombs for attack. Then her figure moved slightly. The next second, she had already flashed down from the fighter jet. The man went into battle for the first time to hunt down zombies. Did not expect to be stripped naked and hung on a utility pole. Zombie was looking completely puzzled. Another figure appeared in the sky, speeding towards them. The newcomer was none other than the girl from this time, only to see her quickly draw a sword from her waist. Then she struck Zombie with it. But the next second, that invincible treasure sword unexpectedly shattered with a loud noise. The girl who saw this scene had an unbelieving expression on her face. On the other hand, Zombie had a confused expression on his face at this moment. At this moment, the girl's eyes showed a slight hint of approval. She thought to herself, "What on earth is this all about?" Then she quickly took a step back, creating a few meters of distance between them. Zombie watched this happen, feeling a bit embarrassed by the suddenness of the girl's actions. He then hastily began to explain. "I just apologized a moment ago." Hearing Zombie suddenly speaking, the girl was also greatly surprised. But the zombie was still a zombie, and the girl immediately pulled out a second dagger. She said, "Come on! Let me see what you're capable of." At this moment, Zombie was also speechless. He said, "Can't you humans just listen to me properly?" As soon as he finished speaking, the girl had already swiftly charged at him with a knife in hand. However, her attack missed. She couldn't believe that her proud speed had failed her. Immediately, she executed a 360-degree spin and unleashed her most powerful move, the red blade slash. In just a moment, every place touched by the red light was cut in half. Even the buildings on both sides were not spared. However, faced with such a powerful move, Zombie simply bent over and dodged it effortlessly. She said, "Darn it! Today, I must not leave without finishing you off." The survivors around were also almost done evacuating. Even Wade, who was knocked out by Zombie, got on the car. The assistant on the fighter jet quickly called for President to evacuate immediately. But at that moment, she was engaged in a fierce battle with Zombie and had no time to consider those matters. And Zombie was feeling helpless at the moment, because she could never get a hold of Zombie. Now the girl is almost reaching a state of madness. Just a few moments. A person and a zombie have already passed through more than half of the city. She sees herself unable to catch up with Zombie. The girl immediately activated her second form. Suddenly, a large amount of white gas emerged from her calves. When the charging was completed, she then shot out like a sharp sword. In an instant, she appeared behind Zombie. Then she unleashed her most powerful move. In just a moment, the two of them landed at the same time. So everyone, guess what happened? Will Zombie be injured by this move? When a human nuclear bomb meets the strongest zombie, who will prevail in the end? It turns out it was just now. The girl thought she had taken care of Zombie while he was in contact with the fighter jet. The mysterious force on the other side has started causing trouble again. They actually arranged a spy on the girl's side. Just as everyone was cheering for their successful rescue, the spy on the warplane suddenly activated the nuclear missile launcher. Without hesitation, he pressed it immediately. With the sound of clicking, the next moment, the heavy-duty nuclear bomb dropped from the aircraft. At this point, the spy inside the cabin had already been restrained by two other people. But when they report this message, we will. The crowd all showed looks of fear one after another, watching the nuclear bomb rapidly plummeting down. Now the girl also started to panic. Then she hurriedly opened the ejection device, wanting to jump back to the plane. But the next second, she just stood there stunned. It turned out that the battle with Zombie just now had drained all of her energy. Just at the moment when the girl didn't know what to do. At this moment, Zombie suddenly flashed and appeared in front of her. Before she could react, Zombie grabbed her and spun her around on the ground without waiting for her to react. The next second, the girl was thrown up into the sky. Finally, she landed precisely on top of her fighter jet. It took her a while to come to her senses. Suddenly, she panicked when she realized that the zombie hadn't died yet. At this moment, the nuclear bomb is less than a kilometer away from the ground. However, Zombie showed no intention of dodging at all. He lifted his foot and kicked hard. The ground began to crack open around him, with Zombie soaring rapidly into the air like a sharp sword. For the sake of his zombie citizens, he resolutely confronted the nuclear bomb. At the moment right before touching the nuclear bomb, Zombie extended his 5 fingers and then clenched his fist. With a loud bang, he actually smashed the warhead of the nuclear bomb flat. The onlookers watching this scene all showed incredulous expressions. But the next second, a thunderous roar pierced through the heavens and the earth. Along with a huge mushroom cloud rising up, Zombie was completely engulfed in the flames. I don't know how much time passed, when the flames slowly extinguished in the ruins. The girl on the fighter jet suddenly showed a terrified expression on her face. Just because they saw a figure falling from the sky. Zombie raised his hand to scratch his head, thinking to himself, "Have to spend money again to buy clothes." At that time, Zombie was worrying about not having clothes to wear. The girl on the fighter jet started to feel depressed. People began to discuss what was wrong with the president. How did he become so decadent? Better not to say. The president fought zombies for a lifetime, but now was saved by zombies. It's hard for anyone to be happy in this situation. However, at this moment, another subordinate suddenly shouted, "You seem to have got it wrong," she explained as she held the information about Zombie. "This guy is not a zombie. He is an abnormal entity who recently likes to wear a zombie mask." Upon hearing this, the girl's face suddenly darkened, looking as if she wanted to devour someone. A figure in tattered clothes appeared in the human city. Zombie quickly teleported to a phone booth when he learned that the sidekicks had safely evacuated. Then he felt relieved. Little did he know, all his actions in the city were being recorded by surveillance cameras. Just as he returned to his rental room naked, the girl on the other side noticed his whereabouts through the surveillance footage. At this time, Zombie seemed to feel that he was being watched. And looking at Zombie's bald head, the girl at the moment is also full of dissatisfaction on her face. On this day, Zombie exercised with the same self-discipline as usual. But the thought of the sidekicks still being homeless breaks his heart. Zombie couldn't help but wonder, I don't know if they settled down. However, just at that moment, his door was suddenly kicked open by someone. The person who came in was the girl he had saved. She entered and immediately instructed her subordinates to start moving things around. Just as Zombie looked confused, the girl suddenly took out an admission letter and stuck it in front of him. "We are from Abnormal Entity Academy. We're informing you now. You have been admitted. From now on, you are a member of our academy." She pointed a finger at Zombie. Several men in suits instantly stepped forward after receiving the order. But at this moment, Zombie hurriedly protested. "What are you trying to do? Can zombies go to school too?" However, the girl insisted that he was just a human wearing a zombie mask. That's right. Poor Zombie was actually forced to enroll in the Abnormal Entity Academy. At this point, the red-haired girl remarked, "President, isn't it inappropriate for us to recruit people privately like this? Besides, the academy dormitories are already full." Upon hearing this, the president pondered for a moment and then said, "Then let him stay with me for now." When a zombie lives with humans, what kind of chemical reaction will occur between them? It just happened a moment ago. Zombie was originally doing his daily exercise at home. But suddenly with a bang, the door was pushed open by a girl. Before he could react, he was taken to the academy in a daze. Moreover, the other party also said that they would share the same dormitory. Looking at the girl in front of Zombie, he is now full of confusion. He means the woman hasn't spoken for a long time. Zombie tentatively asked, "Will I be living here in the future? And where will I sleep?" She said, Do you have any problems? Do you want to sleep with me? Upon hearing that, Zombie quickly waved his hands to indicate that's not what he meant. But in reality, he still had some fantasies in his heart. However, at this moment, the girl said to him, "You can stay in the room next door in the future." Upon hearing this, Zombie immediately felt a little lost and said, "You might have misunderstood. I am not actually a human." The girl, upon hearing this, did not reply. Instead, she started fiddling with her own little legs. Just as Zombie looked puzzled, the girl actually took off her own little legs. Then she casually explained, "These legs were chopped off by myself." When the girl was young, her village was invaded by a zombie herd. Not only did the girl's parents turn into zombies, but they also bit her on the legs. The girl, in order to survive, had to choose to amputate both of her legs. She also personally killed her parents after they turned into zombies. From that moment on, the girl swore to kill any zombie she encountered. Upon hearing this, Zombie hastily revealed the truth that he was a zombie. At this moment, the girl looked at Zombie and asked, "What were you about to say just now?" "Oh, that. You must have misheard just now. I didn't say anything." To ease the awkwardness, Zombie quickly changed the topic and asked, "What is this abnormal entity academy that you are talking about?" The girl, upon hearing this, did not continue to inquire about the previous topic. Instead, she began to educate Zombie on the history of the academy. It turns out that it has been more than 1,000 years since the zombie outbreak. In order for humans to survive better, the government established the Abnormal Entity Academy. And this academy is specifically designed to train talents to deal with zombies. Upon hearing this, Zombie couldn't help but recall the appearance of himself as a zombie. "I am already 1,000 years old now." At this moment, the girl spoke up again, saying that tomorrow is the registration time for the academy. "If you dare to slip away, rest assured that even your underwear will be turned inside out to reveal its color. Also, I'm Zoe. Tomorrow Lily, whom you know, will take you to recognize the road." Hearing this, Zombie had a bewildered look on his face. "Do I know this person?" Afterwards, what kind of high-energy story will erupt in the academy with Zombie? At this moment, Zombie has such a confused expression that not even the girl next to her could get her attention when greeting her. Lily got anxious this time. Immediately, she launched a barrage of scolding at Zombie. Then she dropped a sentence, "We'll talk later." After the assessment, she stormed into the academy. Zombie saw the situation and quickly caught up with her, asking hastily, "Do you need to take an exam to get into this school?" It turns out that the students at this academy are all individuals with special abilities. And if the assessment criteria are not met, the academy will not accept them. They have arrived at the location of the freshman assessment. By now, hundreds of people have already gathered in the square. And all the freshmen participating in the assessment are peculiar in appearance, one after another. Because there are simply too many freshmen in the square. Lily has to ride on Zombie's head to observe. At this time, Zombie curiously asked, "I have lifted an airplane in front of humans before. Does that mean I don't have to participate in the assessment?" However, Lily told him that lifting an airplane or similar things here is considered quite ordinary abilities. And the teachers in the academy don't even bother to watch the news. An elderly man, with a limp, slowly walked to the podium. He said, "Hello, everyone. I am your examiner this time. You can also call me P Club President Canny." Academy has a history of several hundred years since its establishment. During this period, we have nurtured all kinds of talents. I hope everyone can work hard to train themselves to become outstanding students like their predecessors. However, he had not finished speaking. Zombie in the crowd suddenly asked a question. "What should we do if a zombie sneaks in among the students?" He said, "Of course we need to take it down immediately. And it should be executed publicly." After hearing this, Zombie felt a chill down his lower body. Next, it's time for the assessment. The first assessment is a speed competition. With the sound of the examiner's gunshot, the students rushed out like arrows. It's just 3 seconds. They actually ran 2.5 laps. And at this moment, Zombie on the track looks confused. They quickly arrived at the second level. This time, the assessment project is shooting. Only saw Lily raise the gun handsomely. In 1 second, the heads of the zombies on the target were all shot down. Zombie, who saw the scene, was stunned. How am I supposed to shoot now? Do you know how powerful a serious zombie can be? He casually threw a javelin, and it pierced a hole through the moon. He is named Zombie, a zombie who has lived for 1,000 years. But unexpectedly, he entered the Human Academy. In order to not reveal his identity as a zombie, Zombie could only proceed cautiously and low-key. The grades for each assessment are just passing the passing line. Others need to run the 100 meters in under 8 seconds to pass. He ran 7.95 seconds. Others have to throw the shot over 80 meters. He just managed to throw 80.1 meters. But even so, Zombie's action still caught the attention of the examiners. Kenny looked at the data in his hand and fell into deep thought. Zombie has all subjects at the passing line. But the Blade Club president says he is very strong. Could it be that this person is hiding his strength, or does he have some undisclosed secret? The next assessment is approaching. This time, students will be tested on throwing javelins. Just one red-haired guy exerted all his strength. The javelin shot out like an arrow. In just an instant, the javelin hit the lower body of the zombie target. The only zombie who saw this scene felt a chill over his lower body. Take another look at the javelin. By now, it has pierced through 3 zombie targets in a row. However, even so, the javelin's speed shows no sign of slowing down. It finally landed on a road sign 32 kilometers away. After the assessment by red-haired guy, Zombie took the stage. As they walked by, red-haired guy looked at Zombie with a disdainful expression on his face. However, Zombie did not react much. He walked up and picked up the javelin, preparing for a low-key assessment. But at this moment, Kenny suddenly stopped his movements. This action instantly attracted the attention of countless onlookers. Kenny stepped forward and asked, "You are Zombie introduced by the Blade Club president, right?" She said, "You are very strong. But every time your assessment is just passing. You wouldn't be hiding something, would you? Everyone here is working their hardest, but you seem to be intentionally hiding. Are you a zombie?" Upon hearing these words, Zombie quickly waved his hands to indicate that he is a human. At this time, Kenny added, "If your javelin can be thrown 4 kilometers, I will admit that you are qualified. But if you fail to achieve that, then I will accuse you of plotting treason and send you to the palace for punishment." At this moment, Zombie was completely foolish. Since turning into a zombie, it had been living a life of hiding and seeking. To survive, he also persisted in exercising every day. Because he didn't want to be caught by humans and turned into a perpetual motion machine. At this moment, Zombie thought to himself, "Throw it as far as you can." He raised the javelin in his hand. As the red light shone in his eyes, a powerful force swept through the entire exam room. The javelin had flown into space. With a poopy sound, it directly pierced through the satellite, leaving a chill in the heart. Even so, the javelin continued its unstoppable momentum towards the moon. And at this moment, the students in the examination room were all stunned as the javelin thrown by Zombie took off. Looking at the ground trampled by Zombie's foot, Kenny blurted out dirty words on the spot. "Is this still human power?" At this moment, on the moon, a hole that penetrates the entire moon has appeared. He is the strongest zombie on the surface. Not only can he catch a nuclear bomb with his bare hands, but he can also shoot through the moon with a single shot. However, despite this, he is wholeheartedly only interested in making friends with humans. So he concealed his identity and came to the Human Academy. Zombie always keeps a low profile. However, the examiner threatened him that if he didn't give it his all, he would send him to the palace for punishment. This made Zombie feel a sudden chill down his lower body. He immediately threw the spear in his hand into the air with seriousness. Unexpectedly, he accidentally made a hole in the moon. This move directly scared the examiner on the spot. At this moment, Lily ran over excitedly. She praised Zombie in front of him, saying how talented he was. Upon hearing this, Zombie felt a little embarrassed and casually mentioned that he just threw it randomly in the air. But what they didn't know was that at this moment, in the far reaches of outer space, a huge meteorite was quietly approaching Earth. And as the ringleader Zombie, he stated that he had been accepted. Can he go home now? Lily hastily recommended him to first establish a club. You know, as the president of a club, you have quite a bit of power. You can not only command an army, but also have access to nuclear weapons. And the official will also give the president the management of a city. As for mayors and such, they are just under the president's command. But Zombie did not think so. After all, he had countless zombie residents under his command. Later, Lily took him to the Biodevelopment Club, which is the logistics department of the academy. It is a place dedicated to researching new types of weapons and equipment. At that moment, Zombie suddenly noticed a photo. It was a warm family photo of a family of 4. Lily immediately introduced. The one wearing glasses is Dr. Jamin. He used to be the president of the Biodevelopment Club. But since his wife died, he has become obsessed with conducting illegal research on zombies and humans. He was ultimately expelled from the academy, and a hunt order was issued against him. At this time, a girl stepped forward and asked, "Are you new students?" Zombie looked at her curiously upon hearing her words. Lily hurriedly told him about the girl, who was an orphan previously adopted by Jamin Botu. She is now the acting president. She then described her intentions to the girl. Originally, Lily wanted an equipment that allows her to pull out a machine gun anytime, anywhere. The girl showed no expression upon hearing this. Instead, she looked towards Zombie on the side and realized that she didn't lack weapons. However, she always ended up with nothing after each battle. Just a piece of clothing that will never break would be great. Upon hearing the requests of the two, the girl had a face full of speechlessness. Meanwhile, over at the Sword Club, I only saw Wade, who had fought earlier, kneeling there receiving criticism. And in front of him was a long-legged girl in black stockings. Wade spoke up at this moment. The person who defeated him is very strong. At that time, he had just rushed up to the person. Immediately after that, he suddenly blacked out and was hung on a utility pole. The girl immediately became interested. She then put down the book in her hand. Slowly moving closer to Wade, she asked, "What is that person's name?" That day, the teacher was explaining how to set traps to catch zombies, while Zombie was busy taking notes. Seeing this scene, Lily couldn't help but walk up and ask, "What are you doing?" Without looking back, Zombie expressed that they were going to share these key points with their family members. Lily, who heard this, looked completely confused. Just then, the broadcast suddenly sounded, summoning all freshmen to gather at the gym. Zombie and Lily, although puzzled, quickly arrived at the assembly point. While they were enjoying ice cream, they remained puzzled. Zoe suddenly appeared and asked them to behave. This was a very important meeting. Meanwhile, on the other side, the blue-haired girl is staring at Zombie's side. She is the president of the Sword Club, and she has always been in a competitive relationship with Zoe from the Blade Club. So this time, she comes to just ready to take a look. Zoe introduced Zombie into the group and wanted to show how strong he is. Look at the way Zombie acts so nonchalantly. Lanchi then instructed his own men. Later, he will find an opportunity to meet with him. Several mysterious figures suddenly appeared at the main gate of the sports center. The newcomers are the leaders of all the clubs. The president of the Machine Life Club. Everyone bows in respect. Lily sees Zombie looking dull-faced. Also hurriedly bowed his head to the president. At this time, the president looked at Lanchi next to him and warned her not to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Lanchi could only stop there. Waving her hand, she indicated that she would leave immediately. But at this moment, her subordinate stepped forward and asked, "Are we just going to let Zombie go like this?" Lanchi smiled dismissively. "Compared to Zombie, the matter of the big president is more important. I only respect the strong." At this time, the big president walked up to Zoe. He patted her shoulder to show appreciation for her hard work. Zombie, who saw this scene, couldn't help but ask. Lily thought that Zombie was jealous. Then she quickly started talking about the background of Big President. He turned out to be Dr. Jamin, the last human of the final batch of biological research. Among tens of thousands of test subjects, only he survived. After Dr. Jamin was wanted, he started the Machine Life Club. In the city under his jurisdiction, there hasn't been a zombie sighting in 10 years. Just because they encountered him, the zombies all turned into a pile of ashes. Zombie, who heard this, only felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. It turns out it was that person caught last time. The spy still hasn't spoken yet. It is heard that he secretly pressed the button to launch the nuclear bomb after that. Zombie is furious and frustrated. So it was this guy who used a nuclear bomb to blow me up. Lily also expressed that over the years it has always been Jamin causing trouble. Actually, the zombies have been around for a long time. There hasn't been any rioting incidents. Upon hearing this, Zombie can't help but think about why citizens would go crazy. It is estimated that it is related to this Jamin. At this time, the president spoke again. "If anyone can make this spy reveal Dr. Jamin's whereabouts, then I will make him the vice president." Upon hearing this, the new students in the gym immediately exploded. They raised their hands one after another to indicate that they wanted to give it a try. But 2 hours passed, and that skinny guy still showed no reaction whatsoever. Whether it was physical torture or mental torment, he just wouldn't speak up. To the extent that things became increasingly bizarre later on. There were drums and gongs. Even some tried to recite scriptures and chant Buddhist scriptures. Zoe, seeing this scene, got a headache for a while. At this moment, Lily curiously asked Zombie, "Do you have any way to make him speak again?" And when Zombie found out that he was the mastermind behind the melee, he bravely volunteered to make him speak. This move left Lily next to him stunned. He has always been low-key. Why did he suddenly become proactive today? It turns out that Zombie wants to find out the reason why his subordinates went crazy from him. Zombie arrived at the tightly guarded room. He looked fearlessly at Zombie when he entered, then turned his head and said, "Whatever punishment, just bring it on." But after waiting for half an hour, Zombie just stood there without saying a word. "Is there no one left in your school? To think they would send such a person to deal with me." But he hadn't finished speaking. His arm got cut with a little nick. Looking at the small wound on his wrist, the spy sneered contemptuously. "I'm not even afraid of the death penalty. Are you trying to tickle me?" Instead, he calmly said, "Stand up." As soon as his words fell, the traitor actually obediently stood up. The onlookers were shocked when they saw this scene. How did he manage to do that? It turns out that Zombie implanted the zombie virus into the spy's wound. As the virus slowly penetrated deeper, in less than a moment, it had already taken over his entire brain. The current spy has completely turned into an obedient zombie. Not only obediently introducing itself, but also obeying Zombie's upcoming questions. At this moment, Lily was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect that Zombie actually had a special ability to manipulate others' thoughts. At this moment, Zombie asked, "Previously, those zombies were well behaved. How did they suddenly lose control?" The spy replied, because Jamin sprinkled a potion over the city. And these zombies go mad as soon as they come into contact with the potion. Then Jamin will order them to fight against abnormal entity in order to obtain data. Upon hearing this, Zombie asked again, "Why are you doing this?" The spy admitted that he did not know the reason himself. He only knew that Jamin collected data in order to do something greater. He then revealed Dr. Jamin's hiding place, which was 500 meters underground in H City. The onlookers who witnessed this scene were already beyond astonishment. At this moment, Zombie suddenly turned around and spoke in zombie language. "I planted a virus in your mind. You deal with it yourself." As soon as Zombie's voice fell, the spy nodded in silence. Zombie's zombie identity was discovered by someone. With a powerful shot from the Student Council General, Zombie's head was actually blown up instantly. It happened just now. Zombie used the ability of his zombie virus, successfully obtained the whereabouts of Dr. Jamin from the traitor's mouth, and also found the cause of the citizens' frenzy. Later, when he walked out of the interrogation room, everyone was looking at him in horror. Even Zoe on the side couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Lanchi, on the other hand, looked at him with great interest. The general clapped his hands approvingly from the platform. "Very well done. The freshmen in the first year are really impressive." Then he asked Zombie to accompany him to register the information of the vice president. Lanchi, who heard this, was surprised. When did they need to register for the vice president position? Watching Zombie slowly walk towards the back door of the gym, Lanchi couldn't help but follow along with his subordinates. On the other side, at a ruined city underground 500 meters deep, according to reliable sources, our planted spy has already confessed. Jamin, who heard these words, remained completely calm. Instead, he expressed, "Then let them come." Green-haired guy was startled at the words. He immediately said that those people are not easy to deal with. But Dr. Jamin remained calm. He walked towards the experimental device on the side and spoke. "Anyway, the experiment is almost completed. Let them witness this great moment. The birth of a brand new species." The scene shifts back to the academy. General takes Zombie to an abandoned factory. At this moment, Zombie looks very puzzled. Isn't he supposed to take me to register? Why does it keep getting more desolate? At this moment, General suddenly asked, "When did you learn to speak human language?" Zombie was clearly stunned to hear this. General suddenly turned around and aimed the gun at him. Zombie's head was instantly engulfed by the energy beam. Even Lanchi, who was following behind them, almost suffered the same fate. Lanchi, who was still in shock, said, "General's rapid cannon is truly terrifying." General, who was watching at the scene, murmured to himself, "Zombie's head got blown up. Although I do not know how you managed to sneak into the academy. But the weakness of zombies lies in the head. And unfortunately, you have encountered me again." Just when he was still feeling proud of himself, suddenly, the motionless zombie flashed. He grabbed General's neck with one hand. With a loud bang, General was pushed into the wall by Zombie. At this moment, several robots suddenly descended from the sky. A fierce output was directed at Zombie. General took advantage of this opportunity and quickly escaped from Zombie's hands. But the scene in front of him immediately stunned him. At this moment, Zombie, who had no head, actually crushed all the robots in the field with his bare hands. Zombie's second form has finally arrived. It turns out it was just now. Zombie solved all the robots. The general standing beside him looked shocked. What the hell is this thing? A brainless zombie is still so powerful. And Lanchi, who was hiding aside with her, and her subordinates were completely stunned. Zombie suddenly exerted force. He had already arrived by General's side. But I didn't expect General to be fast either. While dodging Zombie's attacks, there is still enough energy to counterattack. But Zombie was not hit. At this moment, General was frightened. How could this guy be so agile without a head? But there's no time for him to think carefully at this moment, because Zombie's fist is already swinging towards him like lightning. At the critical moment, he quickly increased the distance by tens of meters. He said, "You are the first one who can make me go all out. I hope this battle won't end too quickly." Lanchi beside him knew that General was starting to take it seriously. But at this moment, a sudden mutation occurred, only to see that the head, which had been shattered to pieces, inexplicably grew back. Lanchi, who witnessed this scene, looked extremely confused. What kind of creature is this, after all? At this moment, Zombie spoke up. "I don't want to hurt you." General felt the small wound on his neck. Then he slowly took off his clothes and said, "Your abacus may be wrong. You can't control me at all." As soon as his voice fell, several figures flew over in the air. Just a few breaths of time. Those light columns converged onto General's body. As the white mist slowly dispersed, a robot covered in mecha appeared in the field. "I hope you can hold on a little longer. I haven't exerted my full strength in a long time." He rushed towards Zombie at an extremely fast speed. Zombie was kicked in the chin by him. Just as Zombie had not yet landed, General flashed down again, facing below. His chest took a heavy punch. The powerful force instantly sent Zombie flying into the sky for 100 meters. The two people watching the battle on the side were completely shocked by now. Is this the power of General? General was seen swiftly flying above Zombie. Immediately after, countless banging sounds were heard. Zombie was beaten by General with numerous punches in midair. When it felt almost over, General teleported in front of Zombie. And then he viciously kicked him to the ground, just as Zombie was landing on the ground. At this moment, a red energy light suddenly lit up on General's chest. Then a powerful shockwave rushed towards the ground. It even shook down the buildings around. At this point, the General, who finally stopped his hand, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "He must be dead by now." But when the smoke slowly cleared, Zombie walked out unharmed. General, who saw this scene, had an incredulous expression on his face. At this moment, Zombie in the field suddenly let out a loud roar towards the sky. The terrifying power almost made Lanchi and the other person hundreds of meters away unable to stand steadily. And the mech of General in the field was even more. Cracks appeared on it immediately, when Zombie stopped roaring and slowly turned around. The duo watching the battle beside were instantly stunned. At this moment, Zombie has transformed into a second form. Never provoke Zombie with long hair, because he's just a casual swipe, and turns the humanoid mecha General into scrap metal. It happened just now. Zombie unlocked its second form, which brought countless celestial phenomena. A typhoon began to swirl around Zombie. It even affected the sky over the entire city. Lily, who saw the scene from a distance, looked incredulous. Lanchi, who was on the battlefield at this moment, was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe. Just as everyone looked puzzled, Zombie, who was still in the abandoned warehouse, finally spoke up. "I told you from the beginning. I didn't actually want to start a war with humans." General was suddenly taken aback when he heard this. But before he could come up with a rebuttal, Zombie suddenly tilted his head and smiled. "How do you want to die now?" The bizarre scene shocked Lanchi and the others beside him. Not only did Zombie's appearance change, but his personality also shifted. The two of them immediately started to flee at a rapid pace. After all, their own lives were at stake. However, the General, still on the scene at this time, did not consider his current situation at all. Even arrogantly said that he had never been afraid of a zombie in his life. He challenged the zombie to a fight, while Lanchi, who had already fled far away, was thinking that they should be safe at this distance. Suddenly, a figure swooshed past them with a bang. The two of them were instantly shocked and pale at the sight, because Zombie was punched into pieces with a single punch. However, before they could react, Zombie had already flashed in front of them. General quickly called out his mech loudly upon seeing this. But the robots were still in midair when this happened. Zombie burst into pieces with a bang. And Lanchi, who were still in the air at the moment, were also shaken down by the blast wave. General saw it, and quickly shouted at them to help clean up that zombie. Lanchi didn't want to deal with him at all. After all, no one dares to fight Zombie. Then the three of them ran off in different directions immediately. But Zombie, who saw all this, didn't move. Instead, he raised his right hand. Then he fiercely plunged into the ground. The originally calm new city began to shake. Lanchi, who was still running away at this moment, was also stunned. Suddenly, a cement road blocked her path. Even General on the side was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the road. Zombie actually lifted the entire new city that was under development. Everyone witnessing this scene was very confused. What on earth is going on? Did an earthquake happen? Lily on the other side is also scared, looking in disbelief at everything in front of her. This is an abandoned city. I never expected it to be razed. At this moment, Zombie on the battlefield suddenly made a move. With a loud bang, he swiftly headed towards General at an incredibly fast speed. Zombie immediately placed his hand on General's forehead. Then he grinned mischievously and said, "Are you scared now?" Zombie's psychic saw he finally couldn't help but take action. They actually rallied the citizens to attack humans. It turns out that just now, after Zombie transformed into his second form, in just a few rounds, he easily defeated the arrogant General. At this moment, Zombie smiled devilishly and said, "Although I can't control the robot, but your brain doesn't seem to be made by a machine, right?" He then used his fingers to cut open General's scalp. Countless zombie viruses instantly took over General's entire brain. Zombie retrieved some memories from his brain. General is also a pitiful person. When he was 5 years old, his parents both passed away due to an accident. He was then captured by Dr. Jamin and subjected to body modifications. Almost nowhere on him is normal, so to speak, from the head down. Zombie couldn't help but feel sorry for him and said, "Living like this, isn't it more like a zombie than a zombies?" And Zombie let him go just like that. Lanchi hurried over and caught the barely breathing General. At this moment, she was also horrified. She hadn't expected Zombie to possess the ability to read others' memories. By the time evening comes, Zombie hurried back to the dormitory. While packing his luggage, he thought to himself, "How did I lose control of my emotions again? Now I've been exposed. I better make a quick exit." But when he was about to leave with his bags all packed, but Zoe suddenly appeared and stopped him in his tracks. Zombie was also very helpless at the moment. He was clearly a very kind zombie and truly didn't like killing people. But for the sake of freedom, he still turned around and rushed towards Zoe abruptly. However, at this moment, Zoe suddenly unfurled a letter of appointment and also indicated, "From today on, you are the Vice President of Abnormal Entity Academy." Zombie, who heard this, looked inexplicably puzzled. But the appointment letter in front of him did not seem to be fake. He immediately asked unconsciously, "Is this stamped by General himself? Did he not tell you anything else?" Zoe tilted her head slightly and said, "General only mentioned that you are a rare talent. He didn't say much else." On the other side at the same time, when Lanchi learned that General unexpectedly wanted to leave Zombie, she was shocked. However, General expressed that whether he is a zombie or a human is no longer important. The most crucial thing is that he can help us capture Dr. Jamin. He then asked Lanchi how the arrangements for this matter were coming along. Lanchi said everything is prepared and ready. We can set off at any time. I hope this time we can successfully catch Dr. Jamin. Inside an abandoned small town at this moment, Sawi was seen roaring angrily. What should we do if our king was captured by humans? The zombie citizens suggested killing the humans to rescue Zombie, and the zombie sidekicks were filled with fervor. However, Bieber on the rooftop expressed disdain, saying, How could our king be captured by humans? I think it's just that Sawi is too idle. After a few calm days passed like this, suddenly an aircraft carrier appeared in a certain area of the sea. General was seen standing in the command center and shouting into the microphone. Everyone listen up. We only have one chance. We must capture Dr. Jamin at all costs. They arrived at the ruined city where Dr. Jamin was hiding. However, Zombie and Lily strolled around as if they were shopping, looking around in all directions inside. At that moment, a group of human armed forces suddenly appeared. They all saluted Zombie in unison as soon as they saw him. This move left Zombie utterly bewildered. Just then, starting today, we will follow only your arrangements, Vice President Zombie. Zombie psychic Sawi has been controlled by humans. General wants to capture Dr. Jamin. He actually sent a group of human troops to Zombie. Looking at the 120,000 humans at his disposal. Would you be willing to go to us right now, if I asked you to? As soon as his voice fell, the soldier immediately took out a hand grenade and shouted that it was his glory. This made Zombie speechless. He thought to himself, Is this guy out of his mind? A discordant voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Such an important strategic position. You guys better obediently hide behind us later. It would be bad if there is accidental injury later on. At this moment, Lily suddenly exclaimed, The Stick Club president of the Academy, and the vice president of the Hammer Club. And at the same time, on the aircraft carrier, she said, Are there no more people in your academy? Upon hearing this, Launchy immediately retorted, If you want to help, then help. Stop talking nonsense in front of me, darn it. At this time, General also stepped forward to add, saying, Believe it or not, this newcomer could beat you to a pulp. The Steel Club president's face was full of disdain at these words. He then said that he had already sent someone for reinforcements. Just wait and see the show. And at this moment, in a control room several kilometers underground, he said they have all entered the city. Dr. Jamin, upon receiving the message, smiled devilishly and said, Then let's play with them first. He pressed a button on the console. Countless zombies emerged from the city and attacked Zombie from all directions. Green-haired guy suddenly realized that among the zombie horde was Sawi seeking revenge on humans. He then incited the citizens to attack humans. However, the next day, only one person came along. And after handing a gasoline can to Sawi, he fled in a hurry. Before leaving, he even expressed that he dared not disobey Zombie's orders. Sawi, who heard this, was speechless for a while. He thought to himself, Why don't we just not let Zombie know? What are just a few humans? I'll show you how to defeat them. But just at that moment, his curiosity got the better of him, and he couldn't help but sniff around. Green-haired guy, who saw the scene, was suddenly overjoyed. He didn't expect that the data of this zombie would be so off the charts high. Green-haired guy couldn't help but burst into laughter. Let me see how strong you really are. And at the same time above ground, those weak zombies were quickly wiped out. Looking at the zombie bodies in front of him, Zombie was also full of questions. This doesn't seem to be from my group. Upon hearing this, Lily quickly turned her head, looking like she didn't know anything. At this time, the Blade Club captain suddenly stepped forward and sarcastically said, You rookies better go home and find your mom. Don't stay here and be a hindrance. However, he hadn't finished his words. In the distance, there suddenly came a series of roars. He quickly stepped forward and asked. But Sawi did not answer his question. Instead, he drank up the gasoline in his hand. Lily asked, What on earth is this? The roar of the engine instantly resounded throughout the venue. Shortly after, Sawi suddenly looked up to the sky in anger. Then he rushed fiercely towards Zombie. Do you know how strong Zombie's psychic saw is? Just a casual strike. Just beat the captain of Stick Club until he cried for his mom. Sawi accidentally inhaled the green potion. He couldn't even recognize his own boss Zombie. He immediately revved up the chainsaw in his hand, ready to battle against humans. I saw Sawi let out a mighty roar to the sky. The surrounding buildings cracked open one after another, while Lily, who was directly opposite it, was directly blasted flying out. Fortunately, at this time Zombie appeared in time. He helped block most of the attacks for them. At this moment, Lily asked in horror, "What on earth is this guy?" Sawi, who had completely lost control at this point, said he wanted to kill all humans. Upon hearing this, Hammer Club Captain's interest was piqued. Finally, a decent zombie has arrived. However, at this moment, Zombie grabbed Lily and they ran wildly. Lily asked in confusion, "Why are we running? Isn't Hammer Club Captain here?" Zombie didn't even look back and said, "Don't be silly. That guy is invincible." Lily, who heard this, was greatly surprised. At this time, Zombie reminded again, Sawi does have a real immortality. But their escape in the eyes of Hammer Club Captain. He thought it was just Zombie who was scared. But he hadn't finished taunting yet. The deputy general next to him was punched out by Sawi. With a loud bang, the Hammer Club Captain at this moment just realized. He immediately turned around and asked what had happened. What just occurred? However, at this moment, the deputy general was completely speechless. When he turned around again, Sawi was already standing in front of him. Next came a series of banging sounds of fighting. At this moment, green-haired guy in the control room exclaimed, "Too powerful! This guy's combat power is simply off the charts." However, Hammer Club Captain in the field is in a sorry state. He was just thinking about counterattacking. He was sawed in the next second. Spun around in circles from a slap. Then, he was kicked and sent flying hundreds of meters away by him. With a bang, the Hammer Club Captain and the Deputy General instantly lost their combat power. At this moment, Sawi flashed in front of them again. Then he raised the chainsaw in his hand and fiercely swung it towards him. On the other side, on a certain rooftop, Zombie and two others were leisurely watching the show. At this moment, Lily exclaimed anxiously, "Hammer Club Captain seems to be unable to hold on much longer. I didn't expect Steel Club Hammer Club Captain, who was so domineering just now. Now he's crying and screaming for his mom being beaten by Sawi." Lily and the other person both looked helpless when they saw this scene. Watching as Sawi was about to kill Hammer Club Captain, the nearby team leader hurriedly asked, "Grand Deputy General, what should we do now?" Zombie observed Sawi's actions while thinking that if he took action, he would probably be exposed. He then turned and said to Lily, "You go down and beat him." Lily, upon hearing this, quickly expressed her opinion, saying, "Even the Hammer Club Captain is no match for that guy. Wouldn't I be sending myself to die if I went down?" However, Zombie paid no attention to her roar. Instead, he bit down on her arm without hesitation. Lily, after it was over, was very confused and thought, "Oh no! Am I going to turn into a zombie?" She then covered her chest with both hands and angrily retorted, "Do you have any inappropriate thoughts about me?" Zombie, hearing this, had a speechless expression on his face. He then immediately said, "When you attack later, remember to be gentle." Lily is under Zombie's virus control. She has transformed into a combat loli. It's over, it's over. Zombie actually bit someone. The girl who was bitten didn't turn into a zombie, but she became a vampire. Instead, it made her combat power explode directly. It turns out that all of this is because Zombie is afraid of exposing his own identity. So he used his super zombie virus. Lily's genes were then recombined and upgraded. Lily then transformed into a combat Lolita. just as Sai was preparing to kill the Hammer Club captain. Lily quickly grabbed a stone and smashed it on his forehead. Sai turned back in anger and asked, "Who dares to interrupt me?" At this moment, Lily calmly walked up and said, "You with the saw, what's the point of bullying a rookie? Come play with me instead." Sai, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned. Immediately, with a fierce look in his eyes, he replied, "You are not worthy to challenge me." She said, "Is talking all you're good at? Do you believe I can kill you in an instant?" Lily immediately reached for a special Gatling gun from her waist. Countless bullets quickly shot towards Sai. But what she didn't expect was that Sai just casually dodged the bullets with a few sidesteps. The Hammer Club captain behind him wasn't so lucky. Luckily, he was wearing full body armor. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of Lily. Lily suddenly teleported in front of Sai. Then she leaped into the air with a 360-degree spin. At the moment she flew over Sai's head, Lily quickly pulled out 2 high-explosive grenades. Then she forcefully stuffed them into Sai's mouth. With a loud bang, Sai was instantly engulfed by the flames. But when the thick smoke cleared, Sai emerged unscathed as if nothing had happened. He even taunted, "I am indestructible." But before he could finish his sentence, a shotgun blast struck him in the face. Lily had an evil smile on her face and shouted, "I just warmed you up a bit." At the same time on the other side, the team leader asked curiously, "What did you just do to her?" Zombie said, "I just made a slight modification to her genes. And this is just the beginning stage. I can make her even stronger." The scene returns to Sai. Although it is immortal, facing such intense attacks still makes it scream in pain. At this moment, Lily in the field suddenly laughed madly, as if her body had undergone evolution. The Hammer Club captain who saw this scene was completely frightened. Now they just want to hurry home to find their mothers. Sai seized the opportunity. He charged towards Lily in a sprint. But he ended up missing. Instead, he was kicked to the ground by Lily. With a bang, Lily again swept a kick across Sai's face. The powerful force sent Sai flying hundreds of meters in an instant. At this moment, Lily hoisted a rocket launcher and shouted, "Aren't you immortal? Let's see how you handle this." Sai, who was beaten all over, just got up and saw gasoline next to him. He immediately picked up a bucket and started pouring it into his mouth. At the same time, Lily's rocket also shot towards him with a bang. But after a flash of light, the rocket was split in half. It turned out that Sai's combat power, which had been supplemented with gasoline, had increased by another level. Lily was also hit by Sai's blow. Hammer Club captain and deputy general, who saw the scene, exclaimed, "It's over. This time it's definitely doomed." At this moment, Sai taunted, "I've told you before that I am invincible. Be more careful in your next life." However, just at that moment, Zombie on the rooftop suddenly raised his hand and clenched his fist. Lily's body, which was previously separated, miraculously began to heal. This change left Sai completely shocked. Surprisingly, Lily also has an indestructible body. She said that this is the correct way to use a Gatling machine gun. Hit directly with a stick. Even Sai is confused for a while. It turns out it was just now. Lily is being transformed by Zombie's super virus. Not only has her combat power increased by several levels, even obtained the same immortality as Sai. Both the Hammer Club captain and Bike just want to hurry home to find their mothers. On the other hand, the two people in the field are now getting more and more excited as they fight. Just saw Lily with an evil smile shouting, "Not bad. I'm in a good mood today. I'll play with you to the end." When Sai heard this, he was very confused and thought, "Why does it feel like she looks more like a zombie?" And at this moment, Zombie, who was observing from the rooftop, also didn't expect it. Lily's potential turned out to be so strong after undergoing gene mutation. At this moment, she was already shattered to pieces all over her body. And the pain of being cut in half just now was also very real. We need to end the battle quickly. Zombie thought, sorry, since you are not taking good care of yourself at home, don't blame me for using Lily to teach you a lesson. Under Zombie's deliberate manipulation, the potential within Lily's body is once again triggered. Just in a moment, she had already arrived in front of Sully. Then came a loud bang. Lily punched Sully in the face. The great force sent him flying back dozens of meters. But at that moment, Lily flashed behind it again. Then she hammered the butt of the gun hard on Sully's forehead. With a loud bang, as the dust slowly settled. Sully had just climbed out of the pit when he saw Lily standing in front of him. Then there was a series of explosive falls and beatings. At that moment, Sully had no ability to resist at all. Watching Lily about to unleash another combo attack on him, Sully hurriedly raised his hand to surrender. And he also stated that he would go home immediately and never come out again. Zombie looked embarrassed when he heard this. And the green-haired guy observing in the control room is also very confused. Lily put the machine gun on the ground. Her tense state disappeared instantly. At this moment, Sully, who was hiding in the ditch, also noticed this change in her. He immediately jumped out and threw a punch, landing a sneak attack on Lily's face. Zombie, who saw the scene, immediately started swearing. He shouted, "Lily, what are you doing? Do you believe it's nonsense? And once you let your guard down, it will immediately revert to its original state." Upon hearing this, Lily looked regretful. She didn't expect the state to disappear so easily. At this moment, Sully taunted arrogantly. "So you took some stimulants. Now that the drug effect is worn off, let's see how you'll die." Zombie, who witnessed the scene, had an expression of speechlessness. He said, "It seems like I have to take action myself." The green-haired guy who was observing in the dark at this moment was extremely excited. This zombie is too strong. It even knows how to play sneak attacks. Immediately, he excitedly manipulated the keyboard, wanting Sully to eliminate all of them. As Sully approached step by step, he watched as he was about to kill Lily, and then with his own hands. Green-haired guy noticed that there seemed to be one more person on the street. Zombie Sully, who was slowly approaching, suddenly stopped his movements. Just when green-haired guy thought he was going to see another good show, Sully suddenly became inarticulate. At this point, Zombie shouted angrily, "Didn't I tell you to stay home? Why did you come here?" The people next to them were momentarily stunned. And in the monitoring room at this moment, green-haired guy also had a shocked expression on his face. Because no matter how he manipulated it, Sully had no reaction at the moment. With Zombie's appearance, Sully's consciousness was instantly pulled back hundreds of years. It was their first meeting, and at that time, he thought Zombie was just a little zombie. Never did he expect that in just a few short years, Zombie would become the leader of the zombie world. The scene returned to the present. At this moment, Lily and the others were wearing expressions of disbelief. Just now, the once arrogant Sully was now so scared that he wet his pants. Do you know how terrifying Zombie in its second form is? Sully, who has an immortal body, was only glanced at by him. He was so scared that he wet his pants. Green-haired guy, who saw this scene, had an incredulous expression on his face. He immediately frantically pressed the control panel, wanting to continue controlling Sully, but looking at Zombie approaching him step by step. At this moment, Sully was already too scared to even breathe. Sully thought of that summer hundreds of years ago again. At that time, he was still the dominant King Sully, but until that guy named Zombie appeared. At first, Sully thought the other party was just an ordinary little zombie, but the next second he was pinched on the mouth by Zombie. He said, "From now on, you are my sidekick." Any dissatisfaction? Sully, who heard this, hurriedly nodded to express his agreement. The scene returns to the present. At this moment, Sai dare not move at all. Green-haired guy is now angry. Immediately, he angrily scolded, "You are immortal, what are you afraid of?" Little did they know, Sai had been turned into pieces and hung on a tree for hundreds of years by Zombie before because he didn't listen. So now no matter how green-haired guy tries to control Sai, Sai's body instinctively wants to resist. At this moment, the computers controlling the zombies were all smashed by green-haired guy. And Sai, afraid as well, immediately ran away on the spot. Green-haired guy, witnessing this scene, was stunned on the spot, while the trio of onlookers next to him also looked utterly confused. As for the real zombie, he thought to himself, "Sai, this kid is really rude. Am I that scary to him?" He watched as his plan was ruined by zombie. Green-haired guy was very angry. But just as he was about to continue, suddenly a big hand fell on his shoulder. He said, "Forget about it. These zombies are just appetizers. The real show is just beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, several armed helicopters appeared in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. It turned out to be the president of Abnormal Entity Academy and his team. I saw Launchy asking the traitor, "Is your Jamin right below us?" He said they are hiding about 1,000 meters underground, and the total area covers more than 10,000 square meters. Launchy, upon hearing this, couldn't help but be stunned. She asked, "How are we supposed to find them in such a vast underground area?" However, before she could finish her sentence, the president of Steel Club pulled out her sword and said, "Now, watch my performance." He shot out from the helicopter like a sharp sword. Seeing this scene, Launchy couldn't help but sarcastically say, "You really are a reckless person." But the Steel Club president, who heard this remark, did not retreat but instead advanced, only to see him wave the long knife in his hand freely from side to side. Already it had shown a fierce spiral and headed towards the ground. There was a loud bang on the ground. I didn't expect that it was just a few breaths moments. Steel Club president smashed a 100-meter deep crater into the ground. At this moment, Launchy was speechless. She said, "This guy is so naive." Then she started venting to the president, making such a big fuss. What if there's a trap downstairs? However, the president seemed indifferent when he heard this. He even mentioned that in the face of absolute power, all traps are as good as non-existent. He then leaped out of the helicopter. "Can you believe that the little zombie in front of you, who has not even weaned off milk, is actually a zombie king capable of destroying humanity?" When all armed forces entered the underground city, they searched for a long time, but did not find any suspicious individuals. This confused both the Steel Club president and the general. Did Dr. Jamin run away? Meanwhile, on the ground, Launchy couldn't help but comment, "Why do we have to stay up here while they rush down to make arrests?" Zoe, upon hearing this, could only offer a faint admonition. "Their rank is higher than ours, after all." The scene then shifts back to a tall building. He asked, "All of their people rushed in. What should we do next?" Jamin, upon hearing this, adjusted his glasses and said, "It's time to show them my great experiment. Execute Plan A." At the same time in the underground city, the Steel Club president arrived in front of a cylindrical cultivation chamber. Driven by curiosity, he peeled off the paper note on the cultivation chamber. It says Zombie King inside. Steel Club president couldn't tolerate such words. He immediately ordered his men to open him up. But just at this moment, the nearby general suddenly expressed, "Our main objective is to capture people." Seeing that they were not fooled, green-haired guy hurriedly reported to Jamin that they unexpectedly chickened out. Jamin, who heard this, remained calm. He took a detonator from his pocket and, as he pressed the button, the next second, the remote-controlled bomb behind the incubator started its countdown. The general who heard this sound suddenly felt a sense of unease. But at this moment, it was already too late to dodge. Then, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. The flames instantly engulfed all the soldiers present. However, this level of explosion was considered light by the Steel Club president. Even scratching an itch for him would be considered mild. But when Jamin learned about the breeding, things inside the chamber came out. He immediately burst into a mad laughter, looking up to the sky, full of anger. He said, "The destruction of humanity shall begin today. I am your greatest experiment. Go slaughter all of humanity. Even including me is fine." The scene once again shifts to this side of the underground dungeon, after the smoke slowly disperses. At this moment, both the Steel Club president and the general have a bewildered expression on their faces. Just because the red-horned zombie written on the note turned out to be a baby zombie that hasn't even been weaned yet. The Steel Club president, who saw this scene, was stunned. Is this red-horned zombie kidding? Just as the Steel Club president was about to step forward to investigate, the general suddenly patted his shoulder as a gesture. The more harmless they appear, the more dangerous they are. After all, it wasn't long ago that the general gained a deep understanding of this. But the unsuspecting Steel Club president doesn't care about that at all. He just rushes in and swings his blade. However, the obviously still suckling little zombie dodges in an extremely extraordinary manner. General, who saw this scene, couldn't help but shout, "I knew it would be like this!" Then he waved his big hand and shouted at the soldiers behind him, "Run quickly, or we will all die!" As soon as his words fell, all the soldiers hurriedly ran outside. The undefeated Steel Club president, however, looked disdainful. He didn't believe that a small zombie could turn the tide. Then, there was another fierce blow that hit the zombie. Watching as the zombie Steel Club president was sliced in half by a single strike, one might have thought it was all over. But the next moment, that little zombie unexpectedly split into two separate entities. The president of the Steel Club, who witnessed the scene, was dumbfounded. What on earth is this monster? The two separate small zombies suddenly made a strange noise. Then they eerily merged together. What happened next was beyond anyone's imagination, because Zombie's wife showed up. It happened just now, after General and a few others broke into the underground dungeon. However, they only found a zombie holding a pacifier. They had already escaped to the rooftop long ago. Let's release the zombie now, before they find out. Then we can make a run for it. Green-Hair Guy released all the zombies in the city. A large number of zombies charged towards Lanchi and the others. However, Lanchi, who saw the scene, was not at all flustered. Just as the subordinate next to him was about to call for backup, she said, "No need." She stepped forward and took the hair tie off the top of her head. The hair tie turned into a sharp sword. Lanchi holding a sword is as graceful as a generation of female knights. As it swished by with a brushing sound, she kicked right on the chin of the zombie. Then came the sound of bang, bang, bang echoing out. The next second, all the zombies on the street were kicked into the air by Lanchi. And at this moment, Lanchi is using the elasticity of a big tree. Then with a swoosh, flew towards the sky. The deputy general, who saw the scene, was suddenly shocked. Just witnessed Lanchi in the air whizzing past with extremely fast swordsmanship. Just a few moments of breathing, and those zombies in the air were all cut into pieces. The deputy general, who was having lunch at this moment, was stunned. Just because a top-notch zombie sushi unexpectedly appeared on his plate. At this moment, Lanchi, with both hands crossed, hummed, "It's not warm up enough for me." And at this time, Green-Haired Guy on the rooftop was furious. He didn't expect the zombie that was just released to be taken care of by her. It would have been better if the chainsaw zombie from before was still around. He then directed the other zombies to charge towards Lanchi. But just at that moment, two strange figures suddenly appeared in the alley. It turned out that D-Dog and Bieber also arrived here. At this moment, Bieber stepped forward and pulled a zombie, asking, "Have you seen this zombie in the picture?" But before he could finish his sentence, the zombie snatched the paper from his hand and threw it away. Bieber, who saw this scene, was speechless for a while. He thought in his heart, "This wild zombie is really rude." At this time, D-Dog stepped forward and asked, "If we can't find Saw Zombie, will they beat us up too?" Upon hearing this, Bieber couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Then he reassured himself that they would find it. Meanwhile, in the underground city, a zombie holding a pacifier reached out wanting a hug. General and the other person were speechless for a moment upon seeing this. The Steel Club president drew his sword and attacked the zombie. However, the zombie managed to dodge the strike. At that moment, the Steel Club president suddenly powered up. Then, with a swipe, he chopped the zombie into two pieces. However, the zombie, which was chopped into two pieces, acted as if nothing had happened. After bouncing around a few times, it merged back together. This time, the Steel Club president was instantly enraged and shouted, "If you have the guts, don't run! Do you dare to fight me in a real battle?" The zombie suddenly pulled out the pacifier. Then something strange happened. The small zombie, who was originally less than 1 meter tall, has now become a tall and sexy zombie. The two generals who saw this scene were instantly dumbfounded. The zombie suddenly said to them, "If you don't click the subscribe or like button, I'll come for you tonight." You must not mess with this sexy long-legged zombie. Steel Club president just took a glance at her. He was crippled by her with just one kick. It happened just now when that zombie puppy pulled out the pacifier. Turned into a long-legged sexy zombie in a bizarre way. However, for the straight male Steel Club president, beautiful women only affect his speed in drawing his sword. Immediately, he swung his double-edged blade fiercely towards the sexy zombie. But the next second, he was dumbfounded on the spot. Just because of his domineering blow, sexy zombie just gently raised her hand and caught it. And no matter how hard he tried, the steel knife could not advance half a point anymore. Seeing this scene, the Steel Club president knew that he was probably not her opponent. He immediately turned around and shouted loudly, "What are you standing there for? Come over and help quickly." The general who heard these words also didn't stay hidden. Then came a loud bang. Mecha number 1 made a dazzling appearance. But he hadn't even had a chance to make a move. He was immediately sent flying by a knee strike from sexy zombie. The terrifying force was even more direct, punching through an entire building. Finally, coincidentally landing in front of Bieber and D-Dog. Looking at this human who suddenly appeared, D-Dog asked subconsciously, "He seems to be dying. Should we save him?" "Beside him," Bieber retorted. "Are you stupid? We are zombies after all." Just then, there was another deafening noise from the other side of the dungeon. Soon after, the Steel Club president was sent flying out like a cannonball. Zoe and Lanchi quickly ran up and asked, "What happened in the dungeon?" I saw only the Steel Club president enduring the pain, pointing behind them, indicating, "You see for yourselves." The two who heard this quickly turned their heads. However, when they saw the newcomer clearly, they instantly revealed faces of surprise. Just because that sexy zombie at the moment, leaning leisurely on the railing and yawning. Then she didn't forget to wink at Lanchi and the other person. Watching this strange scene, Zoe suddenly felt that this zombie was definitely out of the ordinary. Lanchi beside her also acted quickly. Drawing the sword in her hand, she signaled cooperation for the next move. We can't let her escape. Facing the pressure from the two presidents, this sexy zombie remained completely calm. She even leisurely extended her hand to signal them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zombie and a few others were leisurely grilling skewers over there. At this moment, the Steel Club vice president picked up a glass. The Lafayette from 82 said provocatively. President Rand, please have a drink. But Zombie had just picked up the glass and hadn't even had a chance to drink yet. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the other end of the street. The strange sound made Lily next to her startled. What happened over there? Upon hearing this, Zombie stood up immediately. Let's go! Let's go together and see what exactly happened. Zombie's wife is coming to look for Zombie. Originally, the sexy zombie with a well-proportioned figure. At this moment, it has turned into a mutated monster with an 8-pack abs. It was just now. I'm ready to team up to deal with that female zombie. But the sexy zombie showed no sign of retreating at all. Instead, she went straight towards them. At this moment, Lanchi took the lead. He fiercely threw the sword in his hand towards her. But it only landed on the face of the sexy zombie, leaving a small cut. Zoe beside her also quickly drew her sword and rushed forward. She was kicked in the chin by the sexy zombie instead. The intense pain almost made Zoe faint. At this moment, sexy zombie spoke. Unfortunately, the power difference was too great. Zoe, who heard this, could not bear this indignity. So she spun in the air with a 360-degree rotation. Then she kicked right on the head of sexy zombie with a bang. However, such a fierce blow. Sexy zombie was completely unharmed. Zoe, who witnessed this scene, suddenly felt uneasy. She immediately hurriedly took a step back and retreated. Just as she was stepping back, on the side, Lanchi was waving his sword and rushing over. I saw countless sword energy swirling around sexy zombie's body. The surrounding buildings were all divided into numerous pieces by the sword energy. However, despite that, the sexy zombie remained unharmed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Steel Club President, enduring the pain, arrived at a secluded place. He quickly took off his pants. Afterwards, he activated the back motor on his neck. The next second, a series of mechanical clicking sounds rang out. In no time at all, Steel Club President successfully transformed into an Iron Knight. This is the secret weapon of Steel Club Iron Knight. The scene once again shifts back to Lanchi's side. At this moment, they are engaged in a fierce back-and-forth battle. But just as Zoe and Lanchi were about to launch their final attack towards her, the sexy zombie in the middle suddenly extended a 2.5-meter-long tongue, and if you don't subscribe to her, she will come to kiss you. Then, there was a series of mutating growths on her body. Lanchi, who saw the scene, was shocked on the spot. What is this thing? At this moment, that sexy zombie suddenly slammed its palm on the ground. The powerful airflow immediately blasted them away. And the originally curvaceous sexy zombie has now transformed into a mutated monster with only 8-pack abs. But fortunately, the transformation was successful. The Steel Club President has finally arrived. At this time, Lanchi, who was seriously injured, shouted, "You are not its opponent!" However, full of confidence, Steel Club President did not pay attention to their words. He arrogantly walked up to the mutated monster and said, "I hope you can withstand my blow. One move to determine the outcome." Steel Club President and the mutated monster both threw punches at the same time. At the moment when the fists collided with the mech armor, the powerful shockwave sent Lanchi and Zoe flying out. It also caught the attention of Zombie not far away. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Iron Knight was already reduced to half a body shell. On the other hand, the mutated monster beside it was completely unharmed. She said, "You have already lost. I am the greatest red-horned zombie in the world, so you just wait to die." However, what he didn't know is that Zombie is about to arrive nearby. Zombie unlocked its second form again. He just threw a casual punch. Just knocked the new generation red-horned zombie out of Earth. The new generation red-horned zombie, in order to destroy the world, unexpectedly activated its third transformation. Didn't expect the baby zombie that hadn't even been weaned at the beginning. At this moment, it has already become a red-horned zombie without any emotions. However, faced with such a terrifying opponent, Lanchi and her companions still have not given up. But in the face of absolute strength, their efforts can only be futile. I only saw Red-Horned Zombie casually raise its hand and flick it. The mech of Steel Club president instantly shattered and fell apart. Lanchi and Zoe were also shaken and thrown 100 meters into the air. Fortunately, at this moment, Zombie showed up in time and rescued the two of them. However, before they could react, he said, "Let's go up." With his words just spoken, countless zombies rushed towards Lanchi and the others. Zombie, who saw the scene, immediately got angry. Immediately, he threw Lanchi and the other two to the ground and said, "Are you blind?" The zombies who heard this were also very confused, so all the zombies stopped what they were doing. And at this moment, Red-Horned Zombie also asked in confusion. Just then, Zombie walked slowly towards the zombie herb and then asked back, "What should I be called?" Countless zombies all knelt down. All zombies were stepped on by Zombie. "Are you afraid to speak when you see my appearance?" The red-horned zombie grinned when he heard this. "Turns out we're from the same kind. Since there can only be one zombie king, let's compare then." He punched Zombie in the face. Such a terrifying punch, only to be mocked by Zombie for not having eaten. Red-horned Zombie, who heard these words, immediately became angry. Zombie's fist landed heavily on its body. The powerful force sent Red-horned Zombie flying several kilometers. In the end, it even flew off the land, with a loud bang landing on the aircraft carrier. Dr. Jamin, who was watching the battle from the rooftop, was dumbfounded at the moment. He said, "How come such a terrifying thing suddenly appeared out of nowhere?" On the other side, Red-horned Zombie laughed. Finally, he encountered someone who could fight. It fiercely plunged into the sea. Then, it lifted the submarine weighing tens of thousands of tons into the sky. After a loud bang, Zombie was already submerged in the dust. And at the same time, on a rooftop somewhere, Bieber was providing emergency treatment to General. However, at this moment, he suddenly said, "I seem to have sensed Zombie's presence." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly shot out from the middle of the submarine. After that, Zombie was seen flying into the sky. Then he threw the rope and wrapped it around Red-horned Zombie's neck. Then, he pulled sharply towards himself. Zombie gave it a hard kick in the face. Just directly kicked away all the facial features of the Red-horned Zombie. Now Red-horned Zombie is completely angry. It rushed to the ground and lifted up the submarine again. Then he violently swung and smashed towards Zombie. After a loud bang sounded, Zombie was already blasted thousands of kilometers onto the aircraft carrier. At this moment, Zombie said coldly with his eyes, "Do you enjoy smashing things so much?" Red-horned Zombie said, "If you have the ability, you can also smash things." At this moment, it had not realized the seriousness of this statement. And on the other side at the same time, everyone saw how powerful this Red-horned Zombie was. General quickly persuaded, "Let's retreat quickly. The thing that Dr. Jamin researched is not something your zombies can deal with." But before he could finish his words, Bieber smiled disdainfully. "Humans, look carefully. There is no one in this world who can rival Zombie. Even if a god comes, it won't work. Zombie is invincible." As soon as his words fell, Zombie on the aircraft carrier suddenly made a move. He had already arrived in front of Red-horned Zombie. Just as Red-horned Zombie was still surprised by Zombie, why did the speed suddenly increase? Zombie's fist had already fiercely smashed into his face. The terrifying force was direct. It directly sent Red-horned Zombie flying off the earth. However, Red-horned Zombie hadn't had a chance to catch its breath yet. At this moment, an aircraft carrier quickly advanced towards him. With a loud bang, Red Horn Zombie was fiercely smashed into the moon. No one expected that Zombie would actually turn into a handsome guy. Facing the fierce attacks of the Red Horn Zombie, he just casually lifted his hand. The Red Horn Zombie was instantly sliced into countless pieces. It turns out it happened just a moment ago. The Red Horn Zombie was smashed into the moon. At this moment, Lily and the others in the field are completely stunned. The Red Horn Zombie on the moon suddenly exerted force. The aircraft carrier then went straight towards the Earth. The Zombie King on the moon suddenly exerted force. The next second, the aircraft carrier then headed towards the Earth again. Along with the aircraft carrier came the Zombie King's raging anger. Zombie, who saw this scene, immediately jumped in place. With a loud bang, he quickly rushed towards the Zombie King. But at this moment, the Zombie King suddenly dove into the interior of the aircraft carrier. I saw it continuously destroying the device on the nuclear reactor. Just at the moment when Zombie had just arrived on the aircraft carrier, a loud noise instantly spread across the entire continent. Lily and the others who saw this scene were shouting for help. However, as the mushroom cloud slowly dissipated in the sky, Zombie landed safely and unharmed on the warship. Then he started taunting, saying that this level of damage is so light that it's like scratching an itch for him. The Zombie King, upon hearing this, is completely speechless at this moment. Then he began to gather all his strength throughout his entire body. The next second, his arm quickly extended towards Zombie. Just an instant, Zombie was hit onto a high-rise building. At this moment, Zombie King said, "Since none of you can defeat each other, why don't we just cooperate and destroy the world together?" Meanwhile, on the general's side, after witnessing the terrifying power of the Zombie King, he then started persuading us to run away quickly. "I know your zombie is very powerful after transforming, but it's not a solution to keep fighting like this." However, he had not finished speaking. The beaver beside him interrupted and said, "Who said our zombie can only transform once?" The general who heard this was shocked. He didn't expect that Zombie actually has a third form. The scene returned to Zombie. He stood up from the ruins and said, "I have no interest in destroying the world. Actually, I would prefer to live in peace with humans. Only rookies in this world would want to destroy it every day." The Zombie King, who heard these words, was speechless for a while. He didn't expect that Zombie, as a zombie, would still want to be friends with humans. Just as he was pondering over it, Zombie suddenly transformed again. His originally dull skin began to peel off slowly, with a roar from him. The next second, Zombie had transformed into a fair-skinned young man. Launchy and the others who saw this scene were filled with confusion. What is this? Is he a human or a zombie after all? On the other side, D-Dog was also fierce. He slapped General's face and said, "Look quickly. This is the true strength of our zombie." When General saw the handsome young man on the tall building, he suddenly looked incredulous. He said, "No way. Zombie has become a human?" Just then, a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky. In less than 5 minutes, it started to rain around them. And seeing Zombie transform into the Zombie King, he was also very confused. He thought to himself, "Am I really fighting a human?" And then it continued to rush forward, wanting to find out the truth. But watching its fist, when it was about to hit Zombie in the face, the space around suddenly underwent a strange change, only to see the raindrops that were falling at this moment. They seemed to have frozen in midair. At this moment, Zombie suddenly raised his hand and waved. The next second, the body of the Zombie King was instantly divided into countless pieces. At the same time, the raindrops also flew back in reverse. Not only that, even Zoe and the others were floating in the air. Even various types of fish in the sea were affected. At this point, only half of it remained. The Zombie King's face was filled with fear. It had never imagined that the difference between itself and Zombie would be so great. At this moment, Zombie slowly approached and said, "When I was the Zombie King, you didn't even know where to drink milk." Nobody saw it coming. Aliens actually came to destroy the Earth. But just at the moment the spaceship landed on Earth. But it was blocked by a nondescript teenager outside. Not long ago, when Zombie was transforming into the third phase form. Just a casual raising of a hand. Just cut the Zombie King into countless pieces. Even the surrounding gravity has changed. At this moment, a huge vortex appeared in the sky. Lily, who saw the scene, had an incredulous expression on her face. Meanwhile, Zoe and Lanchi next to them also fell from the air. It turned out that Zombie's spell had ended. The gravity around them returned to normal. Zoe was dumbfounded at this moment. Is this really a power that a zombie can possess? A whale weighing over 100 tons fell heavily from the sky onto a tall building. Dr. Jamin, who witnessed the scene, was also shocked. It was the first time he had seen this type of zombie. At this moment, the green-haired guy nearby said, "Jamin, these zombies have surpassed our understanding. Shall we run away quickly?" However, at this moment, the dismembered Zombie King still refuses to give up. Just then, it leaped up from the ground. Then it loudly exclaimed, "Restore." The next second, his separated body began to reassemble. Once his body returned to normal, he arrogantly said, "As the Zombie King, the most basic thing is to be immortal. What you are doing cannot defeat me." The zombie who heard this just gave a quiet, "Oh!" Immediately, he raised his hand and waved again. The Zombie King was then pinched by the zombie at the neck. Looking at the Zombie King being picked up by itself like a chick, Zombie said disdainfully, "Do you have any misunderstandings about death? In fact, eternal life is the most painful." The Zombie King was visibly startled by these words. And it hadn't even had a chance to refute. The next moment, he saw Zombie's terrifying eyes. In an instant, the consciousness of the Zombie King arrived in a strange environment. At this moment, above the Earth's sky, countless giant aircraft carriers appeared. And on one of the main ships, a command was given by an alien wearing a mecha suit. Countless mecha warriors then began to advance towards Earth. This is already the 6th time human civilization has been destroyed. But he hadn't even had a chance to be happy. Just saw a mysterious person on Earth suddenly transform. The next second, all their aircraft carriers were instantly engulfed in flames. And at that moment, the mysterious person had unknowingly already arrived in outer space. Only to see that the Zombie King is in great pain. Soon after, the Zombie King stopped moving in Zombie's hands. Everyone is welcome to guess in the comments section. What will Zombie do with this Zombie King? Bring your popcorn and beer. Zombie has returned to its original cute image. However, Zoe and Lily still dare not to get close. Zombie recently transformed into third phase form. Just a single glance scared Zombie King to the point of rolling his eyes. While Zoe, watching the battle from afar, they still didn't know what had happened. They only saw the Zombie King being grabbed by Zombie around the neck, and instantly fell silent. Just then, Zombie suddenly released his grip. The next second, the Zombie King fell straight down from the rooftop. After a loud bang, the Zombie King was completely lifeless. General, who witnessed the scene, had an incredulous expression on his face. Bieber, who was next to them, explained, "It was probably scared unconscious by the Majesty's third form." And far away, Dr. Jamin was also very confused. He never expected that the Zombie King he had devoted himself to researching would be scared to death like this. At this moment, green-haired guy embraced him and said loudly, "Jamin, let's go quickly." But he hadn't finished speaking yet. Zombie had already arrived by his side. The green-haired guy and the others were instantly dumbfounded at this moment. We have never met before. How does it know we are here? He looked at Zombie with a displeased expression on his face. Green-haired guy was instantly scared and collapsed on the ground. At this moment, Zombie said, "Are you going to surrender, or do you want to go to hell together and meet the Zombie King?" Upon hearing this, the few people immediately raised their hands and said, "We surrender." Jamin behind them was reluctant, but at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and give up resistance. That's it. The Dr. Jamin who caused harm was finally captured alive by the Abnormal Entity Academy. After everything was done, Lily and Zoe saw Zombie squatting there, lost in thought. It turns out that at this moment, Zombie has transformed back into that silly and cute appearance. At this moment, Zoe asked Lily to go over and ask. She even said that if successful, she would make her the vice president in the future. Lily was originally unwilling, but Zoe gave her a push from behind. Reluctant Lily could only grit her teeth and walk over to greet Zombie. At that moment, Zombie suddenly stood up abruptly, startling Lily beside him. However, at this moment, Zombie simply said that he wanted a piece of clothing that wouldn't tear. Lily, who heard these words, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the current zombie has no danger at all. She then walked and said at the same time, "Do you remember what just happened?" Zombie, upon hearing this, rubbed his chin and said, "The memories are a bit fuzzy. But that strange guy, I must have beaten up many before." The scene once again shifts back to the Abnormal Entity Academy, only to see the green-haired guy on the escort vehicle. He looks at the side with a strange expression on his face. Originally, at this moment, Jamin Bodo is smiling with an evil look on his face. He said, "Hee, I never expected such a powerful species like the zombie. I must obtain your genes and create an even more powerful being than you. Bring your popcorn and beer." Zombie's wish has finally come true. Not only has he provided a peaceful and prosperous life for his zombie citizens, even the human military lined up to escort them. Not long ago, after Jamin Bo was caught by Zombie, it was appointed by humans as the president of a club. At the same time, it was also given the right to manage a city. But Zombie said, "Can you give me City H where Dr. Jamin was before?" The leaders who heard this were suddenly stunned. What's good about that place? However, Zombie insisted on his own choice. At the same time, he also said he would definitely manage City H well. That's it. Zombie not only became the president, but also received the appointment letter for City H. But when Abnormal Entity Academy found out about this news, they were immediately filled with anger. Zoe sitting beside him was also very annoyed. She said Zombie really can't understand what it's thinking. Turns out Zombie wanted City H because it has thousands of residents. To help them move as quickly as possible, Zombie also instructed the military and club to provide street protection. At this moment, Zombie on the high-rise building watched with satisfaction as his zombie citizens were being assisted. At this time, Beaver stepped forward to report, "Zombie, as per your request, all of the zombie citizens have been moved over." He said, "Very good. Now they finally have their own home." Suddenly, the human legion began to train in the city. The little zombie who saw this scene immediately said, "They won't shoot us with guns, will they?" One of the soldiers then said, "Since you are President Zombie's zombie citizen, you will be the ones we need to protect in the future." The little zombie who heard this was suddenly speechless. He thought that humans' brains were not quite right. And at this moment on the rooftop, Zombie's sidekicks were also extremely excited. They never thought that zombies would actually have their own city. At this time, Zombie said that the continuation of a race doesn't necessarily have to involve war. Having said that, it left the rooftop without looking back. Beaver saw the boss was about to leave, and immediately hurriedly said, "Zoe has been hanging for half a month. Can we let him down now?" Upon hearing this, Zombie waved his hand and said, Let him continue hanging. Poor Sai looked so wrong being hung in front of the municipal building. He said, "Zombie, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. I'm almost roasted into a zombie sausage. Zombie, please let me go. I promise I won't dare anymore next time." That's it. Mr. Zombie Season 1 comes to an end here. Manhwa Station is here to thank everyone for their continuous support. The next is a preview of Season 2. Zoe is attacked by a mysterious creature. The powerful force directly disabled her. After finally regaining consciousness, she discovered the one attacking her was actually Lily, who had always been timid and cautious. More exciting plots. See you in the next video. She can not only rotate her head 360 degrees. Even more impressively, she can continue to regenerate after being split in half. Not long ago, Lily aimed to obtain the position of vice president. She actually challenged Zoe, who is the president, for the position. And Zoe was also caught off guard. Lily, after the mutation, unexpectedly exhibited an extraordinarily high level of combat power. Just a simple collision ended up causing quite a significant internal injury to oneself. At this moment, Lily sarcastically said, "Zoe's senior sister, I haven't used my full strength yet." Zoe couldn't bear to hear that. She immediately teleported behind Lily. But at that moment, Lily's head suddenly did a 360-degree spin. This startled Zoe, who was just about to launch a sneak attack. Immediately, she hurriedly did a backflip. With both hands on the ground, she asked, "Are you still human?" However, she hadn't finished speaking. Lily had already turned around and raised the machine gun in her hand. Zoe, who saw this scene, hurriedly retreated backward. Soon after, she heard the sound of the machine gun firing. She said, "Ha ha ha! Senior sister Zoe. Now I feel like I could also be the president." Zoe, who heard these words, immediately got angry. She then quickly stomped her feet for extra push. She then rushed towards Lily like a sharp arrow. With her domineering crosswise strike, Lily's machine gun instantly turned into scrap metal. But the tough Lily, unwilling to give up, sarcastically said, "Is this all the ability you've got, senior sister?" But she hadn't finished what she was about to say. Zoe immediately chopped her in half with a single stroke. Zoe, who witnessed the scene, was suddenly shocked. Why didn't she dodge? Lily, who was split in half, was not only unafraid. Instead, she even laughed out loud. Soon, a bizarre scene unfolded. The body that had been split in half surprisingly began to slowly regenerate. In no time, Lily was back to normal as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Zoe was utterly shocked. She couldn't help but wonder what Zombie had done to Lily. At this moment, Lily spoke again, saying, "How about it? With my current abilities, becoming a president shouldn't be a problem, right?" After saying that, she suddenly threw a punch towards Zoe. With a loud bang, Zoe was immediately knocked flying and lost all ability to fight back against the wall. Seeing Zoe losing, Lily quickly transformed back into her human form. She said, "Zoe, are you okay? Did I go a little too hard just now?" She asked you to tell her the truth. "Did you turn into a zombie after being bitten by zombie?" She said no. "Didn't we just have a checkup in the lab yesterday? All of my cells in my body are completely normal." Zoe said, "What about your 360-degree turn and the situation with your body's recovery and regeneration?" Upon hearing this, Lily immediately explained, "She said that she can now completely control her transformation freely, and especially when she is feeling down. She can also inject stimulants to enhance the effect, and stimulants without any side effects." Zoe, who heard this, was speechless for a moment. She thought to herself, "I really wish I could have such a strong transformation effect too." She immediately pulled Lily away, and then prepared to find Zombie to let him bite her as well. Zombie bit someone again unexpectedly. The girl who was bitten not only didn't get angry, She instead had a look of enjoyment on her face. Not long ago, Zoe witnessed Lily's ability to transform. She immediately boarded a plane and rushed to City H. And at this moment, inside the City Hall, Zombie is assigning tasks to the sidekicks. First is the financial power of City H. Zombie's first thought was Beaver. He said, "From today on, you are the director of the Finance Bureau. The money at home will be managed by you in the future." As soon as his words fell, the door of the meeting room was slammed open. Looking at Zoe panting, Zombie curiously asked if there were any instructions. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Zoe running towards him in a great hurry. Just as Zombie still looked confused, Zoe suddenly opened his mouth. Then she forcibly made Zombie bite her. After he bit her, Zoe left the meeting room without looking back. But she had just left the city hall. The assistant hurriedly ran up to remind. He said, "Zoe President, you are too reckless. Have you forgotten that Zombie can control others' thoughts? What if he controls you to do something that can only be seen on OnlyFans?" However, Zoe, upon hearing this, not only did not regret, but also said that she would not mind having such power. "Even if he controls me to be the girlfriend of people who already hit the like button, I don't mind." But what they don't know is that Zombie is currently in a confused state. However, under his careful planning, City H finally started to get back on track slowly. Zombie citizens are living and working in peace and contentment at the same time. They have also developed a variety of shops. For example, a barber shop run by zombies themselves, or a zombie real estate company. Even zombie driving schools have started to open. It's just that taking a driver's license test is a bit difficult for zombies. At this moment, Zombie is looking at his city with a sense of relief. The dream of so many years has finally come true. But what he doesn't know is that a bigger crisis is quietly looming. Only to see a one-eyed woman holding Zombie's information and studying it. She wonders why Abnormal Entity Academy would choose such a person as mayor. At this time, the secretary beside her stepped forward and said, "Inspector Clara, I heard from the chief president of Steel Academy that Zombie seems to be a zombie." The one-eyed woman who heard this, however, was not convinced and said, "They are constantly slandering each other in the academies. We've seen it all before. Although I don't believe they would let a zombie become the mayor, I really don't like this one called Zombie. Let's go. We'll know once we go to City H and see what this zombie is all about." Bring your popcorn and beer. Mr. Zombie picks up a hot girl again. She's not only a perfect 10. She even seems to have a blood feud with Zombie. Not long ago, above a glacier in the Arctic, a helicopter suddenly flew through with a thudding sound. Furthermore, humans also dispatched a giant cruise ship. Shortly after, the expedition team arrived at the destination of this journey. At this moment, doctors said that it was rumored that ancient remains had been discovered here. And I heard the exploration team say that the remains are buried 500 meters deep under the cold ice. If this time we can pull her out intact, it would indeed be a great discovery. Just like that, with the help of a crane, the body was quickly lifted up. As an archaeologist, this was also his first time discovering such a presence. As the crane slowly pulled the ice block out from underground, a faint figure also emerged. Finally, it appeared in front of everyone. From the appearance, it looks like a young girl. Just as Dr. Chad was stunned by this discovery, his assistant next to him suddenly had their mouth covered by someone. Then, that person bit him on the neck. The doctor who saw the scene was suddenly shocked. But before he could react, he was kicked to the ground by another person. So it turns out the mysterious organization that ambushed them. And their standard. The frozen corpse turned out to be the man at the forefront who smashed the ice block with an ice pick. Then, a strange scene unfolded. The originally withered corpse was seen to this moment but came back to life. The vampire beside her saw the situation and hastily draped their own coat over her. Then, they knelt before the woman and loudly said, We pay our respects to the Vampire King Majesty, and wish for his majesty to remain forever young and youthful." The Vampire King, who heard these words, did not have many thoughts. Instead, he spoke directly. "Is that idiot with the last name Ren still alive now?" What on earth made Zombie change forms instantly? Not long ago, Zombie was leisurely drinking afternoon tea in City H. But he was suddenly urgently summoned by Zoe to the headquarters of the academy. All because something strange happened at the main campus. A research scientist mutated during an exploration in the Arctic, killing all the team members. Zoe and Lanchi, who witnessed the scene, were also very confused. They said, "This guy doesn't even look like a zombie." They had no choice but to seek out Zombie, a professional in this field. Soon, Zombie arrived at the city of Tech. But as soon as he entered the door, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Simply because not a single person here is normal. Just at this moment, a man with a stick came in front of Zombie and said, "Hello. I am President Harvey from Steel Stick Academy. I heard that you captured Dr. Jamin." Zombie immediately stepped forward to shake hands with him and said, "That's right." But they had just separated. President Harvey just sneered and thought to himself, "Indeed, just a newbie not worth my effort." But just when the other president thought Zombie was a total weakling. The president of the Steel Club, however, hid in a corner by himself, complaining, "If I had known he was here, I wouldn't have come even if I were rotting at home." The scene shifts back to Zombie. At this moment, he has already arrived at the laboratory. However, when it comes to species identification, Zombie is clearly also at a loss. But when he saw the two holes on the person's neck, his long-lost memories suddenly surged back to him. Zoe, who was next to him, stepped forward and asked, "What do you think? Did you notice anything?" Just then, the researcher suddenly let out a roar. But when he saw Zombie's face, he instantly became docile again. It turned out that Zombie had already transformed into second phase form at this time. He said, Quite interesting. I never thought it would be the vampire clan." After saying that, a terrifying aura began to erupt from his body. Just a moment later, Lanchi and the others were all blasted out. At this moment, Zombie said, "I remember. Wasn't this race supposed to have been extinct long ago?" Meanwhile, on an island in the Arctic, a man knelt to the ground and said, "Reporting to His Majesty, Zombie is not only alive, but also living a colorful life. I remember he destroyed the last human civilization, but now he is living among humans again." Upon hearing this, the Vampire King became furious. She said, "Very well. I might feel a little lonely without you around. But this time, I will definitely not lose to you again." What could have made Zombie furrow his brow like that? Just now, Zombie frowned upon discovering the appearance of the vampire clan. Instantly transformed into second phase form. The terrifying momentum directly blasted many presidents away. Especially the president of Stick Club. He was almost shaken with internal injuries. Then, when everyone still looked puzzled. At this moment, Zombie suddenly said, "Interesting. I remember the vampire clan should have been wiped out by me 1,000 years ago, right?" After saying that, he grabbed the researcher by the throat. He said, "Come on. Tell me who likes to drug me. Where is Zarina who drugged me?" He has just turned into a vampire. He wouldn't know the whereabouts of the Vampire King either. Failed to get the information he wanted. Zombie then returned to his original form. And at this moment in the hall, the president of Stick Club still doesn't think that the recent turn of events was caused by Zombie. Only the president of Steel Club, hiding on the side, is looking terrified, thinking, "I should have just stayed at home and not gone out." At that moment, Zombie finally walked out of the room. Zoe and the others hurriedly approached. They asked, "Did you make any special discoveries?" Zombie said, "It's best for you all not to go out these days." Having said that, he started frowning and remained motionless. Zoe and Lily, who saw this scene, felt something was amiss. But the next second, Zombie touched his head and said he had already forgotten what just happened. He said, "There's no way." Zombie always forgets something when switching forms. And on the other side at a villa nearby, in an alley overgrown with spider webs. At this moment, Vampire King Zarina had a speechless expression on her face. Just at this moment, a coin suddenly fell next to them with a clang. It turned out that the indigenous people mistook them for beggars and generously gave them a coin. Upon seeing this scene, Leon immediately picked up the money with gleaming eyes. But at this time, the Vampire King was not happy. She said, "You all look like this now. Why did you wake me up?" But she hadn't finished her sentence. The girl beside her cried out, "Woo! Your Majesty, do you know how we've lived for the past 1,000 years? After losing the great battle with Zombie all those years ago, our vampire clan had no place to stand anymore. I and Leon only survived his deadly hands by playing dead. From that moment on, we started hiding everywhere. In such narrow alleys, we all didn't know exactly how many years we had stayed." Vampire King was instantly angered upon hearing this. She said she didn't expect the vampire clan to have fallen into such a miserable state. But then she sighed and said, "Even if you summon me out, it's useless, because I can't beat Zombie at all." At this moment, Leon suddenly interjected, "The Majesty, the reason we awakened you is because we have received important information. We have discovered a special human. Perhaps he can help you defeat Zombie." The girl next to him also agreed and said, "That's right. That person may bring us hope." The Vampire King was immediately interested when he heard this. He then immediately asked who it was. At this moment, Leon pulled out a wanted poster from his pocket. He said, "Yes, it's him. It's Dr. Jamin, who was arrested and thrown into the prison. This is a prison hidden 3,000 meters underground. It is equipped not only with various high-tech weapons, but also guarded by a president at the entrance of each level. Yet, such a prison is merely used to detain an ordinary person. It turns out that it was awakened after the queen of the vampire clan from 1,000 years ago. But it was found that the archenemy from once past has not died until now. Fortunately, her subordinates say there is one. Humans can help her defeat Zombie. And this person is that one. Created the Zombie King generation, Jamin Bo 2. However, Dr. Jamin is currently imprisoned." Zombie, who saw the scene, couldn't help but say, "Why don't you just take care of him directly?" Zoe said, "We can't kill him at the moment. Not only has that guy planted many moles around us, but there is also a lot of research data that has not been found." Upon hearing this, Zombie immediately said, "What if that guy runs away?" However, he hadn't finished his sentence yet. The president of Stick Club next to him burst into laughter and said, "Impossible." Then he turned around again and said, "Since it was President Zombie who caught the person, I'll take you to see him." Before long, they were flying in a helicopter and arrived at a desolate valley. The president of the Stick Club said, "Dr. Jamin is imprisoned in a facility 3,000 meters underground. Even if we take the elevator down, it will take at least 2.5 hours. As for the security measures, they are needless to say. Not only do they have high-tech weapons, but each level is guarded by skilled presidents. This is the kind of prison it is. Even if Dr. Jamin had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, we've attached a giant detonator to him. If anyone approaches him, the detonator will explode immediately. Anyway, dead or alive, Jamin won't be able to leave this prison for the rest of his life." Upon hearing these words, Zombie broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He thought that human methods were a bit too cruel. Then he turned around and said that he had something to attend to and had to leave. After all, in his original state, Zombie was very close to normal human thinking. Meanwhile, in a certain alley, Vampire Clan Queen saw their conversation. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her back. Have humans evolved to be this terrifying after 1,000 years? The scene returned to the prison. The president of Stick Club leisurely remarked, "Your little boyfriend is probably going to be in trouble soon. As far as I know, the chief president of Steel Club has informed Inspector Clara that President Zombie is a zombie and has established a city of zombies." Upon hearing this, Zoe was stunned for a moment and then immediately asked why he was telling her all this. The president of the Stick Club said something about zombies, but he showed no interest at all, because in his eyes, only the strong can catch his attention. However, at this moment in the human city, Zombie is still happily wandering the streets, unaware of anything. What could possibly have made Zombie scared? It turns out that he, as a zombie, has become a human president. He even openly established a city of zombies. The president of Steel Club, who was feeling upset, immediately reported to the higher-ups. Upon hearing this news, Inspector Clara immediately decided to go to City H to investigate. Fortunately, this news was known by the president of Stick Club. He admires Zombie, his opponent. He immediately revealed this news to Zoe. On the other side at the same time. At this moment, totally unaware, Zombie was leisurely shopping. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang with a ding-dong sound. It turned out that Zoe learned the news and immediately called him. She told Zombie, due to the betrayal of the president of Steel Club, Inspector Clara is now on her way to City H. If she finds out that what the president of Steel Club said is true, then you as the president won't be able to continue. Hearing this, Zombie instantly broke out in a cold sweat, then tried to act tough by saying, "I'm actually a human being." But the next second, Zoe angrily scolded, "Don't think I don't know who you city folks are. What are those things all about?" And with that, she hung up the phone with a loud click. Zombie was completely panicking this time. He said, "It's over. Are we going back to the ruins again?" No. I must not disappoint the zombie citizens." Just when Zombie was worrying about what to do next, the makeup store next to him suddenly caught his attention. At the same time, in the underground prison, Jamin Bo too was pondering about something. At that moment, the meal delivery staff pushed the food trolley in. At this moment, green-haired guy cried out in fear. He said, "I didn't expect that we were going to die." However, Dr. Jamin said that he wanted Zombie's genes. "I must obtain your genes," he said. He asked Jamin, "What are you talking about? Aren't we about to be executed soon?" He said, "Don't worry. They won't do anything to us until they get hold of my research data. And I had already given the data to someone else before I was caught. It's hidden in a place where no one knows." At this point, green-haired guy said, "Zombie, that guy is too powerful. Even if we get his genes, we still can't defeat him." Upon hearing this, Dr. Jamin smirked wickedly and said, "We need a powerful body to serve as the vessel. Then I can naturally research an even more powerful being." He said, "Jamin, we are currently trapped here. It's hard enough to even give a video a like, let alone conduct research." Dr. Jamin, who heard these words, suddenly fell silent at this moment. Soon after, the staff brought the food delivery robot over to this location. Unexpectedly, Dr. Jamin not only did not resist, but he also cooperated especially well. He ate the food brought by the robot. Green-haired guy who saw the scene was very confused. How did Jamin suddenly become so obedient? So, this delivery worker is actually a spy he planted. And the purpose of this time is to install a bug in his mouth. Later, when that delivery person walked out of the prison, Jamin immediately asked where the body of the new zombie king is now imprisoned. At this time, someone replied that it is imprisoned in the mountain laboratory on the 200th floor. Moreover, there are also 2 presidents guarding inside that laboratory. Very well. From now on, you can proceed with the plan I made before. Do you know how outlandish a zombie's makeup can be? When Beaver, with empty eyes, puts on colored contact lenses. instantly transforming into a young and handsome young man full of vitality. After the weathered zombie mom gets dressed up, she unexpectedly becomes an enchanting and beautiful young woman with charm still intact. And the reason why they would do this? It's all because Inspector Clara is about to visit City H for an inspection, in order to prevent everyone from being discovered as zombies. So Zombie came up with this makeup method, only seen inside the City H government building. Countless Carthage troops descended from the sky. It turns out all of these are from Zombie cosmetics bought from the neighboring city. When Zombie told Bieber about the seriousness of the situation this time, Bieber immediately asked D-Dog to notify the responsible people in each district to come and collect the makeup props quickly. Very soon, the sidekicks from each district took the truck back one after another. In order to prevent the zombie citizens from returning to the ruins of the city, they had to give it their all this time. At this moment inside the city hall, D-Dog asked in confusion, "Would wearing makeup really be effective?" Bieber said he was not sure either. However, since it was arranged by Zombie, there must be a purpose behind it. Just like that, zombies in each area have started to move. At this time, a mother with her son came to collect makeup products. For her, who loved beauty when she was alive, makeup is too simple. The son looks at his mom strangely. His actions show curiosity, and he says he also wants it. But when his mom turned around, he was almost scared silly. He simply couldn't recognize that it was his mom. Quickly, all the zombie citizens completed this makeup task. Later, when Harry and Larry returned to the office to report back, suddenly, Bieber and D-Dog, who had just finished doing their makeup, were taken aback. He said, "You guys are too fast. And D-Dog, are you sure this look will work for you?" Later he said, "I don't even have a face. How should we do this makeup?" There is no other way. Bieber can only temporarily disguise them as pets. But strangely, they waited at the airport for half a day and still didn't find any trace of Inspector Clara. It turns out Inspector Clara had anticipated that her whereabouts might be leaked ahead of time. So she secretly took a train with her subordinates to City H. At this moment, a subordinate whispered, "Why doesn't Inspector Clara like Zombie?" My partner said that Inspector Clara dislikes Zombie because she looks down on weak and cowardly people like him. Also, apart from the Prime Minister, Inspector Clara doesn't like anyone. Upon hearing this, Inspector Clara immediately turned around and said, "No need to talk behind my back sneakily. So what if I like the Prime Minister? Ever since he delegated power, anyone can become president now. In my heart, only figures like the Prime Minister can lead us humans towards a more prosperous future." But what she doesn't know is that the very person she admires, the Prime Minister, is none other than the one she currently despises the most, Zombie. Trouble, trouble. Zombie is about to activate the Berserk mode. Just a handsome entrance. Inspector Clara was scared stiff and collapsed on the ground. Not long ago, Inspector Clara tried to drive Zombie off the stage. They secretly took a train and arrived at City H. Unaware, Bieber was still waiting anxiously at the airport. He said, "Strange. Wasn't Inspector Clara supposed to come for inspection today? Why hasn't she arrived yet at this hour?" On the other side, Inspector Clara's two subordinates have begun an investigation of the citizens on the streets. They first arrived at a convenience store, only to find that all the products being sold inside were egg-based foods. When he asked the boss to give the video a like, the boss shook his head nervously. The investigators were very confused at this moment. Will he not support the Manhwa station's well-made video? They then found another person, a passerby citizen, ready to be interviewed. But at that moment, the person's arm suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. The investigators who witnessed this scene were all dumbfounded. Could this guy be trying to scam money? But before they could think further, the man picked up the arm from the ground and quickly ran away. Before leaving, he explained that the arm was just his prosthetic limb. This action left everyone speechless. They wondered if there was no normal person in City H at all. Inspector Clara beside is also angrily said, "Is this zombie building a city for crazy people?" Then she loudly told her subordinates, "Record everything for me. These will be the materials to remove President Zombie." The scene switched back to the city government office. Zombie was squatting there, muttering something incomprehensible. D-Dog, who saw this scene, quickly approached and asked what was going on. How did Zombie end up like this? The soldier hurriedly said that he was not sure either. President Zombie seemed to have been acting like this after having breakfast. He kept talking nonsense and shaking uncontrollably. D-Dog was shocked to hear this. He immediately grabbed him and said, "Tell me quickly, what did you give to Zombie to eat?" The mud trooper was quite frightened by D-Dog's actions. Then he quickly explained that he had only made a dish of spicy scrambled eggs for President Zombie. As soon as he said that, D-Dog couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. So it turns out that Zombie can't eat spicy food, just because spicy food makes him unusually excited. And this state will last for a month. On the other hand, Bieber is still waiting anxiously at the airport. Suddenly, he received a phone call from D-Dog. He was also horrified when he learned that Zombie had accidentally eaten chili peppers. At this time, George beside him said, "Zombie wouldn't have slaughtered the members of the inspector team, would he?" Upon hearing this, Bieber's eyebrows furrowed. He thought to himself, "If something like that really happened, we probably won't be able to stay in this city any longer." The scene shifts back to Inspector Clara's side. At this moment, they are still searching for evidence everywhere. However, just at this moment, a heavy truck suddenly fell from the sky. With a loud bang, the truck smashed straight down in front of them. Just when they hadn't had time to react yet, Zombie suddenly descended from the sky again. With a loud bang, the truck was crushed into scrap metal. Inspector Clara and the others were all dumbfounded at the scene. What just happened? At this moment, Zombie suddenly said with a playful expression, "Inspector Clara, right? Let me take you all on a tour next." When a zombie becomes handsome, there is nothing that cannot be solved. Just now, when Zombie finished eating chili fried eggs, he instantly transformed into second phase form in a violent manner. And he also insisted on personally taking Inspector Clara to visit. Both assistants in the field were dumbfounded at this point. What just happened? The three people who had regained their senses looked at Zombie. The confused expression on his face was evident. Inspector Clara trembled and said falteringly, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Zombie gave a wicked smile and said, "Oh, so you've already forgotten about me so quickly. I am the zombie you are looking for." The few people who heard this were speechless on the spot. Clearly, the zombie in the information doesn't look like this. At this moment, Zombie jumped down and said that he just took off his mask. Then he snapped his fingers and said, "Inspector Clara has come from afar. I have prepared some gifts for this meeting. Please accept them." As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie citizens immediately offered their specialty fried eggs. "Don't worry. We are all law-abiding good citizens. We never eat people." He finished speaking. Zombie lifted Inspector Clara up in one hand. He said, "Since all the gifts have been received, I will take Inspector Clara to have a good look around." With a loud bang, Zombie had already jumped up in place and flew into the air. In just an instant, they arrived in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The two assistants who saw this scene were very confused. After they regained their composure, they acted quickly, hailed a taxi, and chased after them. At this point, Zombie, who had flown in the air for 2.5 laps, grew tired of playing. Shortly after, it landed with a bang on the tallest building in the city center. He said, "Take a look. This is City H, carefully built by me, where tens of millions of people live. They all love this city very much. Not only do we have listed companies here, but we have also solved the employment problems of many people. Just in terms of tax revenue, we are able to pay several hundred billion yuan each year. Next, I will take you to see the public security issues," Zombie said as he dragged Inspector Clara to the middle of the road. And at that moment, a truck that was already in motion was unable to hit the brakes in time. It looked like it was about to hit Zombie. With a loud bang, Zombie managed to kick the bumper of the truck with just one foot. The next second, the truck pierced straight into the high-rise building. On the other side, Bieber, who was waiting at the airport, also noticed the commotion over here. Immediately, he swiftly made a dive and rushed up to save the driver. However, the two assistants who had just arrived at this moment were speechless. Is everyone in this city crazy? As for Inspector Clara herself, she was shocked by Zombie's series of actions, dropping her jaw to the ground. At this moment, Zombie reassured, "Don't worry. That driver won't die. The sidekicks under my command each possess unique skills. We will absolutely not let any citizen die in vain." He finished speaking. He then threw Inspector Clara forward. The two assistants hurriedly rushed up to support her. At this point, Zombie turned around and continued, "I know why you, Inspector Clara, are here. This time, I will safely let you go back, regardless of what happens next. I just want to tell you one thing. I have mastered this city. No one can stop me." Zombie returns to the third phase form. The Inspector trio, who saw this scene, were instantly shocked silly. Not long ago, Zombie warned Inspector Clara and the other two. The atmosphere changed instantly. They were so scared that they couldn't speak. The whole street became eerily quiet in an instant. At this moment, one of the assistants whispered, "Shouldn't we just go back?" Yeah. Let's withdraw. This guy looks like trouble." For a moment there, I almost thought he was the Prime Minister. And who the hell said Zombie is cowardly and weak? I'll definitely take care of him when I get back. Just then, Zombie walked back and reminded them to hurry back, before I change my mind. But as soon as Zombie finished speaking, Inspector Clara called out to him again. "I acknowledge your ability to manage the city, but that doesn't mean you are qualified to be president. Because as president, in addition to management ability, you also need to have sufficient combat power. And now I only see your city management ability, but I don't see that you have the power to protect the city. This is the third time you said that." At the mention of Bieber, their faces immediately turned pale. Just as Inspector Clara was about to continue, they rushed up and covered her mouth hurriedly. But their efforts were ultimately in vain. Zombie turned around and said, "So you want to see my true strength?" Upon hearing this, Bieber and the others were shocked on the spot. "I didn't expect it. This woman is really trouble." Before long, they arrived at a nearby sea area. At this time, D-Dog whispered, "Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" At this moment, Zombie was looking at the ocean in silence. At this moment, Inspector Clara curiously asked, "Why did you bring us here?" But before she finished speaking, she saw the terrifying shadow of Zombie reflected on the sea surface. And D-Dog beside also stepped forward to remind, "If something happens later, you will be responsible for the consequences." Inspector Clara, who heard this, looked confused. Just then, the assistant next to them suddenly noticed that the surrounding stones were floating. Immediately after that, more and more sand and rocks began to rise around Zombie. The next second, Zombie's third phase form completely revealed itself in front of everyone. The trio of inspectors who saw this scene were completely shocked. They yelled, "What is this unknown _4? And why does this back view look a bit like the Prime Minister? Do you know how strong Zombie's third phase form is? He's just a casual bounce. He instantly arrived on the planet Saturn, 1.3 billion kilometers away. Not long ago." Inspector Clara questioned Zombie's ability to protect the citizens. So Zombie took them to the seaside. Then he activated his third phase form. In an instant, the originally turbulent waves were instantly frozen. Even the surrounding sand and stones began to float upwards against gravity. The few people who saw this scene were immediately surprised. But before they could think further, Zombie suddenly leaped in place. The terrifying force directly. Inspector Clara was knocked to the ground. When they finally regained their senses, Zombie was nowhere to be seen. Just at that moment, D-Dog pulled out a telescope that was placed right in front of him. Inspector Clara curiously stepped forward to take a look. Instantly, she was so scared that her face turned pale. Only because, on Saturn, which is 1.3 billion kilometers away from Earth, it turned out that Zombie was looking up at her at this moment. This unknown_4 is really outrageous. Is your president even human? Just as everyone was surprised, Zombie on Saturn began to gather power once again, only to see him clenching his right fist, looking resolutely towards the Earth. The next second, Zombie threw a fierce punch into the air. D-Dog and the others who witnessed this scene immediately had their faces changed drastically. Just because of Zombie's punch, it directly pierced a hole through the ocean. In an instant, a tsunami of thousands of meters rushed towards the city. And at the seaside, D-Dog quickly stood in front of everyone. At this time, Lily at the headquarters also felt the disturbance. When they saw the tsunami outside the city, they instantly showed an incredulous expression on their faces. They immediately hurried to activate the Level 1 protection plan. However, even so, they were still unable to stop the surging tsunami. At this time, there was a sudden loud bang from the seaside. That's right. Zombie jumped back from Saturn again. He said, "What do you think? Have you seen my strength now? Am I qualified to protect my citizens or not?" I didn't expect the new Zombie King to come back to life again. Not long ago, Zombie punched through a certain island country, then jumped back from Saturn again. And at this moment, Inspector Clara was completely scared silly. Then, inexplicably, they were sent into a taxi by Bieber. It took them a while to recover from the shock. Zombie is simply inhuman. They watched the taxi slowly drive away. At this moment, D-Dog suddenly said, "They wouldn't take the city back, would they?" Bieber thought for a moment, and then awkwardly said, "I don't think they will." Sure enough, Inspector Clara has been in a state of mental disorder since returning. As for the city of H managed by Zombie, it has naturally been preserved. While on the other side, inside Whole Prison, only a few people were seen in the laboratory, discussing a corpse for a long time. And their discussion subject was none other than the new Zombie King, who was scared to death by Zombie. But what they didn't notice was that a researcher next to them was secretly concocting something. Turns out, this researcher is Jamin, the mole the doctor implanted inside the prison. He is now following Dr. Jamin's orders to prepare the antidote. Dr. Jamin knows that the body of the new Zombie King is still here. So now all we need to do is inject this potion into its body. Then it will definitely awaken. Then when the guard is ready to go out on patrol, the traitor suddenly thrust the needle in their hand towards the new Zombie King. The guard who saw this scene was instantly enraged. Then with a bang, he pressed the traitor against the wall. He asked, "What did you do to the corpse just now?" But he didn't finish his sentence. At this moment, the eyes of the new Zombie King suddenly opened wide. Immediately after that, there was a loud and violent explosion. This sound immediately caught the attention of the president of Stick Club. "What's the situation? What just happened?" At this time, the alarm sound throughout the entire prison also started to sound. It's true. It is the original new Zombie King, who had already been scared to death, but has now revived again. At this moment, Jamin suddenly shouted at it, "Kill all the guards here and rescue me. I will make you stronger than Zombie." Bring your popcorn and beer. The queen of the vampire clan actually came to rob the prison. Not long ago, on a civilian plane in the sky. Suddenly, someone kicked off the door of the airplane. Immediately after, someone inside the plane pulled out a gun and loudly said, "Nobody move. As long as you behave and listen obediently, I won't harm anyone." Like this, the plane flew towards Whole Prison under the instructions of the hijackers. Just at that moment, the queen of the vampire clan suddenly appeared at the cabin door. He said, "Respected Your Majesty, they have installed a self-destruct program on Dr. Jamin. Should we come up with a detailed plan?" The queen, without even turning her head, said, "No need. These petty human tricks are nothing to me. They can't outsmart me." After saying that, she leaped from a height of 10,000 meters with her subordinates. But just as they were about to reach the cave entrance, the new zombie king in the prison also happened to wake up. And the guards were also shocked in the face of this situation. Fortunately, the Steel Stick president reacted promptly and quickly organized everyone to defend themselves. But these ordinary weapons are completely ineffective against the vampire clan. At this time, one of the guards shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't panic. We still have 30 presidents inside. They won't be able to break in." As expected, the commotion on the top floor grew louder and louder. At this time, the president of Steel Club on the 500th floor immediately reacted with the chief president. However, if they, as newbies, have to deal with the vampire clan queen, it might be a bit challenging. At this moment, on the 3000th underground level, a guard was seen being blasted into the wall. It turns out that the new zombie king, who had awakened, was preparing to leave here. But at this moment, Dr. Jamin used a communicator to tell him, "Save me, and I can help you defeat zombie." Upon hearing these words, the new zombie king had a disdainful expression and said, "I want to defeat both you and zombie." At this moment, Dr. Jamin chuckled and said, "You are created by me. I can let you live if I want you to live. But if I want you to die, you won't be able to live." New Zombie King is now completely panicked. After all, it was indeed Jamin's spell that revived him just now. At this moment, Jamin assured, "Don't worry. I won't let you die. As long as you help me fulfill my dream, I will end my life in front of you." He chuckled and said, "Haha, when you humans go crazy, you are scarier than us zombies. Tell me, what do you need me to do?" He said, "Very simple. Save me and let me out. I promise to make you as powerful as a zombie." Do you know how strong the queen of the vampire clan is? Just a glance is enough. 3 chief presidents were instantly knocked down to the ground. Not long ago, the vampire clan queen sought the help of Jamin Bodo. She even went so far as to bring her subordinates to Whole Prison in preparation for a prison break. The next moment, the entire underground prison began to rumble loudly. I happened to be in the Whole Prison at that moment. The 3 chief presidents hurriedly ran up. When they saw the intruder was actually a woman, they were momentarily stunned. He said, "What's going on? What is this woman doing? Why can't I sense any energy fluctuations from her?" At this moment, the vampire clan queen stepped forward and spoke to them. "I give you 2 choices. Either hand over Dr. Jamin, and I will let you go unharmed. Otherwise I will." However, she had not finished speaking yet. At this moment, the president of Stick Club couldn't contain himself and rushed forward. Shortly after, the chief president followed. The president of Steel Club took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from the side. But after a loud bang, the president of Stick Club was left with only one arm. And lying on the ground, the chief president looked completely confused. He said, "What just happened?" Just then, the guards finally arrived. However, faced with human firearms, the queen of the vampire clan showed no intention of dodging. Soon after, the sound of machine gun fire rang out. But those bullets were totally ineffective against the vampire clan queen. Even when the bullets hit her eyeballs, there was no response at all. At this moment, the subordinate next to them suddenly raised a hand towards the guard. After a loud bang, all the guards were instantly engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, 3,000 floors underground. Dr. Jamin has already been rescued at this moment. At this moment, green-haired guy curiously says, "Wasn't it said that it would explode upon contact? How come we are fine?" He said, "Uh-huh. There is a 2-second window after the power is cut off. They actually thought they could trap me with such defective products. It's really laughable." They then walked out of the prison under the escort of the new Zombie King. He asked, saying, "Jamin, he is already so strong. Do we still need to continue to make him stronger? I am afraid there will be problems later." He said there is no way. There is no better vessel in the world than him. But just as they were about to evacuate, the new Zombie King suddenly froze. Just because. At this moment, the guards outside had actually been wiped out at some point. Green-haired guy, who saw this scene, also had an unbelievable expression on his face. He asked, "Who did this in the end?" Just at this moment, Vampire Clan Queen suddenly descended from the sky. She said, "Respected Dr. Jamin, hello. This kind of trash, who can't even defeat Zombie's second phase form, doesn't deserve to be your vessel." The new Zombie King, who heard this, was stunned for a moment. He was just about to step forward to educate her. At this moment, the Vampire Clan Queen continued, saying that instead of wasting time on that useless person, it would be better to study her body. I didn't expect that the new Zombie King was scared to death again. Not long ago, new Zombie King just rescued Jamin Bo too. Then a Vampire Clan Queen suddenly appeared on the scene. And the other side was also shouting that the new Zombie King was just rubbish. This made the new Zombie King furious. He immediately said, "Are you saying that you are stronger than me? You're just trash, and you dare to compete with me? You don't even have the qualifications. If you don't believe me, you can come over and try." As soon as the words from the Vampire Clan Queen fell, the new Zombie King rushed towards her at a very fast speed. But the next second, before the new Zombie King could make a move, he was punched in the face by the Vampire Clan Queen. The onlookers who witnessed this scene all showed expressions of disbelief. They are familiar with the strength of the new Zombie King. However, they did not expect that in front of this woman, they wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. Later, there was a loud bang, and the new Zombie King was instantly sent flying several hundred meters. When the new Zombie King regained his senses, he cursed, "Damn it! The strength is the same as the previous zombie." At that moment, he suddenly noticed the explosive device next to him. Immediately, he rushed towards it in a flash. He said, "Since you are all so arrogant, then just go die for me." Then new Zombie King slammed a punch towards the nuclear explosion device. But at the moment when the nuclear explosion device was about to explode. At this moment, the Vampire Clan Queen suddenly raised her hand and waved it towards it. The nuclear bomb that was originally supposed to destroy everything miraculously returned to its original state. The spectators who witnessed this scene were completely speechless. What is happening with this unknown_4? Is time reversing? At that moment, the Vampire Clan Queen suddenly released her hand gently. The nuclear explosion device instantly crashed towards the ground. With a thud, the new Zombie King was immediately pressed into a meat patty. At this moment, the few people who were watching the battle are beyond shocked. This woman is too powerful. At this moment, the Vampire Clan Queen spoke again. "With just this level of strength, you dare to challenge Zombie. Is it the courage given to you by Donald Trump?" Finished speaking. The Vampire Clan Queen raised her hand again casually. The next second, the new Zombie King was caught in her hand with a click. She asked, "How did Zombie treat you before?" Upon hearing this, the new Zombie King was stunned for a moment. But then it showed a look of fear. Just because. It actually experienced the same terrifying aura as Zombie before. Then he shouted in fear, You and Zombie are both products of the previous civilization." Having said that, it was scared to death with its eyes wide open. At this moment, the vampire clan queen regained her original expression. Then she proceeded to toss the new zombie king, who was as lifeless as a dead pig, in her hand. With a thud, she threw it on the ground. Poor new zombie king was terrified to death once again. Bring your popcorn and beer. Zombie finally came to his senses and was ready for a date. Not long ago, vampire clan queen only used one glance. Just barely regained consciousness, and the new zombie king, who was only 2.5 minutes old, scared to death. The chief president and the president of Stick Club were both dumbfounded when they saw this scene. How did another character as twisted as Zombie appear again? On the other side, Dr. Jameen and green-haired guy were also speechless. This woman is not as easily controlled as the new zombie king. At this moment, the vampire clan queen spoke up and said, "Respected Dr. Jameen, am I now qualified to become your vessel?" Dr. Jameen, upon hearing this, was first taken aback. Then he frowned and said, "Of course." He even said that he would definitely make you become the most powerful existence in the world. And at the same time on City H's side. Just as Zoe, in a flurry, rushed into the town hall. D-Dog, who saw the scene, quickly stepped in front of her and said, "You can't go in now. Zombie is in a special period." "What special period are they in? Is there something more important than my matters?" After saying that, Zoe pushed open the door and loudly exclaimed, "Zombie, something is wrong! I have some bad news." However, before she could finish her sentence, the sight of Zombie in front of her startled her. She said, "When did you become like this? I still think your original state was cuter." He said, "Is that so? Sometimes living in a different way can be quite interesting. Also, what were you just about to say?" Upon hearing this, Zoe hurriedly told Jameen about the news of Bodu's escape. But at this moment, Zombie interrupted her, saying that he had known about it long ago. "How could you rubbish ever stop Zarina?" he said. Hearing this, Zoe was stunned. She asked, "How did you know? This just happened less than 10 minutes ago." "Because Zarina used the power of clan, I knew as soon as she made a move." Zoe was puzzled by this statement. What is the power of clan? She then prepared to quickly report this matter to headquarters. But at that moment, Zombie suddenly hugged her and said, "Since you're here, don't rush to leave. How about we have dinner first? Tonight, I'll take you to enjoy the night view of City H. How does that sound?" This made Zoe's hair stand on end. She said, "What night view? Don't think I don't know what you did to Inspector Clara that day. And this form of yours lacks the original cuteness. I don't have time to play with you now." Upon saying that, Zoe quickly turned around and prepared to leave City H. But she had just reached the doorway when Zombie said, "Aren't you curious about how the power of clan is used?" "What?" This sentence made Zoe's body tremble suddenly. Then he turned around and said, "So you will also use that power of clan, right?" He said, "That's right. Who is Zarina? At worst, I will seal her away for a few thousand years." Upon hearing this, Zoe was instantly speechless, but in order to obtain useful information, she reluctantly agreed to the date. The scene returns to Chief President. At this moment, he is being rushed to the emergency room for rescue. However, just then, Chief President suddenly opened his mouth and said to the nurse, "Quickly go and invite the Prime Minister, otherwise the world is about to change drastically." Do you know what it's like to date a zombie? Zoe eventually agreed to Zombie's candlelit dinner invitation in order to obtain the secret of the power of clan. But just as Zoe learned how to use the power of clan. But at this moment, Zombie suddenly sat still without moving. Zoe, who saw this scene, quickly asked, "What should I do if I can't change back after using it?" However, before she could finish her sentence, Zombie had already transformed back into the first form. Zoe was instantly furious. She grabbed Zombie and exclaimed loudly, "Zombie, can you finish your sentence? I gave up something important to come on this date with you, and you only said half of it. Quickly transform back for me." he said. No need. I didn't say you had to accompany me. It was your choice to come on this date with me. Zombie's words thoroughly annoyed Zoe, and she immediately turned to the chef next to her and said, Where's your chili pepper? Quickly bring me 2 pounds. However, the chef said that ever since Zombie ate chili last time, Bieber has had all the chili peppers in the city destroyed. The scene once again shifts to the side of the vampire clan queen. At this moment, she finally put on a modern outfit for herself. At this time, Dr. Jamin brought them to a laboratory and said, This is the first time I've seen such a bizarre body. It simply doesn't conform to science. She said, Hey, are you guys just randomly researching? Can the zombie gene really be used? Don't end up damaging our zombie bodies. He said, Don't worry. You all should trust Dr. Jamin's research. He is the smartest person in the world. At this point, Dr. Jamin also mentioned, Previously, we have conducted similar experiments. Although your zombie is not human, there shouldn't be any problem with me. The only thing lacking now is zombie's genetics. Upon hearing this, the few people were momentarily stunned. Then they continued, You don't mean you want us to go in front of zombie and pluck its hair, do you? He said, Don't worry. I'm not foolish enough to send you to your death. She said, So what should we do? Zombie won't come to us willingly. Once these words were spoken, the vampire clan queen sitting beside also curiously looked at Dr. Jamin. However, Dr. Jamin remained silent. At this moment, his assistant, green-haired guy, took out a can of green liquid from his clothes. He said, We can handle this small matter. The bottle contained zombies' genes. The few individuals who saw this scene were suddenly shocked. They quickly asked how green-haired guy obtained it. Not long ago, a girl obtained zombies' genes. So she had spies secretly draw a tube of blood from her body. So sometimes spies can still be very useful. Then we can start the experiment next. Just like that. After spending a few months peacefully. This is Launchie's second visit to the hospital to see the chief president. At this point, Chief President spoke. Before I fell into a coma, I told you to spread the message. Did you do it or not? Rest assured. I sent out the satellite communication as soon as I received the message. And it was marked as a red alert emergency. By the way, here we are talking about voice-controlled bombs and a prison with thousands of layers. How come in the end, it was a woman who rescued them? The chief president, who heard this, was quick to say that this incident was different. That woman couldn't be explained by science at all. The bombs were clearly about to explode, but she managed to forcefully push them down. As soon as this was said, Launchie's expression immediately turned serious. Well, it looks like this matter is no longer something we can handle. I believe the Prime Minister must have received the message by now. Meanwhile, in a certain underground ruin, some artifacts from different time periods unexpectedly appeared. The exploration team that witnessed this scene couldn't help but let out a gasp of astonishment. Just at that moment, a team member received an urgent message. Immediately, they walked up to report that the Prime Minister has an urgent situation that requires your personal attention. Can you believe it? A zombie was what destroyed human civilization thousands of years ago. Not long ago, humans discovered a technologically advanced underground ancient city. Just as the Prime Minister was preparing to continue the exploration, a body sitting upright at the gate suddenly caught their attention. The onlookers were all astonished at the scene. Is this the remains of an ancient person? Why does it look no different from us now? At this moment, the Prime Minister said, This person has 134 fractures all over the body, as if crushed by some monster. The most frightening thing is that all the body tissues have been completely burned to ashes. That's why it has not decayed for thousands of years. At best, it is just an empty shell. It no longer holds any research value. The subordinate next to me also said that this place seems to have experienced a major battle. I didn't expect technology to be so advanced. It couldn't even stop the destruction from happening. He then reported to the Prime Minister. Some time ago, Abnormal Entity Academy recruited a capable president. It was him who captured Dr. Jamin. But recently, for some reason, just as they captured Jamin, he was rescued again. And Chief President also suffered serious injuries. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister immediately turned around and said, "Let's go back now." But at this moment, a researcher suddenly discovered something strange. He then curiously reached out to touch it with his hand. The next second, the originally quiet machine suddenly started to vibrate loudly. Immediately, countless blue lasers began to converge in the direction of the gate. In the end, it actually formed a human shape. The onlookers were shocked to see this scene. The machines have been damaged for 1,000 years, yet they can still function. At this moment, the human from the 3D projection suddenly spoke, saying, "I never expected to see a human with such a powerful physique." Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately shouted loudly, "Be careful, Prime Minister." But the Prime Minister calmly replied, "It's nothing. Just a projection. What is there to be afraid of?" At this point, the projection spoke again. "I can make you even more powerful, as long as you can promise to defend human civilization to the death." But before he could finish his sentence, the Prime Minister interrupted him, saying, "Protecting human civilization has always been our own responsibility. Now I just want to know why you are approaching extinction." However, the projection that heard this did not respond. Instead, a strange human face was projected above their head. It turns out that more than 1,000 years ago, the Earth did not have just 2 continents as it does now. At that time, the Earth was divided into 7 continents and 8 oceans. Moreover, there were over 100 countries. In order to become more powerful, people integrated all the resources. Technology has thus entered the era of its peak. Things like spaceships are just appetizers. Especially after the advances in Iron Mech. Aliens are like ants in front of us, completely not our opponents. As for those underground monsters, there's no need to mention them. Any Iron Mech can easily annihilate them. But even with such advanced technology, their civilization was ultimately destroyed. And it was destroyed by a single zombie. Upon hearing this, several people were shocked. They never imagined that the civilization that was destroyed in the past century was done by the seemingly silly and cute zombie right in front of them. This is a golden arm, created by the previous civilization. Just putting it on will give you unprecedented power. But the man in front of him treated the arm as an antique and collected it. Not long ago, the projection in the ancient city told the modern Prime Minister. This seemingly silly and cute zombie turned out to be the mastermind behind the destruction of the entire civilization. The subordinates who witnessed this scene couldn't help but step forward and say, "The Prime Minister, this guy couldn't be deceiving us, right?" However, the Prime Minister said, "Ancient people, they shouldn't joke about such matters. And have you noticed? Zombies have been around in this world since we were born." Another subordinate also said, "We created so many academies just to fight against those zombies, right? Although we have been constantly suppressing and fighting against zombies, we still cannot completely solve the problem. Is it because of this zombie in front of us?" At this moment, the Prime Minister turned to the projection and said, "Since this zombie is so terrifying, how should we deal with it?" The projection hurriedly responded that its time was running out. It mentioned that the previous civilization placed too much emphasis on technological advancement, while the current generation took a completely different path. It revealed that cultivating the body could also achieve such great heights. As it finished speaking, the large door behind it suddenly rotated, and a golden arm appeared before everyone. The projection explained that this arm was the pinnacle of technology at the time. As it started to fade away, it warned once again that no matter what kind of group appears in the world, only zombies are the greatest enemy of humanity. The Prime Minister quickly instructed his subordinates to collect the mysterious golden arm that was in front of them. Then, facing the disappeared projection, they bowed and said, "Rest assured, predecessors, this world will be guarded by us in the future." After completing these tasks, he then said to everyone, "Let's go!" The equipment here is no longer of any use. Upon hearing this, his subordinate quickly asked, "Are we going to find the person in the video now?" The Prime Minister replied as he evacuated towards the outside. "Let's go deal with Dr. Jamin first. After all, the world is so big and there are so many zombies. Trying to find the guy is like finding a needle in a haystack." At the same time, over in City H, Zoe also received the news that the Prime Minister was coming back. Immediately, he said to Zombie, "The Prime Minister is coming back. Notify all the cadres to attend the meeting. You should go too." Zombie, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned. Who is the Prime Minister? Why do they want me to attend the meeting as well? And so it was. Another week passed. In a certain laboratory at this moment, Dr. Jamin could be seen murmuring to a petri dish. "Ha ha ha. Success? Finally success. The greatest research in history is about to be born." However, just as Dr. Jamin was still immersed in joy, the vampire clan head butler hiding on the side watched. The coin in his hand couldn't help but complain. He was already tired of living a life of hiding every day. Now, he could barely afford to eat. Thinking of this, Leon couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. However, just at that moment, his subordinate suddenly leaned in and whispered to his ear, saying, "Brother Leon, don't be sad. We are a noble vampire clan. Why don't we try some side gigs to earn extra money?" Leon, upon hearing this, looked disdainful and said, "I will not sell my looks. Don't even think about it." However, the subordinate said, "Selling looks? Where is that as profitable as robbing a bank? Before, when I came by, I found a bank. The staff there are exceptionally slow in handling tasks. Their actions are also particularly sluggish. With our skills, we should be able to resolve the battle within 10 seconds. As long as we are fast enough, they won't be able to catch up with us at all. When we have money by then, we won't have to go through such tough days." Hearing this, Leon became more and more excited. Then, with a fierce look in his eyes, he said, Very good. Let's go make a big move in City H." Something bad happened. Zombie's bank was actually robbed. And as Minister Bieber of the Financial Department of City H. At this moment, he is even angrier and about to transform. Not long ago, because of the Prime Minister's return. So he called all the presidents to headquarters for a meeting. Soon, a subordinate walked into the office to report, "The Prime Minister, the presidents are all present. The meeting can now begin." Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister quickly put on his helmet. Then he followed the convoy and began to move towards the headquarters. However, just as Zombie arrived at City G to prepare for the meeting, the hometown of City H has been targeted by several mysterious guys. Just saw Leon squatting on the street saying, "Why hasn't it started yet after so long?" But he had just finished speaking. At this moment, a van stopped right in front of him. Leon hurriedly called his subordinates to get on the car. Later, he picked up the gun in the car and said, "Is everything ready? Make sure nothing goes wrong." At this time, a chicken head came over and said, "Don't worry. I have checked it out. This is the time with the fewest people. Remember, we are professionals at robbing banks." After saying that, they picked up their guns and headed towards Zombie Public Bank. If they knew that the bank they were robbing belonged to Zombie, I wonder what they would think. Gunshots rang out in the bank lobby shortly after. Leon was ecstatic at the moment. It was his first time seeing so much money. Meanwhile, at the financial department, Bieber was seen holding a cup of coffee and asking if the financial statements for the past 2 months were ready. The subordinate, who heard this, quickly reported, "The total revenue of City H for the past 2 months amounts to 435.6 billion yuan. He said, "Are you sure? Let's double check. I, as Zombie's most capable subordinate, absolutely cannot allow any slightest financial mistake to occur in City H." But as soon as he finished speaking, a thick smoke started rising from the zombie bank not far away. It turned out that Leon had already completed the robbery. At this moment, he was driving a van and preparing to escape. And when Bieber learned this news, he was stunned. Who would dare to rob at City H? At the entrance of a certain 5-star hotel at this moment, Leon is seen laughing heartily in the car. Ha ha ha. We finally have money. But just then, an angry voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Leon quickly looked back from the car window. However, the moment he saw Bieber, he was instantly frightened and shivered. No way, how could it actually be him? Then he got back into the car and said, "You 4 idiots, which bank did you actually rob?" He said, "I don't know either. I don't recognize characters." At this time, another partner holding a dictionary said, "It seems like we are robbing Zombie Public Bank." Leon, upon hearing these words, instantly felt like dying. Then, he quietly leaned over to the car window and looked back. It was quite a sight. Leon was immediately scared, his features twisted in terror. I see. Bieber at this moment is so angry that he's about to transform. Do you know how terrifying Bieber is when he gets angry? He just threw a punch towards the ground. He actually sent cars flying into the sky within a radius of 100 miles. Zombie just arrived at the headquarters for a meeting not long ago. I didn't expect that my City H was stolen by a few idiots. As the chief financial officer of City H, Bieber naturally cannot let them go. He quickly caught up by following the scent. When Leon saw that it was Bieber who was chasing after him, he was suddenly taken aback. Immediately, he urged his companion. "Quick, drive," he said. "That guy is the most mysterious psychic collected by Zombie in the 800 AD. However, before he could finish his sentence, Bieber had already leapt into the air. Immediately after, he threw a punch that landed heavily on a large stone pillar. The next second, cars within hundreds of kilometers around began to float. Leon and the others who witnessed the scene were dumbfounded. This unknown_4 is really exaggerated. But before they could think further, Bieber had already locked his gaze on them. Leon knew that this time, he probably couldn't escape. Immediately, he rolled over and came to the roof of the car saying, "You guys go back and tell Zarina that I will take care of this guy," he said. "So many years have passed. Just because we are all head butlers now, I don't believe you are that powerful." But he didn't finish his words. At this moment, Bieber already threw a punch at him. He said, "Do you still want to compete with me? You simply don't have the qualification, right?" After saying that, Bieber punched him and sent him flying out. The other 2 partners who witnessed this scene were stunned. How come even Zombie's subordinates are so strong? Meanwhile, on the other side, in the headquarters lobby, presidents from all cities have gathered together. Just then, the Prime Minister finally rushed over. "Hello everyone. I have thoroughly understood the matter of Dr. Jamin escaping. But before that, I want to show you all something," he said, and then had his subordinate bring out Golden Arm, who had been taken out from the ancient city. The crowd seeing this thing all displayed looks of confusion one after another. At this moment, the Prime Minister explained, "This arm was found by me accidentally in the ancient city. It represents the crystallization of ancient tech." At this moment, everyone present was suddenly taken aback. Just this seemingly ordinary arm is actually the crystallization of ancient tech. The president of Stick Club excitedly exclaimed, "With ancient technology, Dr. Jamin and that strange woman can be easily defeated by us, right?" However, the Prime Minister spoke up and said, "We don't need to use ancient tech to deal with them. I have someone else in mind that I need to deal with." According to the descriptions by ancient people, there exists a terrifying monster on Earth, and it was this monster that led to the extinction of ancient civilizations. The chief president, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned. Immediately, a certain figure appeared in his mind. Zoe, on the other hand, exclaimed in surprise, "The Prime Minister? You're not joking, are you? What kind of monster can exterminate the technologically advanced ancient people?" Just as the Prime Minister was speaking sternly about how dangerous this monster was, Zombie suddenly approached him, staring at the arm in deep thought. Where did he feel like he had seen this thing before? Unexpectedly, Zombie's identity was eventually discovered by the Prime Minister. But just as he was preparing to take action against Zombie, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared in the air with a swish. Not long ago, the Prime Minister shared at the meeting about his observations and experiences in the ancient city. When Zoe and the others heard that the destruction of the previous civilization was caused by a monster, suddenly confused, they asked, "So where could this monster be?" The Prime Minister said that he was also unsure. The ancient people only shared an image of the monster before completely disappearing. At that moment, Zombie suddenly looked up and said, "So how should we use this golden arm?" The Prime Minister hurriedly said in response, "It's very simple. Just wear it on your hand and press the button in the middle. So we need to find the monster as soon as possible and eliminate it quickly." Upon hearing this, Zombie immediately agreed and said that he would definitely help. But at this moment, the Prime Minister suddenly felt as if he had left something behind. Immediately, he quickly turned to the side and carefully examined Zombie. The naked gaze made Zombie feel a little embarrassed, unexpected given the passage of time. Just as he was still looking bewildered, the Prime Minister suddenly exclaimed loudly, "It's actually you!" He then hurriedly reached out towards the golden arm in the center of the stage. The crowd watching the scene all showed puzzled expressions. But before they could think about it further, a figure suddenly flew over from a distance. After a loud bang, that figure instantly pierced a hole through the building. Not only that, he continued with undiminished momentum and charged towards the conference hall. After the dust settled, it was discovered that Leon had been punched and sent flying by Bieber. Zoe and Lanchi, who witnessed this scene, were suddenly confused. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flew in from the distance. With a thud, unexpectedly, it was Bieber who also chased over, watching as Leon was flown into the building by his own actions. At this moment, Bieber still doesn't feel quite relieved. And at this moment, the dazed Leon intermittently shouted, "Please hit the like button!" Zoe also noticed Bieber outside at this time. Immediately in disbelief, she said, "Isn't this Zombie psychic? Why did he suddenly come here?" Hearing this, Zombie was also momentarily stunned. He said, "Why is Bieber suddenly acting so recklessly?" Just at that moment, one of the Prime Minister's men suddenly reported, "Please pay attention, Presidents. The person outside is not human, but a zombie." To see a zombie daring to swagger here, the Presidents, who are considered the ceiling of human combat effectiveness, couldn't help but be unable to endure. Someone yelled out, "Stinky zombie! Do you know where this place is? You are too arrogant." The words of the president of Stick Club had not been finished yet when Bieber kicked him right in the mouth. Immediately after that, another punch landed right next to him on the already injured chief president's body. In an instant, the two of them were instantly sent flying out by Bieber. Lily and Zoe, who saw this scene, were dumbfounded. They said, "Why do we always encounter characters of this level? It seems like we humans are so useless." And at this moment, the chief president and the president of Stick Club, who were smashed into the wall, were also speechless. Why is it always us who get injured? Just then, Bieber in the air suddenly dispersed, emitting a large amount of black particles. He said, "You dare to obstruct me from doing my job? Then you can all just die for me." Lily, who saw the scene, hurriedly said, "What is this thing?" Zoe behind her also looked frightened and exclaimed loudly, "Never touch this black substance." However, just as everyone was unsure of what to do, at this moment, Zombie suddenly appeared in front of Bieber. With a loud bang, Bieber took a solid punch from Zombie. Bring Your Popcorn and Beer Vampire Clan Queen finally completed her evolution. But just as she was about to seek revenge on Zombie, he was suddenly taken to Golden Arm. The Prime Minister was taken by surprise. not long after Zombie's identity was discovered by the Prime Minister. He immediately wanted to put on gloves and eliminate him. But then suddenly a Bieber came rushing over. The president of the human side is in front of him. Just like an ant-like existence at all. However, just as Bieber was about to kill them all. At this moment, Zombie suddenly appeared in front of him. As he threw out his fist, Bieber was immediately incapacitated by the blow. Not only that, the powerful punch also sent Zoe and her companions flying back. The subordinates, who saw this scene, were all dumbfounded. This Prime Minister, the power of this president is really too strong. However, upon hearing this, the Prime Minister nervously put on the golden arm. He said, "I never expected this guy's strength to be so terrifying. It seems that the ancient people were not lying." Just then, Zombie dragged Bieber to the rooftop on the side. The startled Bieber quickly responded, "Zombie, why are you here too?" Zombie said, "You can't kill these humans yet. After all, it's they who built our city." But he hadn't finished speaking when a black dot suddenly appeared in the sky. The next second, the black dot unexpectedly turned into a total solar eclipse, as legend has it. The crowd who witnessed this scene all revealed expressions of incredulity. In just under 2.5 seconds, the entire world was shrouded in darkness. This eerie phenomenon left people terrified. Soon after, a figure appeared in the sky. That's right. It was the vampire clan queen, who had completed her evolution. At this moment, Golden Arm was activated. The Prime Minister also noticed the anomaly in the sky. On the other side, the Chief President exclaimed in horror, saying loudly, "It's that woman! She's the one who abducted Dr. Jamin." The Queen of the Vampire Clan in the air just chuckled and said, "Zombie, get out! I'm already invincible." As soon as his words fell, several figures appeared next to him in a flash. Leon, who saw the newcomers, quickly and anxiously shouted, "Come and save me!" But the subordinates of the Vampire Clan Queen had just rushed into the conference hall, when suddenly they were sent flying out again by the Prime Minister. With a loud bang, those two subordinates were promptly handed their box meals on the spot. Upon seeing this scene, the Vampire Clan Queen angrily said, "Humans, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs." However, the Prime Minister gave instructions to his subordinates, saying, "There will be a big battle here later. Quickly evacuate the citizens." Upon saying this, he immediately threw a punch towards the Vampire Clan Queen, but the punch missed. She said, "A tiny ant dares to attack me?" At this moment, the Vampire Clan Queen was completely enraged. She then used her long legs to deliver a swift kick to the Prime Minister's chin with a bang. Seeing this scene, Zoe and a few others were completely shocked. This woman is so powerful. It feels like the Prime Minister is no match for her. On the other side, Bieber was also watching the aerial battle and said, "Zombie, it seems like they are fighting." But Zombie just waved his hand and said they are fighting their own battles. It's none of our business. When the strongest warrior among humans encounters the Queen of the Vampire Clan from 1,000 years ago, who will ultimately have the upper hand in the battle between them? Not long ago, the Vampire Clan Queen completed her evolution, just as she was about to seek revenge on Zombie. However, a top human expert suddenly appeared on the way, just at the moment when the two engaged in battle. The Vampire Clan Queen kicked him flying with one kick. Later, there was a loud bang that echoed all around. But when the smoke slowly cleared, the Prime Minister, who was kicked by the Vampire Clan Queen, was unharmed. At this time, the phenomenon of the solar eclipse in the sky also gradually dissipated. Just saw the Prime Minister speaking loudly to the Vampire Clan Queen, saying, "Deal with you first. Then go to handle Zombie." She said, "Such arrogance. Just based on you, a mere human, daring to talk about dealing with Zombie." Upon hearing these words, Zoe and the others were suddenly stunned. How did it suddenly come back to Zombie again? And as for Zombie himself, at this moment, he is still earnestly watching the play on the rooftop. Just then, the Prime Minister suddenly activated the golden arm in his hand. In an instant, countless energies began to converge towards the center of the glove. The Vampire Clan Queen, who witnessed the scene, was not worried at all. Instead, she brushed past and went straight towards him. Soon, two figures swiftly flew towards each other like arrows. At the moment when she was about to reach the target, the Vampire Clan Queen clenched her fist tightly. On the other hand, the Prime Minister also concentrated all his strength on his golden arm. Then came a loud bang. The terrifying energy instantly lifted the onlookers off their feet. And at the center of the explosion at this moment, with a crisp sound, the golden arm condensed with the power of the ancient era instantly cracked open. Immediately after that, the Prime Minister was punched by the Queen of the Vampire Clan and was sent flying into a tall building. But with the sound of a cough, the Prime Minister did not suffer too much injury. The Vampire Clan Queen who saw this scene couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the Prime Minister took off the golden arm in his hand and couldn't help but complain. "What a piece of junk ancient tech! I'd rather do it myself." At that moment, the Queen of the Vampire Clan in the distance also commented, "In nearly 1,000 years, you are the most powerful human I have ever seen. If you were born 1,000 years ago, the victor may not have been so clear. It's a pity that the current you is simply not my match." Speaking of which, the Queen of the Vampire Clan swiftly arrived in front of the Prime Minister. But just as she was about to make her move, at this moment, Zoe suddenly flew over in a flash. She swung out her red blade slash. The Vampire Clan Queen quickly dodged the attack with a flash. The terrifying blow left the Vampire Clan Queen looking incredulous. At this moment, Zoe slung the long knife on her shoulder and taunted. Not bad response. Vampire Clan Queen dodged the attack quickly. The terrifying blow left Vampire Clan Queen looking incredulous. At this moment, Zoe hoisted the long knife on her shoulder and taunted. Pretty good reaction. You actually managed to dodge my attack in an instant. But next time, you won't be so lucky. Lanchi, who saw the scene, was suddenly amazed. She said, "Unknown_0 Zoe, how did you suddenly become like this?" On the other side, Lily also immediately activated her transformation. In an instant, she grabbed one of the minions of the Vampire Clan Queen and shouted loudly saying, "Now, immediately right now, hit the like button." So, can Zoe really defeat the fully evolved Vampire Clan Queen? Subscribe to the channel, so you will know what happens next. Do you know what the consequences are if you get bitten by a zombie? Lily is affected by the zombie virus and transforms into a fighting loli. After a few rounds, she beats Sawi so badly that he surrenders. Now that Zoe has learned the secret of the power of clan, she even transformed into her second phase form right in front of the Vampire Clan Queen. Not long ago, the Vampire Clan Queen was about to strike down the minister. At this moment, Zoe suddenly flashed behind him. Just a simple red blade slash was unleashed. The Vampire Clan Queen had to choose to avoid it. This scene made Minister unable to believe his eyes. He didn't expect Zoe's power to suddenly become so strong. And on the other side, Lanchi and others were completely stunned. It feels like Zoe has become a different person. At this moment, the younger sister of the Vampire Clan held back by Lily suddenly said loudly, "Damn it! Don't underestimate us," she said, and then she broke free from Lily's wrist. She then escaped from her control in a few bounces. The move made Lily stunned. She didn't expect it to run away from her hands. At this moment, the younger sister of the Vampire Clan continued to taunt, saying, "Do you think you can trap me with just that? Do you think I'm a pushover?" She said, "Oh really? I'd like to see what you're really made of." As soon as she finished speaking, the little sister from the Vampire Clan rushed towards her. But she hadn't even had time to make a move before Lily kicked her in the chin with a bang. Then Lily bent down, readying herself for another strike. With a swish, she charged toward the little sister of the Vampire Clan in the air. Just as she was about to get close to her, Lily threw another punch with a bang. Lunchy and the others who saw this scene were all dumbfounded. How could Lily's strength be so exaggerated? At this time, the little sister of the vampire clan, who landed hurriedly, flipped over. As she did so, fresh blood flowed from her hand. In an instant, numerous clones of her appeared in the air. But before she could act, Lily kicked her with a bang. At this point, the little sister of the vampire clan was speechless. Is this guy still human? Why can't she handle her at all? Meanwhile, on the other side, the vampire clan queen brushed past in a hurry towards the front. Zoe, who saw this scene, quickly drew her dagger. The city of Tech behind her was instantly split in half. The chief president and several others who witnessed this scene exclaimed it was abnormal. Is this really Zoe's power? Why does this feel a bit different? At this moment, the queen of the vampire clan also sneered and said, "So you've been enhanced too? But I don't have time to waste on you. Go and bring Zombie out for me." She then activated her own power of clan. In an instant, waves of terrifying energy burst out from her body. However, Zoe, who sensed the threat, had no intention of backing down at all. "I know I am not your opponent. But if you think you can challenge Zombie with just this little ability, I advise you to give up." The vampire clan queen was suddenly stunned by these words. But before she could think further, at this moment, Zoe suddenly covered her face and burst into laughter. She said, "Come on! Let me show you my second phase form." Bring your popcorn and beer. Zoe actually activated her second phase form. When facing the attack from the queen of the vampire clan, Zoe just raised her hand and made a swift slash. I didn't expect that she would chop the vampire clan queen into countless pieces. Not long ago, when the vampire clan queen activated the power of clan, Zoe suddenly covered her face and said, "Come on, let me show you my second phase form." And then, the skin on Zoe's face began to fall off in bursts. Lanchi and Chief President, who witnessed this scene, were both dumbfounded. What is she going to do next? However, before they could think further, Zoe suddenly yelled at the sky. 1 second. Countless purple energy then started to scatter from her center. The terrifying energy almost blew away Chief President and others. And the vampire clan queen also had an incredulous look on her face. Just because, at this moment, Zoe has already transformed into another form. Not only did a pair of horns grow on her forehead, even her facial features have become like those of a demon. At this moment, Chief President, with a look of horror on his face, exclaimed loudly, "Is she still human? How did she transform into this terrifying appearance?" At this moment, the vampire clan queen also couldn't believe it and said, "You actually have mastered the power of the clan too." Zombie, who is watching the show downstairs, looks confused. Did I ever teach her how to use the power of the clan? I can't seem to remember. On the other side, Lily is also stunned. She was bitten by Zombie as well. Why is she able to activate the second phase form? Just at this moment, the vampire clan queen suddenly spoke in a cold and loud voice. "Are you so eager to seek death?" she said. "What? Are you planning to scare me to death with your voice? Want my life? Then let's see if you have the ability." With Zoe's voice just falling, vampire clan queen is already here. Just flew to the top of her head. However, facing her sudden attack, Zoe is not flustered at all. Just as the vampire clan queen was about to raise her weapon and strike at her, Zoe quickly drew out the dagger in her hand. At the moment the knife was unsheathed, Zoe even used her own blood to make it sharper. With the upgraded red blade slash unleashed, the vampire clan queen was instantly cut in half. Then Zoe accelerated in an instant. The next second, countless blade aura emerged on the body of the vampire clan queen. The dense blades unexpectedly cut her cells into several pieces. Then came a PU sound. The vampire clan queen was chopped into mincemeat by Zoe just like that. This action shocked everyone present, causing them to show expressions of disbelief one after another. When the investigator reported that Zoe had cut off all cells of that person, the chief president was suddenly terrified and exclaimed loudly, "This is impossible! This is simply too irrational!" Upon hearing this, Lanchi, with a furrowed brow, seemed lost in thought. It is estimated that she also wanted to go find Zombie and bite herself. As for the country president, who serves as the ceiling of human combat power, he was speechless at the moment. How come so many experts have emerged in the academy in just a few months since I went out? However, Zoe does not show any signs of wanting to relax. She just turned her head and said to the air, "You can't be that weak. Or are you planning to hide and carry out a sneak attack?" As soon as her voice fell, the vampire clan queen in the air began to gather again. The woman just lifted her hand and made a cut. She actually split the earth into two halves. Not long ago, when Zoe activated her second phase form, a casual slash cut the vampire clan queen into countless pieces. But at this moment, the blood chunks in the air began to coagulate again, under the continuous recombination of flesh and blood. Before long, the vampire clan queen appeared unscathed in front of everyone. Both the chief president and the president of Stick Club were stunned by the scene. Are they still considered human? At this time, Zombie, who was watching the show on the side, suddenly whispered that Zarina was going to get serious. He said that, and then he jumped in another direction with Bieber. But at this moment, Zoe in the field still said casually, "That clueless guy told me you are a 1,000-year-old monster. Indeed, you cannot be described by common sense." Country president, upon hearing this, was stunned. But just as he was about to make a move, Golden Arm, whose hand had already transformed, suddenly showed a reaction. On the other side, Zombie, accompanied by Bieber, had already arrived at the best viewing spot. At this moment, the queen of the vampire clan in the arena suddenly lifted her hand. The next second, the clear sky suddenly turned dark with thick clouds. However, Zoe, who witnessed this scene, was completely composed. She even took an attacking stance and said, "Come on! Let me see your true strength!" She brushed up into the sky with a single sound. The vampire clan queen, who saw this scene, quickly drew the long sword in her hand. The next second, a skyscraper hundreds of meters high was cut into more than a dozen pieces. With a bang, those buildings that were cut quickly rushed towards Zoe in the air. But facing the rapidly approaching buildings, Zoe only raised her hand and made a single cut. The dozens of meters thick concrete wall was cut in half. But at that moment, the vampire clan queen suddenly appeared in front of her. Taking advantage of Zoe's lack of reaction, she punched her hard. Zoe, in pain, did not hold back her strength either. She only saw her gather up all her strength and strike towards the vampire clan queen. The next second, the enormous blade aura actually cut Sidious in half. Lanchi and the others who witnessed this scene were so scared that even their drawing style changed. Even Zombie couldn't help but let out a "Wow! When this woman gets violent, it's really scary." Not good, not good. The ancient era that was destroyed by Zombie has revived. Not long ago, Zoe made a normal slash with her sword. I didn't expect that in an instant, she would cut Sidious into two halves. However, despite this, the vampire clan queen didn't seem to be hurt at all. Lanchi, who saw the scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too abnormal." He was cut like this and still didn't die. His strength is stronger than the country president's. However, the country president she mentioned is currently facing some trouble, just because he can't take off the golden arm he put on. Just then, Zoe brushed and flew to a large glass in the great summer. She hadn't even stood firm yet, when the vampire clan queen rushed over. Next came a thud. Zoe was once again kicked in the chin by her. At this point, the vampire clan queen raised her hand to gather a surge of energy. The next second, Zoe slammed into a skyscraper with a bang. she said. Don't think you're so great just because you've activated second phase form. In front of me, you're nothing. Lanchi and a few others who heard this were already beyond shocked. It's like a battle of gods. However, just as they were exchanging blows, at this moment, the country president on the other side underwent a mutation. What happened? Why did this glove suddenly attack my right hand? Just when the minister was still looking confused, some golden energy suddenly appeared in his blood. Immediately, a voice sounded in his mind. "Ha-ha. Let your body be my vessel for now." That's right. The voice is the ancient person from the ancient ruins earlier. On the other side, Zoe, who was knocked out, finally regained consciousness. She pulled out the long knife stuck in her chest and said, "I can't control you. But how can you do anything to me?" Seeing how insane Zoe's combat power is, Lanchi even grabbed Zombie's clothes and said, "I also want to become like them." But Zombie said it's not possible. After all, women who transform are just too violent. However, at that moment, a loud noise suddenly came from afar. The sound made everyone present stunned. What's going on? Why did suddenly feel a terrifying pressure? The chief president next to me looked at the sky in horror. Originally, at this moment, a huge creature appeared in the sky out of nowhere. Accompanied by it was a terrifying laugh. Ha ha ha. I have finally succeeded in resurrecting. Bring your popcorn and beer. The ancient civilization that has been consolidated for 2 centuries is appearing again. He not only easily handled the vampire clan queen and the transformed Zoe. He even forced Zombie with just one move, directly transforming into the third phase form. Not long ago, since the country president brought along the golden arm, he found that he couldn't take it off no matter what. Soon, a voice came from inside the glove. Let your body become my vessel for a while. The minister never expected that the golden arm turned out to be a conspiracy of that ancient person. As the blood fusion came to an end, the next second, a huge figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Just then, with a loud crash, the machine stomped and collapsed a whole city with just one step. The people in the city were all stunned at this moment. What kind of monster is this exactly? At this time, there was another deafening crash. The building where Zombie was located was instantly smashed to pieces. Zombie quickly bounced back and forth among the ruins upon seeing the situation. It turns out he was rescuing the presidents, who were unable to retreat in time. But just as he had thrown everyone out. At this moment, the mech in the air suddenly reached out and grabbed him. After catching Zombie, the mech quickly clenched its fist. However, at this moment, the vampire clan queen suddenly flashed and disappeared. Zoe saw this and hurriedly chased after her. I didn't expect that. The two of them brushed past each other like this and arrived at the top of Mech's head. The minister, who had just come to his senses, shouted angrily. "What do you want to do?" he said. "I'm sorry, youngster. For the sake of a better future for humanity, I have to sacrifice you." As soon as his words fell, a brand new mech suit covered his body. The chief president, who saw this scene, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The nearby president of Steel Club was even more frightened and couldn't even speak. Just at that moment, Zoe, who was right overhead, suddenly noticed that Mech seemed to have something in his hand. It turns out that Zombie was being pinched by Mech at that moment. The queen of the vampire clan, who witnessed this scene, hurriedly rushed towards the ancient person, followed by Zoe. However, with a loud bang, their combined attack was easily resolved by the ancient person. With a brushing sound, the two of them were even more restrained by the ancient person. He said, "We have been researching Zombie's genes for several centuries. You two women actually use them as stimulants. How shallow." At this moment, Zombie in the distance activated the second phase form under the pressure from Mech, causing him to rotate 360 degrees in place. Then Mech's fingers began to rotate along with it. Then it affected his entire mechanical arm, and Zombie took advantage of this opportunity to leap up, wanting to blow up his head directly. But with a bang, the other arm of the mech came crashing down again. At this moment, the ancient person in the distance opened his arms and loudly said, "It has been 1,000 years. Do you know how I have spent these 1,000 years?" Looking at Zombie, who is struggling to support himself at this moment, the ancient person excitedly said loudly, "Come on! What are you waiting for? Show your ultimate form." As soon as he finished speaking, Zombie slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes looked harmless to both humans and animals. Can you believe it? Zombie actually has a fourth form. Not long ago, under the pressure of mech, Zombie activated the third phase form. With a loud bang, that mechanical arm was instantly lifted off by Zombie. The vampire clan queen who saw this scene instantly widened her own eyes. But at this moment, the ancient mech showed not a hint of fear. He even boasted, "Are you looking down on me? You monster!" Upon hearing this, Zombie was momentarily stunned. He retorted, "Compared to me, you seem more like a monster." At this moment, Lanchi, who was spectating on the ground, was completely dumbfounded. What on earth is this unknown_4? At this moment, Zombie suddenly accelerated, rushing straight towards the head of that mech. Ancient person, who saw this scene, immediately snorted coldly. The next moment, the hatch of the mech slowly opened with a creaking sound. Soon, rows of robots were seen crawling out from inside. Is this ancient technology? At this moment, both the chief president and the president of Stick Club were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe. But these robots that looked very powerful. In front of Zombie, they were as fragile as paper. With a tearing sound, the robot was instantly torn in half by Zombie. They saw more and more robots approaching. Zombie immediately tightened his fist to gather strength. Then everyone just heard a loud bang. Those robots were instantly turned into scrap metal by Zombie. At this moment, Ancient Person bumped his fist and said, "Have I still not made you use your full strength? So in the next few moves, let's see how you block." As soon as he finished speaking, several giant mechs appeared out of thin air. Chief President, who saw this scene, immediately got angry and said loudly, "If we keep fighting like this, Zombie won't die, but we will be doomed first." The ancient person continued to shout, "On the last night before dawn, I saw that this is not your true self." This statement caused Zombie to pause for a moment, but before he could think further, ancient person controlled the giant, and mech then rushed towards him with a roar. With a loud bang, that powerful punch aura actually directly destroyed more than half of the city. Zombie was even under his strike. He was smashed to the moon in outer space with a loud crash. The blow left Zombie confused, although it didn't cause him any harm at all. At this moment, the minister inside Ancient Person suddenly exclaimed angrily, "Look at what you've done! Is this the result you wanted?" But he didn't have the chance to finish his words. At this point, Ancient Person interrupted loudly, saying, "Shut up! Zombie, this time I must get rid of you." He then teleported the giant mech to the moon. At this moment, Lanchi and the others on the ground were beyond shocked. Only because the giant mech unexpectedly planned to destroy the moon as well. Little did they expect that the moon would be punctured by the ancient civilization. However, Zombie was completely unharmed. Even with just one punch, he turned all the mechs into scrap metal. Not long ago, Zombie was punched and sent flying to the moon. Immediately after, the mech from Ancient Era also followed and caught up. But at this moment, Zombie suddenly, he dodged his attack by flashing to the side. Then he made a jump on the spot and appeared in front of that mech. The chief president, who saw this on Earth, exclaimed, "So amazing!" At this moment, Zombie suddenly bent down in the air and gathered strength. The next second, he fiercely punched the mech in the eye. With a series of banging sounds, the ancient mech immediately collapsed on the surface of the moon. At the same time, the ancient person on Earth also looked shocked. Just then, the minister inside him suddenly said loudly, I have read the information about Zombie. He not only manages City H very well, but also creates billions of dollars in tax revenue for us. Sometimes, he has even helped us humans more than once. I want to know why we can't live together with him." The ancient person who heard this immediately retorted and said, "Shut up." Later, he looked up at the moon in the sky and sighed. He said, "How we wish for peaceful coexistence. But look at his current state. Does it look like he is capable of peaceful coexistence?" Originally, zombies were supposed to be just a weak group. But I don't know why. Suddenly, this guy appeared. And the survival of our humanity all depends on his likes and dislikes. Do you think? Can we allow such a creature to survive in the world? Therefore, those not of our kind must be eliminated. As soon as his voice fell, the mech in the sky began to reassemble once again. After 2.5 minutes, the ancient mech not only successfully reverted to its original state, but also had an extremely sharp long sword in its hand. At this moment, the ancient person suddenly shouted loudly, "God's wrath!" The next second, all the mechs in the space began to move. With the sound of "Pu pu pu," our poor moon was punctured by them like this. But even so, Zombie at this moment has nothing to do. Later, he even sneered and said, "Sometimes, it's not the bigger size that means stronger strength." Upon hearing these words, the ancient person suddenly felt a great sense of crisis. But before he could react, Zombie suddenly raised his hand and made a gesture as if firing a gun. The next second, all the ancient mechs shattered instantly. Even the entire moon couldn't help but tremble. Such a terrifying sense of oppression made Lanchi feel very uneasy. Immediately, he shouted to the surrounding president that it was no longer safe here. Quickly evacuate the surrounding residents from here. As soon as he finished speaking, Zombie suddenly appeared in front of Ancient Person, immediately followed by a booming punch that hit Ancient Person in the face. The powerful force instantly knocked him into the depths of the ocean. However, that's not all. At this moment, Zombie inserted both hands into the ground. So, everyone, guess what he is planning to do? Bring your popcorn and beer. Zombie's ultimate third phase form is here. Facing the high-tech mech of Ancient Person, Zombie only needs to raise his hand to wave. The next second, the Ancient Person instantly turned into scrap metal. Not long ago, Zombie angrily threw Ancient Person into the sea. Facing this sudden attack, Ancient Person is also shocked at the moment. And the presidents in the city are evacuating people from all over the place. But just as Lanchi was about to evacuate while holding a baby, at that moment, the ground beneath her suddenly began to shake. It turned out that Zombie was using both hands to claw at the earth. The onlookers, upon seeing this scene, all displayed expressions of fear. With a click sound, the area where Zombie was located instantly cracked open. Immediately after, everyone felt a tremor similar to an earthquake. At this time, Zombie is exerting force once again. The next second, the surrounding ground was torn apart by him abruptly. In an instant, a crack of tens of thousands of meters appeared in the city center. The chief president, who saw this scene, was stunned. Lanchi, on the other hand, accidentally fell into the crack. However, despite this, the crack continued to extend steadily. Before long, even the ocean was split in half. On the other side, the president of the Stick Club hurried to rescue Lanchi. However, at this moment, Lanchi saw an unbelievable scene. Only to see the Ancient Person, who had been smashed into the sea, suddenly surfaced. The next second, Zombie slammed a punch on that person's body. The powerful force directly smashed Ancient Person into the mountain peak. "Damn it. This guy's strength is too terrifying," he said. "See that, younger generation? This is the destructive power of Zombie." However, he hadn't finished speaking yet. At that moment, a tsunami suddenly rose up from the sea. Yes, it was indeed Zombie unleashing its ultimate form. The minister, who saw the scene, was suddenly shocked. What kind of creature is this guy after all? Zoe is also very confused. How can Zombie transform form again? The vampire clan queen next to me is speechless. How come I have never seen her before? However, the ancient person at this moment excitedly said loudly, "Haha, that's right. Before dawn disappears, the face I see is indeed this one." Saying that, he accelerated and flew up into the sky, watching Zombie, who had completely liberated its form at this moment. Bieber was suddenly horrified and exclaimed loudly, "I didn't expect that. The ancient person is doomed." He said that, and then with a bang, he hurriedly ran outside. And at this moment, the ancient person in the sky burst into loud laughter and shouted, "Come on! I have been waiting for this battle for 1,000 years." But before he could finish his words, Zombie suddenly raised his hand and waved. The next moment, the mech on the ancient person's body shattered instantly. At this moment, Zombie clenched his fists again with a click. The ancient person was also immediately crumpled up. At that moment, a surge of energy suddenly shot straight into the sky. Instantly, the ancient person was blasted into scrap metal. After losing control of the ancient person, the minister was finally freed from the shackles. But at this point, he was already on the verge of death. The presidents who saw this scene couldn't help but cry out, "It's over. The country president is going to die." But just then, Zombie suddenly snapped his fingers at the minister. The next second, the cells in his body began to reorganize again. Bring your popcorn and beer, Zombie finally realized his long-standing dream. Not only did he let the zombies under his control help humans rebuild their homes, he even provided loans to the vampire family to settle down and start businesses in the city. Not long ago, Zombie transformed into his ultimate form. Just a gentle lift of the hand. Instantly, he killed the arrogant ancient person. At this moment, the body possessed by the minister is finally liberated. At this moment, Zombie suddenly raised his hand and pointed at him. The next second, the minister's body began to reorganize again. Both the chief president and the minister were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The queen of the vampire clan next to them was even more disbelief written all over her face. Zoe also widened her eyes and exclaimed loudly, "I can't believe it can be done this way." At this moment, the minister suddenly woke up from unconsciousness. When he looked to the side and saw Zombie reaching out to save him. At this moment, the minister finally understood why ancient person was willing to kill him at all costs. Just because Zombie is too powerful. And it's a kind of power that is deeply frightening. With his existence, I'm afraid there is no human who wouldn't feel scared. Just like that, ancient person's battle was ultimately ended by Zombie's swift kill. The spectators on the ground witnessing it at the moment couldn't be described as anything less than shocked. Just at that moment, Zoe suddenly appeared in front of Zombie in a flash. He said, "Oh, it's Zoe. How's it going? Is the power of clan useful?" At this moment, Zoe returned to her human form and angrily exclaimed, "How dare you? What a useful fart. Look at what you've done. Our house is gone." Zombie tore the earth apart with his bare hands. He instantly ripped a hole in the ground, causing the southern continent to shift over 100 kilometers due to this event. And so, 2 months quickly passed. Due to human evacuation before the Great War, they did not suffer significant harm. However, the rebuilding of their homes was all entrusted to Zombie's citizens. At this moment in the office, the country president looked at the data in front of him and fell into deep thought. The information displayed only showed the complete data of Zombie from first form to fourth form. Faced with such terrifying Zombie, what choice will the minister make? Suddenly, Inspector Clara walked in holding a cup of coffee and said, "Country President, did you call me for something?" He said, "I heard you visited City H last time. How about this, buy some eggs later? Let's go visit the newly appointed Chief President of City H." On the other side, Vampire's new city is also gradually getting underway. Leon is the person in charge of this project. At this moment, Vampa Girl stepped forward and said, "Brother Leon, where did you get this money from?" However, upon hearing this, Leon broke out in a cold sweat. It turns out that all his money was loaned to him by Bieber, Zombie said. Instead of letting them rob a bank and cause trouble, it's better to just lend the money to them. According to the interest rate of 20 points, they would have to work for us for at least 300 years to pay it off. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but think to himself, indeed, capitalists are truly evil. As for the vampire clan queen at this moment, she has been scared into shutting herself off by the zombie. She didn't expect that zombie still has a fourth form and wants to defeat her. It's probably impossible in this lifetime. She said, "Darn it! I refuse to believe that in this world, there isn't anyone who can be Zombie's opponent." Zombie's wish for zombies to coexist with humans has finally been realized. But what he didn't know is that in an underground city left by some ancient civilization, a man suddenly appeared before the remains of that ancient person. "I didn't expect that the newcomer turned out to be the long-lost Dr. Jamin," he said. "Zombie, just you wait for me. As long as I am still alive, I will never give up." Do you know how terrifying a self-disciplined zombie is? He is called Zombie. Zombie means zombie. His age is unknown. The time of his death is unknown. He only remembers still being in school when he turned into a zombie. At that time, he was still very weak and could only mindlessly charge forward with the rest of the troops. But one day, humans actually refined zombies into corpse oil and even invented a perpetual motion machine powered by zombies. So in order to protect himself, he had to exercise daily. He swims around the earth a few times every day. He also eats protein powder as food. Even in the evening, he has to do some aerobics. In this way, after not knowing how long he had been exercising, he became bald. He also became stronger. And he can also transform into various forms during battle. But he becomes extremely unstable in this state. Sometimes, he even accidentally destroys a civilization. But despite this, he still wants to be friends with humans. So he began to try to help humans solve all kinds of troubles. So, under his relentless efforts, a city belonging to zombies was finally established. But at this moment, he suddenly realized a very serious problem. Because of being too powerful, it has caused humans to be very afraid of themselves now. Suddenly, a bell rang outside the door. Zombie hastily opened the door and said, "Who is it?" To his surprise, it was Zoe, who had come early in the morning to hurry him to work. Quickly, after finishing washing up, Zombie headed to Abnormal Entity Academy. At this moment in the gymnasium, Launchy is delivering an impassioned opening speech on the stage. Seeing that the time is almost up, Launchy promptly waves his hand and speaks loudly. Next, let's invite our newly appointed Chief President Zombie to come up and say a few words. As soon as her words fell, the students in the audience loudly said, "Chief President, hello," to Zombie. He looked at the neatly arranged new students in front of him. At this moment, Zombie was a bit puzzled. Immediately, he awkwardly touched his bald head and said, "Good morning, everyone. Don't forget to hit the like button while watching the video." At this point, the teacher in the audience quietly said, "President, your seat has been changed." Upon hearing this, the former chief president hurriedly interrupted him, saying, "There's nothing I can do. Who asked me to be unable to beat him?" At the same time, in the minister's office. Just then, Inspector Clara suddenly rushed in anxiously. She said, "Something's not right. It seems like things have escalated." She then handed a mobile phone to the minister and said, "This is a call from the country president." The country president, who heard this, was suddenly shocked. He thought to himself, "It seems that I can't escape this after all." Can't be true. Can't be true. Zombie has actually started to degenerate. In front of Zoe acted as a beast-eared girl transformed into an obedient maid. Behind, the tall and slender Lanchi bunny girl offers intimate services. Even the Sundara president of the Steel Club has become a private chef, just to be able to make a high-class plate of exquisite sushi for Zombie. Not long ago, the country president was just about to go and give a gift to Zombie when he received a call from the country president. He said he didn't expect the resurrection of the ancient person to be known by everyone around the world. Inspector Clara, who heard this, looked surprised. She said, "We clearly didn't tell anyone." However, the minister said, "Such a big thing, how could it be kept secret?" Now the conference is about to start. Just thinking about it really gives people a headache. By the way, how are the eggs I asked you to buy? Have you prepared them? Inspector Clara, who heard this, was in a hurry. She picked up 2 bags and said, "They are all here." That's it. The minister personally brought gifts to the zombie family's door. He thought to himself, since I have already made him the chief president, fulfilling the duties as president should not be a problem, right? The minister pressed Zombie's doorbell with a nostalgic mood. But to the minister's surprise, Zoe opened the door instead. Most surprising of all, Zoe was even dressed in a beautiful maid outfit. The minister, who saw this scene, was stunned. He said, "Zoe, what is going on?" Zoe was also taken aback when she saw the minister. She quickly explained, "It's not what you think." Before she could finish her sentence, Lanchi in the room exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the country president?" At that moment, the minister was completely speechless. He said, Okay. So this is how you guys play, huh? Although Zombie has been promoted, isn't this too blatant?" The reaction from Lanchi, who suddenly realized, was one of shock. He loudly said, "Country president, you've misunderstood." However, the minister had no intention of listening to their explanations at all. Immediately, he turned around and prepared to leave. Lanchi and Zoe hastily blocked his way and said, "We are just here to celebrate Zombie's promotion." He asked, "If you're here to celebrate, then celebrate. Why dress like this? I've never seen you dressed like that before." But he didn't finish his sentence. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that Lily was also in the room. Next to them, the chief president is playing card games with Zombie. Suddenly, there was a bang. President of Stick Club raised a banner and started congratulating. At this moment, the country president was speechless. He thought to himself that these people are really out of line. Just then, all sorts of fruits and vegetables were suddenly thrown into the air, as a series of sword lights swept through with a brushing sound. I didn't expect that it was actually the president of Steel Club performing swordsmanship there. He was seen carrying 2 plates of sliced sushi prepared to be delivered to Zombie. But suddenly he noticed a familiar figure standing at the door. Immediately he exclaimed in fear, saying that he did all this because Zombie forced him to. Fortunately, at this time, the minister had completely numbed out. He cleared his throat and announced, "Since everyone is here, I don't need to gather everyone for a meeting. Next, there is something very important that needs to be discussed with everyone." What can possibly make Zombie look so serious? Not long ago, since Zombie was promoted, other presidents are coming up with ways to win Zombie's favor. But unexpectedly, they were suddenly seen by the country president, who was preparing to visit. When they saw that all their subordinates had actually gathered at Zombie's house. At this moment, the country president was speechless. Then, he hurriedly cleared his throat and spoke. "Since everyone is here, let's have a meeting first." At this point, Zombie curiously said, "Aren't you the alpha among humans?" Upon hearing this, the minister hastily said that he certainly was not. Then he took off his mask and said, "Actually, I am just managing this one province." When they saw the minister preparing to remove his mask, Zombie and the others were full of anticipation. However, the minister only revealed half of his face, and then continued to say that there are still many provinces in our country like this one. Moreover, There is at least a distance of thousands of kilometers between each province. There are only 2 countries on our planet. One is Country A, and the other is Country B. Although there are only 2 countries, the overt and covert struggles between the two are unavoidable. Hence, the exchange meeting competition emerged. Zombie was stunned when he heard this. He asked, "What exactly is this exchange meeting?" Zoe quickly explained that it's like a school sports day. It can also be understood as military exercises. But every time, their country, Country B, wins the championship. Zombie suddenly felt uninterested. He said, "Why have such competitions for no reason? It's really boring." However, at this moment, Launchy suddenly said, "In the previous edition, there was a zombie killing project. In just one state, they killed 80 million zombies. Their strength is many times greater than ours." These words made Zombie's back suddenly feel cold. He wondered how there could still be a project for catching zombies. At this time, Launchy continued, "As our chief president, this competition will rely on you." At this moment, Zombie was completely speechless. He said, "You guys couldn't possibly be treating me like a human, right?" Fortunately, at this moment, the minister promptly intervened and said, "Don't worry. This time, we set the questions. There won't be a project to hit zombies again." Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, 2 tall and slender beauties appeared, walking into an office. At this moment, the chief of Country B placed a province's documents on the table and said, "You guys take a look at it yourselves. This is a photo that was sent over from Country A." The 2 girls who heard this hurriedly picked up the table and placed the photo on it to examine it carefully. When they saw that the moon was actually pierced by mech, they were completely shocked. At this point, Chief continued, saying that according to the intelligence department, it is highly likely that Country A has obtained technology from the ancient person. The president of Country A will be visiting our country next month. You 2 are my most capable subordinates, which is why I called you here this time. I want you to personally investigate this matter thoroughly. As for your sister's involvement in the anti-government armed forces, King has a strong opinion on this matter. Of course, as long as you can complete the task well, I will naturally help plead for leniency for you." The 2 who heard this hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, rest assured. We will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly." I didn't expect that the ancient person actually resurrected again. The originally very handsome mech warlord has now become a bald, greasy middle-aged man. Ever since ancient person was taken out by zombie, Dr. Jamin hiding in the dark came to the ancient ruins. Soon, a few days had passed, only to see a mysterious laboratory. Dr. Jamin was looking solemnly at the experiment in front of him. At this time, the green-haired guy on the side loudly declared, "Device number 1 has been fully powered on." As soon as his words fell, the other staff members also said that they were ready. And the reason they are so serious is because they actually intend to resurrect the ancient person. When all the preparation work is done, green-haired guy shouted loudly to Dr. Jamin, "We can start now." However, this ancient person has been dead for 1,000 years. He has long become a specimen. Can we really resurrect him? He said, "Don't worry. There's nothing in biology that I can't do. Let's get ready to start." After receiving the order from Dr. Jamin, the subordinates immediately shut off the experiment switch. With a loud bang, the entire laboratory was instantly covered by a beam of strong light. Green-haired guy, who witnessed this scene, was suddenly shocked. He said, "If we could truly revive that ancient person, wouldn't we be able to swagger around in the future?" Only to see the strong electric current constantly crackling on the ancient person's body. A strong white smoke immediately rose in the laboratory. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. After all, resurrecting a person was something they were doing for the first time. At that moment, the ancient person in the laboratory suddenly coughed. Green-haired guy, who saw this scene, was suddenly overjoyed. He said, "Great! We did it! But as the white smoke slowly dissipated, a bald, greasy middle-aged man appeared instead. Green-haired guy's hair stood on end at this moment. He shouted, "No way! Could it be that our program made a mistake? What about Ancient Person? And the super handsome mech warlord? How did they end up like this?" Saying that, green-haired guy charged into the laboratory with a single arrow step. He said, "Quickly tell me, where did Ancient Person go? And who are you exactly? Why did Ancient Person disappear?" Upon hearing this, the uncle who felt wrong said in an anxious tone that he is Ancient Person. He said, "You're talking nonsense. The Ancient Person we saw before was so handsome. Look at yourself. Do you resemble him at all?" He said, "I really am that Ancient Person. It's just that I'm a programmer and lack combat skills, so I designed a mech for myself. What's wrong with that? Is there anything wrong with making myself look a little cooler?" Upon hearing this, Jamin was speechless. He didn't expect that all this fuss was just about reviving a programmer. But just as he was about to turn around and leave, the programmer inside suddenly spoke. "You and I are the same type of people. How about it? Don't you want to chat with me?" He said, "Go ahead. What are you going to chat with me about? Don't waste my time." He said, "I know our starting points are different, but our goals are the same. So we can cooperate." He said, "Cooperate on what? You have already been defeated by Zombie. I initially thought you were a vessel stronger than a vampire. It turns out to be a waste of my time." He said, "You should give up your ideas. We have researched zombies' genes for thousands of years. Your method simply won't work. You should know that Zombie is so powerful because he has the ability to elevate the mysterious power of phase infinitely. Currently, the two smartest people in the world have united. You have your powerful knowledge of biology and mastered Zombie's genes. And I have unparalleled technology. Plus, the method of using zombie genes. So, why don't we create a new zombie?" Dr. Jamin and others were suddenly startled. At this moment, Programmer continued, "What do you think? You shouldn't refuse my proposal, right?" Dr. Jamin pushed his glasses up when he heard that, then stepped forward and said, "Very good. Welcome to join the first God creation project. I hope we can collaborate happily." At the same time on the other side, Zoe, with a look of terror, said loudly, "What? You actually let this guy go to be a bodyguard for the country president?" "No way. Zombie was actually sent to be a bodyguard. And the person being protected is the country president of Country A. It turns out that this planet is divided into two countries. Country A is relatively free. Although it is economically developed, it lacks military power. Country B is still under a monarchy. They value military power. They even constantly seek to annex Country A. Due to the upcoming visit of the country president of Country A to Country B next month, the minister decided to assign Zombie to be the bodyguard for the country president." Upon hearing this, Zoe immediately stood up and loudly said, "Country president, are you out of your mind? How can you let this guy be a bodyguard?" Zombie also pointed at himself awkwardly and said, "What if I accidentally get the country president killed?" He said, "Just make sure you don't transform casually. I can't help much either. It's not peaceful on the Country B side. Besides, they also know about the Ancient Person's matter, so I'm afraid they might take desperate measures." When this was said, Zoe and Launchy were instantly unable to argue back. After all, the only one who could ensure the safe and sound of the country president was Zombie. At this moment, the minister stood up again and said, "Since you have no objections, then it's decided. Zombie, didn't you always want to infiltrate the human upper echelons? As long as you can get the country president to order it, no one will dare to question your identity in the future. However, your identity cannot be exposed at the moment. After all, having a zombie holding an official position would be quite explosive in the entire history. What I would like to add is this. Starting today, all presidents of Province G will follow your orders. Just in case, You can bring 2 trusted aides with you. Make sure not to disgrace Province G during this visit to Country B. That's it. Zombie returned to City H after the meeting. At this moment, inside the municipal office, Bieber and the other psychics rushed over. At this moment, Zombie faced them and said, "The provincial chief has ordered me to be a bodyguard for the country president. Who is willing to go with me?" Bieber hurriedly responded, "There is too much work on the finance side. I can't take time off." Biggie also hesitated, saying that he needs to maintain the public order in City H and doesn't have the time. Only Larry and Harry excitedly said it's not a problem because they have been in City H for a long time. What they didn't expect at all was that Alpha tied them up again when they went out this time. Harry and Larry are speechless at the moment. He said, "If I had known it would be like this, I would never have come, even if you paid me." Just at that moment, Zoe and Launchy walked over. When she saw Harry and Larry lying on the ground, Launchy immediately lit up and exclaimed loudly, "What cute little puppies!" She squatted in front of Harry, intending to reach out and touch him. But at this moment, Harry suddenly shouted angrily, "If your hand dares to touch me, I'll bite you to death." This sudden turn of events startled Launchy instantly. Zoe quickly stepped forward at this moment and explained that they were Zombie's sidekick, not some little puppy. Then he turned to Zombie beside him and said, "Come with me. The country president wants to see you." Soon after, Zombie followed Zoe. They came to a conference hall. And by this time, all the experts sent by various provinces had already gathered inside. When they saw Zombie and the others coming in, one of the masked guys immediately stepped forward and sneered, saying, "Province G has no one left? Sending an insignificant soldier over. What about the former chief president Sheen? With a sidekick like you, I could take on 10 of you alone." However, he had not finished speaking. At this moment, Zombie's fist had already landed on his face. With a loud bang, the man was smashed directly into the nearby wall. At this moment, Zombie innocently said, "There seemed to be a fly in front of me just now. It's much quieter now." At this moment, the people in the hall all showed expressions of disbelief. This newcomer from Province G is too strong, isn't he? Soon, Zombie was called into the office by the country president. And Zombie is extremely nervous at the moment. After all, this is his first time working as a bodyguard. At this moment, the country president suddenly spoke up, saying that the minister of Province G mentioned that you are very capable. You are completely qualified for the role of a bodyguard. But I still want to ask, if there is danger, how would you protect me, sir? Upon hearing this, Zombie scratched his head and said, "Danger is something that simply cannot exist for me." He said, "Ha ha ha, very good. You truly live up to being the person selected by Province G's the minister. I believe in you." At the same time, on the outskirts of Country B, inside a city in ruins, just saw an extremely beautiful woman looking at you and saying, "Don't forget to hit the like button." Bring your popcorn and beer. Mr. Zombie encountered a new character again. This girl looks very fragile. I didn't expect that she is actually the girl boss of all the zombies in Country B, and they are planning to assassinate the country president of Country A. However, at this moment, Zombie, who is a bodyguard, is still enjoying himself on the plane. Not long ago, in a ruined city in Country B, a tall and slender figure of a beautiful woman is waiting for something. Just then, a zombie with mask over 2 meters tall suddenly walked over. He said, "Girl boss, here are the equipments you requested. The zombie army is also ready." She said, "Very well. Weddy, you have worked hard this time." Saying that, the woman walked out of the ruins. At this time, several subordinate zombies saw the situation and hurriedly followed. Soon, the woman came to the front of the zombie legion and shouted out. She said, "Brothers, do you know why humans always fight endlessly? I think humans are selfish animals. They don't just want to live peacefully like us. I'm sure everyone has heard. Recently, the president of Country A is coming here for a visit. Our task is to assassinate him. Many people ask me why I do this. In fact, all this is the result of human action. Although zombies did bring certain disasters to humanity in the early stages of the outbreak. But most zombies are completely insignificant in front of human technology. However, they are still developing weapons constantly. They even once wanted to completely eliminate all zombies. But this is actually just an excuse for the infighting between Country A and Country B. And they have been concealing the fact that zombies also have consciousness. Because of the war, many kind humans are separated from their families under their bombardment. And we conscious zombies have become the scapegoats in their mouths. Why can't zombies coexist peacefully with humans? So we must overthrow human rule, allowing zombies to live equally. The zombies who heard this were thrilled. They raised their hands and shouted loudly, "Girl boss mighty!" However, on a certain airplane at this moment, Zombie is still leisurely sipping afternoon tea. The scene once again shifts to this side of Country B. At this moment, inside the airport, the reporters have already begun broadcasting live globally. Just because of this exchange between the two countries, it has become the focus of people all over the world. Soon, a special plane flew over the city. And at this moment on the ground, Special Agents Beauty Duet just set foot outside and said, "Let's secure the area first. Don't let anything happen to Country A's president right after they've landed." Upon hearing this, the younger sister immediately said, "Are you saying that sister will take action right now?" She said, "I'm just speculating. But knowing sister's personality, I think she would love to blow up the plane." And at this moment, in the bustling street filled with people, I only saw a center-parted hair guy whispering, "Everything is arranged properly. I guarantee the Country A's country president will lose his head." However, he hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, the zombie with mask next to him began to twitch uncontrollably. Then he involuntarily collapsed to his knees. The center-parted hair guy beside him hurried forward and said, "Weddy, what's wrong with you? This is not the time for jokes." Weddy, upon hearing this, did not say anything. Instead, he suddenly looked up at the plane in the sky. Just because. He seemed to sense something both familiar and frightening on the plane. Can you believe it? This girl who looks so fragile. She is actually the girl boss of all the zombies in Country B, and she has a wish for world peace. They even plan to assassinate the president of Country A. But when Zombie stepped off the plane, Zombie Commander quickly called off the assassination mission. The girl boss planning on the side was even more frightened, breaking out in a cold sweat. Not long ago, when the plane escorting the Country A country president was about to land, Weddy on the ground suddenly had a strange feeling. But he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Immediately, he ordered his subordinates to continue with the plan. Just then, Country A's president's private plane finally arrived at the airport. And at this moment, journalists and officials from Country B hurriedly gathered around. Suddenly, the airplane's door slowly opened. But the one who walked out was not the president of Country A. Instead, it was Zombie, who was wearing a suit and tie for the first time. Weddy, who saw this scene, quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie and loudly said, "Danger! Stop quickly!" Yellow-Hair Zombie, upon hearing these words, was stunned for a moment and thought to himself, "What's going on? Why did a sense of fear suddenly arise in my heart?" Even Girl Boss, who was far away on top of the tall building, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. She then quickly ordered the zombie army, saying, "This guy is not the country president. Everyone retreat." And at this moment, the scene of Zombie's appearance was also broadcasted live to audiences around the world. When humans saw Zombie's strange appearance, everyone showed a surprised expression on their faces. However, Zombie himself, at this moment, he was thinking that the suit didn't fit very well. On the other side, the twin duo Beauty Duet looked at the screen in front of them, and couldn't help but be stunned. Who is this guy? At this moment, the sister next to them explained that he seems to be a bodyguard on the entourage list of the country president. At that time, on the plane, the country president spoke to Zombie. You did well. Remember your mission, which is to shield the country president from bullets. Zombie, who heard this, was speechless for a moment. He thought, I can even catch your missiles. Do you really have to make me use my own body to shield bullets? Then he began to look around, making sure there was no danger nearby. At this time, the country A's country president also finally walked out of the cabin. The embassy director hurried over to greet them, saying that this is the state president of Hattie State, who will be in charge of receiving them for the entire visit. It's already late today. Your Excellency, the country president, can go to the hotel to rest first. We will start the official visit tomorrow. Just as everyone was about to go to the hotel, Zombie on the side suddenly sensed something. At the same time, the girl boss also suddenly felt stunned. She thought to herself, why did it feel like someone just saw right through me? Moreover, this person seems to be among the delegation from country A. Do you know what interesting things will happen when zombies gain consciousness? They not only form a well-trained army, they even plan to assassinate a country's president. But the president of country A had just landed. The girl boss, who was the leader of the assassination group, was scared out of her wits. The nearby zombie leader let out a roar, loudly commanding to halt the operation immediately. It's all because of their intuition. Reached the extraordinary place of that bodyguard. It seems that as long as one takes action, they would immediately die on the spot. But a yellow-haired zombie didn't receive the retreat order due to signal issues. He immediately grabbed a knife and prepared to rush up for an on-street assassination. Not long ago, when Zombie came down from the plane, the girl boss hiding in the dark immediately issued the order to retreat. And at this moment in the control room, the beauty duet also couldn't help but be stunned. Strange. Why didn't the girl boss take action? At this moment, the younger sister stepped forward and said that since the older sister had given up the assassination, it should be our turn to act next. I have installed listening devices in the car used for transportation. Soon we will be able to get precise information about ancient person. What they didn't expect is that the president of country A refused their transportation convoy. Then, accompanied by Zombie, he got into the private car he had prepared. At the same time, the Prime Minister on the plane also hastily cut off communication. However, the uninformed beauty duet is still discussing who should protect the country president of country A. After all, Lanchi and Zoe's strength is still too weak. Girl boss could defeat them with just one finger. At this moment, the staff suddenly shouted loudly at them and said, Country president did not take the fleet we prepared. Instead, he got into another private car. The sister who heard this quickly asked which car they had taken and where they were located. The staff said that the signal was being interfered with, and they couldn't track their location. She said this angrily as she slammed her palm on the table. Country A's country president is in danger. However, what they didn't know is that accompanying the country president is Zombie, known for his formidable martial arts skills. This time, they will split into two groups and proceed simultaneously. One group will depart along the original route to attract attention, while on the other side, Zombie will secretly escort the president to the hotel. Meanwhile, on a certain rooftop, yellow-haired Zombie held a walkie-talkie and asked if Girl Boss still needed to continue with the assassination. Upon hearing this, Girl Boss hurriedly ordered, The target this time has a strange individual by their side. Let's temporarily halt the assassination. But before she could finish her sentence, the signal was suddenly lost. This left yellow-haired Zombie in a daze, unsure whether to proceed with the killing or not. After thinking it over, yellow-haired Zombie threw away the sniper rifle in his hand and said, Killing a human and still lingering on. Just rush up and get it done. Isn't that easy? Rest assured, Girl Boss. I will kill them all. Then I will bring back the head of the country president to boast to you. And at this moment on the special car, Zombie was considering whether to give Manhwa Station one more subscription. The country president in the back suddenly said, Zombie Chief President, I've heard from the other minister that you are a zombie, right? These words made Zombie involuntarily stunned. But he hadn't had a chance to respond yet. Country President behind him continued to speak. With your immense power, do you someday aspire to dominate the world? He replied. Don't worry. I am not interested in that. Zombie blurted out the answer. However, these words made the driver break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, the country president actually let a zombie be his bodyguard. On the other side, Girl Boss also received a report from her subordinates. It seems they cannot contact Yellow Hair Zombie. At this moment, Center-Parted Hair Guy said again, it's likely that there is a jamming device installed on their convoy. Yellow Hair Zombie Guy should be off to hijack a car at the moment. Sure enough, as the convoy escort was about to arrive at the hotel, Zoe and Launchy in the car suddenly had a connection. Indeed, it was the moment when the yellow hair zombie brandished a knife and charged forward. With a loud bang, the convoy they were in was instantly struck with a huge crater. Do you know how strong zombies are outside the country? Just a casual strike. Just kill Launchy on the spot. He then transformed into Ghost Rider enveloped in flames. Not long ago, Yellow Hair Zombie did not hear the order to retreat. So he picked up a knife and charged towards the welcoming team alone. With a loud bang, everyone in the field was suddenly blown away. Launchy and Zoe were both very confused at this moment. What is going on? Why would someone attack us? Just as they were pondering, a figure slowly emerged from the thick smoke. After getting a good look at the person's face, Launchy was full of disbelief. And at this moment, two figures flew over from the building in the distance with a bang. Immediately after, there was a loud shout from Beauty Duet. Zoe Launchy, run quickly! This guy is very dangerous. As soon as their voices fell, the yellow hair zombie landed gracefully. He then took out a knife and arrogantly shouted loudly. Foreigners on the other side of the world, take a good look. This is the strength of our country B Zombie Legion. The sister who witnessed this scene whispered to herself, not good. This guy is the zombie boss under the girl boss. But she didn't have time to warn Launchy before the yellow hair zombie was already in his grasp, emitting a black substance. So this is the corpse oil that can only be produced by the zombie in its origin form. As the yellow hair zombie took out a lighter, the next second, countless flames swept toward Launchy and the others. In just a few moments, the surroundings had turned into a sea of fire. Sarah, who saw the scene, quickly shouted, You guys, get out of the way! These flames won't extinguish. Upon hearing this, Zoe was suddenly shocked. She asked, Sarah and Sienna, why are you both here? However, Launchy on the side did not believe it at all. She said, Isn't it just a zombie? What's the big deal? At the same time, on the other side, Girl Boss quickly ordered her subordinates to go and retrieve the yellow hair zombie. Zombie with Mask said, Girl Boss, you can rest assured. I will definitely bring the guy back to you. After saying that, he said to Center-Parted Hair Guy, You don't need to support me anymore. I feel much better now. But just then, a car suddenly drove slowly past them. That's right. It was indeed the car that Zombie was escorting the country president in. Zombie with Mask seemed to have sensed something and immediately looked inside the car. I didn't expect to see Zombie sitting in the passenger seat just in time. And at the moment, they made eye contact. He, who had just recovered a moment ago, now began to tremble involuntarily once again. The scene shifts back to the yellow hair zombie. Launchy, holding a sword, charges toward him. But at this moment, the yellow hair zombie suddenly threw a smoke bomb at her. With a loud bang, a large amount of white smoke immediately filled the surroundings. Before Launchy could react, suddenly, a sword light slashed across her head. The onlookers were all in disbelief when they saw this scene. At this moment, Yellow Hair Zombie punched Launchy, sending him flying, and then said, This foreigner's strength is too weak. Next one. Looking at Launchy lying on the side, life and death unknown. At this moment, Zoe suddenly didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Beauty Duet arrived just in time at this moment. They took control of their weapons and stood in front of the yellow-haired zombie. Then she shouted loudly to Zoe behind her, "Hurry, take her for medical treatment. Maybe she can still survive." As for this yellow-haired zombie, it's not something you two can handle. She pulled out her long sword and made the yellow-haired zombie leave immediately. Otherwise, she wouldn't be polite to you. However, upon hearing this, the yellow-haired zombie angrily said that if it wasn't for the sake of the girl boss, he would have torn both of you apart long ago. "If you don't step aside now, I will teach both of you a lesson on behalf of the girl boss today." He said it, then he cut his wrist with a long knife. The next second, a large amount of corpse oil flowed out from his wrist. Then, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, a blazing fire ignited around himself with a swish. Not long after, his whole body was enveloped in flames. I didn't expect this. This guy actually transformed into an invincible ghost rider. Bring your popcorn and beer. Launchy unexpectedly also activated transformation. The yellow-haired zombie, who saw this scene, was stunned for a moment. How did she feel a sense of kinship from her body? However, before he could think further, Launchy's foot had already kicked him in the face. Not long ago, Launchy and Zoe encountered an ambush in Country B. And surprisingly, the one who ambushed them turned out to be a zombie. Launchy was even struck by that zombie's attack. She lay on the ground seriously injured, her life hanging in the balance. Fortunately, at this moment, the special agent's Beauty Duet from Country B arrived in time. What they didn't expect was that the yellow-haired zombie could actually transform. Wrapped in flames, he actually transformed into a ghost rider. The Beauty Duet, who witnessed this scene, were shocked on the spot. This guy's strength is unexpectedly powerful. The yellow-haired zombie was yelling at this time, saying, "How about this? Haven't seen a transformation before. I used to give you some slack because of girl boss face. Do you really think you're that powerful?" Upon hearing this, Sarah hastily turned around and shouted loudly to Zoe, "This guy is no longer someone we can deal with. Why aren't you running away yet?" But the one who heard this, Zoe, was not scared at all. Instead, she reached out her hand and was ready to transform. However, just as she was about to go up and beat up Yellowhair, Launchy's voice suddenly came from beside her. "Last time you already stole the spotlight. This time it should be my turn no matter what you say." As soon as the words fell, Launchy, who was barely breathing, miraculously stood up again. The crowd watching this scene was suddenly shocked. It turns out that Launchy has also activated a transformation. At this moment, the Beauty Duet is speechless on the spot. She thinks to herself, "What on earth is this unknown _ for?" At this moment, Launchy is excited and says, "I've been holding back for so long. Finally, there's a chance to experience the genes of our chief president." But Zoe next to them impatiently says, "Let's finish this quickly. Don't waste time." Seeing the two of them acting like this, Beauty Duet couldn't help but say, "Are you still considered human beings right now?" The yellow-haired zombie behind him was taken aback. He thought, "What's going on? Why do I feel a sense of kinship with him?" However, before he could ponder further, Launchy loudly exclaimed, "Weren't you arrogant just now? Why are you scared now?" Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired zombie could not bear it any longer. It immediately opened its arms in front of him with a swish. With a loud bang, a terrifying flame suddenly ignited in the field. Immediately, the flame rushed towards Launchy at an extremely fast speed. Facing such a terrifying flame, Launchy simply took a deep breath. The next second, those flames were all swallowed by Launchy. Sarah, who witnessed this scene, was dumbfounded. She thought, "This is too exaggerated." However, Yellowhair Zombie was excited and loudly said, "Interesting." But he hadn't finished his sentence yet. At this moment, Launchy's foot had already hit him in the face with a bang. The yellow-haired zombie that was knocked flying out looked incredulous. He thought, "How is this possible? How did her speed suddenly become so fast? And the force is also so great." Just as he was preparing to counterattack again, he suddenly heard Girl Boss's roar in his earpiece. She said, "Yellow-haired zombie, can you hear me? Come back to me quickly." However, in his current state of anger, how could he possibly retreat? He immediately responded sternly and angrily, "I'm busy right now. No time." The girl injected herself with a dose of zombie blood. Unexpectedly, she instantly transformed into a Grim Reaper. Yellow-haired zombie, who saw this scene, were all stunned. It feels like there is a similar scent on the other party's body. However, before he could think further, Lanchi was already right in front of him in a flash. With a loud bang, the yellow-haired zombie was kicked and sent flying out by her just like that. At the same time, inside a certain hotel, Zombie had just got out of the car when he received a call from the minister. The minister said there was a bit of trouble on Zoe's end. He needs you to go over and take a look. This statement caught Zombie off guard. So, do I no longer need to protect the country president now? The minister said it's safe as long as we're at the hotel. Now everyone there is our own people, he thought to himself. No choice. Since the minister has spoken, Zombie can only go to Zoe's place first. As for the safety on the country president's side, I think with Harry and Larry there shouldn't be any issues. The scene shifts back to Lanchi's side. She is still somewhat unaccustomed to using Zombie's genes for the first time. Just a few days ago, Lily had just come out of the laboratory. Just saw Lanchi holding Zombie's blood, about to inject it into herself. Just because Lanchi thinks both are president, why should Zoe be stronger than her now? You should know that the two of them have always been fighting openly and secretly. But since Zoe got Zombie's genes, her strength has undergone a qualitative change. However, at this time, Lily warned that we haven't fully researched this thing yet. What should we do if there are any adverse effects after using it? But Lanchi didn't listen to advice at all. In order to not be outdone by Zoe in strength, she injected Zombie's blood without hesitation. She feels particularly great after completing her transformation at this moment. However, Zoe on the side reminded her, saying, "Lanchi, don't get too excited. You must control your emotions." But before she could finish her words, the yellow-haired zombie across from her was full of excitement and exclaimed loudly, "That kick just now was pretty good. Come on, come on." The Beauty Duet twins, who heard this, were both speechless. However, even more surprisingly, Lanchi suddenly opened her mouth. The next second, countless flames spewed out from her mouth. This scene made everyone present show expressions of disbelief. Yellow-haired zombie was even crackling from the flames. Later, Lanchi flew over to the top of his head in a flash. Immediately after, she kicked fiercely. With a bang, the yellow-haired zombie was smashed into the ground. After everything was done, Lanchi couldn't help but burst into laughter looking up at the sky. She said, "Ha ha ha! This feeling is just too great!" On the other hand, yellow-haired zombie felt depressed. He thought to himself, "What on earth is this guy? Why did he suddenly become so strong?" But at that moment, Zoe suddenly shouted loudly to Lanchi, "Stop fighting! You will lose your mind if you continue like this." However, Lanchi at this moment was not listening at all, because her mind was now full of thoughts on how to devour that yellow-haired zombie. "Bring your popcorn and beer." Zombie finally made an entrance. With a loud explosion, he instantly smashed a huge pit into the street. Not long ago, Lanchi secretly injected Zombie's blood. He unexpectedly also successfully mastered the ability to transform. But the result was that the fight with the yellow-haired zombie was too intense. She actually lost her mind and wanted to kill everyone present. The members of Beauty Duet, who saw this scene, were all stunned. Why did Lanchi become like this? At this moment, Lanchi suddenly drooled and said he wanted to eat the yellow-haired zombie. The yellow-haired zombie, upon hearing this, was stunned. What? How does she look more like a zombie? He immediately began to complain loudly. I say, who are you anyway? How come you have the aura of our zombies on you? However, before he could finish speaking, the loud voice of Girl Boss came through his earpiece again. She said, Yellow-haired zombie, you fool, come back to me right away. Something terrifying is flying towards you. As soon as her words fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the air. That's right. The newcomer was none other than Zombie, who had been daydreaming for several days. Just then, with a bang, an explosion erupted. In an instant, Zombie smashed a huge pit in the middle of the scene. However, at this moment, the yellow-haired zombie still stubbornly said, I'm not leaving. We haven't determined the winner between us yet. But at this moment, a female zombie suddenly appeared right behind him with a swish. And then, regardless of whether he was willing or not, she swooshed away with him to escape from here. Lanchi, who saw this scene, immediately got extremely angry and said, None of you will leave here alive today. The yellow-haired zombie in the air also said in frustration, I haven't had enough fun, Gia. However, Gia replied, If we continue playing, you will have to die here. Just as they were talking, at that moment, Lanchi below suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a beam of green energy cannon. In less than 2.5 seconds, that green beam of light covered the entire sky. However, Gia calmly raised her hand and gestured. The next second, those energy columns were all transferred by her to the nearby building. At this moment, the beauty duet watching the show in the audience area is completely very confused. She wonders if this unknown _4 is still a human battle. Just when they were in doubt. At this moment, the aftershocks of the battle suddenly overturned the two of them on the ground. Even worse, the building shattered by the energy beam unexpectedly collapsed towards their direction. Just as it seemed the two girls were about to perish. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out. The building was instantly punctured by a huge hole. The sister who reacted quickly hurriedly looked ahead, only to see a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. And he also punched the building to pieces. Beauty Duet, who witnessed the scene, was in disbelief. The strength of this person in front of them is just too powerful. But when Zombie slowly turned his head, what was revealed was a handsome and attractive face. Bring your popcorn and beer. Zombie from the fourth form took action again. He smashed the building to pieces with just one punch. The twin sisters, who saw this scene, were shocked instantly. But before they could think further, Lanchi started rampaging again. He saw that the situation was about to get out of control. Just then, Zombie suddenly raised his hand and made a grab towards the empty space. The mask Lanchi wore on her face shattered in response. She then quickly transformed back to her original state from the transformed form. The scene left the Beauty Duet twins dumbfounded. What is the identity of this man in front of us? He easily resolved the crisis with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Zoe beside also quickly cancelled her transformation. Lanchi, who had just awakened, was momentarily stunned. She thought, What just happened? Why am I so tired? At this moment, Zoe hurriedly walked up to her and said, Didn't I tell you to control your emotions? While everyone was watching Lanchi and them, Zombie had already reverted back to its original silly state. The change caught the twin duo, Beauty Duet, off guard. She thought to herself, Strange. I clearly saw a handsome guy just now. The younger sister beside her also confirmed that she had seen it. But why did that handsome guy suddenly disappear? Could it be that we were all seeing things? By the way, who is the person wearing the hat? Sienna, have you seen him before? Following their gaze, it turned out that Zombie was over there explaining something to Zoe. Soon, Zombie took Lanchi, and they left here by car. However, Sienna, who was still standing in place at the moment, angrily said that they must have mastered the power of ancient tech. Damn it. They used to be no match for us before. Now they have become so powerful. Just as Sienna kept talking endlessly, her sister suddenly received a call from her subordinate. The person on the phone said that the president of country A has already arrived at the hotel. You have been played. Sarah, upon hearing this news, was not upset. Instead, she asked her subordinate to help her look up information on Zombie. On the other side at the same time, with a bang, Gia dragged the yellow-haired zombie to the top of the building like this. He said, "What are you doing? I haven't finished my performance yet." She said, "Shut up. If it weren't for me saving you, you would have been dead already." Moreover, on the way here, I suddenly sensed two unfamiliar auras. There must be two powerful zombies. The boss is invading our land. The yellow-haired zombie, upon hearing this, was stunned. I can't believe there's a zombie boss that we don't know about. Not long after, a plane landed. Inside a cage labeled Pet Transport. Harry and Larry are speechless. He thought to himself, I am the mighty leader of the zombies. Yet I am being treated as a pet and locked in a cage. Unexpectedly, Zombie's identity in Country B is about to be exposed. Ever since the twin duo Beauty Duet met Zombie's fourth form, they have been unable to forget about it ever since. They even invited a mysterious person to help investigate Zombie's identity. And at this time, Harry and Larry, who were treated as pets at the airport, couldn't bear it anymore. But at this moment, Launchy suddenly stepped forward and said to them, "You guys need to keep a low profile. If you get exposed, I will tell Alpha about it." Harry, upon hearing this, suddenly remembered Sully, who was still hanging above the city hall at that moment. If one accidentally angers Alpha, they might meet the same fate themselves. At the thought of this, Harry hastily began barking at the air. "Oh my! Your pet looks quite unique." The twins, Beauty Duet, couldn't help but joke as they walked over. Hee hee. Indeed quite unique. But please don't provoke them. If they go crazy, we won't be able to control them. The twin sisters who heard this were suddenly taken aback. But when they thought about their recent special transformation, they didn't know what to say. Fortunately, at this moment Zoe stepped forward. She reached out and held her hand, saying that the visit will begin in 2 days. She hoped for a pleasant cooperation. And that's it. After explaining some simple matters, Launchy and the others left the airport with Harry and Larry. But they had only left for a short while when Sarah started complaining. They definitely would not reveal the source of that power. Then she turned back to Sienna and said, "So, did you find the professional I asked you to look for?" She said, "Don't worry. He'll be here in a couple of days. With him around, we will eventually uncover the secrets on Launchy and her group." That's it. The following days will be the visit of the two country presidents. Country A's president not only discussed Country B's business model, he even visited some cutting-edge research projects. At the end, when the trip was about to end, he also met with the African Queen of Country B. And at this moment, in a certain control room, the twin sisters were staring at the screen, feeling a bit absent-minded as they watched Zombie. He used to look like a handsome guy. Why did he suddenly change like this? Just as they were puzzled, a man suddenly walked in through the door. Sarah, who saw this scene, was instantly happy and exclaimed loudly, "You finally came!" That's right. The person who came is the foreign aide they invited, Minister Carl, who has special abilities. At this time, Yellowhair spoke up and said, "The Prime Minister sent me to collaborate with you. So tell me, whose memories do you need me to extract?" Sienna, upon hearing this, pointed to Zombie on the screen and said, "It's him." This guy is mysterious. He is the personal bodyguard of the president of Country A, and we have never had any information about him before. The visiting time is about to end now. We must quickly uncover the secrets of the ancient person from him. He said, "Uh-huh. You can rest assured. As long as I take action, there is nothing that cannot be done," he said. Yellowhair then took out a strange bottle from his pocket. Next came a loud bang. Instantly, smoke began to billow around him. After the white smoke dissipated, the original yellow hair at this moment, he actually turned into the appearance of the president of Country A. The twin beauty duet, who saw this scene, were instantly delighted. She said, "Not bad, not bad. Now, it's time to see your performance." I didn't expect that. The country president of Country A was actually carried away by zombies. However, as the close bodyguard zombie. At this moment, Zombie, who works as a personal bodyguard, was deceived by the fake country president and led to another room. Not long ago, the twin siblings, Beauty Duet, were hoping to uncover the secrets of the ancient person. So they asked Yellow Hair to disguise himself as the president of Country A. And on the other side, Zombie, who had just finished a day of protection duty, was resting in the corridor. At this moment, Zoe bought a bottle of drink and handed it to Zombie, saying, "I am really curious. Ancient people all know about your existence. How many years have you lived actually?" Zombie fell silent upon hearing that. He said, "Well, I have even forgotten myself." Unable to ask anything, Zoe turned around and said, "Forget it. Even if I asked, it would be like asking myself in your current state. I'm going to bed first." Just after Zoe left, two mysterious figures appeared in the corridor. He said, "Are you sure we have to come here?" He said, That. Actually, I just want to confirm who I saw that day. Why did it give me a sense of inexplicable oppression?" After speaking, Zombie with mask quietly approached and started peeking at the wall. But he only glanced at Zombie's back. He instantly felt as if he couldn't breathe properly. Simply because that was a kind of absolute suppression from the bloodline. A terrifying momentum that cannot be shaken. Thinking of this, Zombie with mask quickly pulled him. Center-parted hair guy ran in the opposite direction, fearing and saying, "What on earth is this guy? I don't even have the courage to get close to him." Center-parted hair guy, upon hearing this, was speechless for a moment. He said, "You are the one who came forward. Why are you backing off now?" After they left, Zombie's phone suddenly started ringing with a beep 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 sound. Inside, Zoe's voice could be heard unexpectedly, saying that the country president needed to see him. She asked him to come to room 14. In reality, the one who called Zombie was not the real Zoe, but Sarah pretending to be Zoe by using her ability. Very soon, Zombie arrived at the 14th room as Sarah had mentioned. And sitting inside was the country president impersonated by Yellow Hair. On the other side, Launchy suddenly arrived at Zoe's room and said not to sleep yet. "The country president is looking for us. Shall we go see him first?" Later on the way to the country president's room, the two were in constant contact with Zombie. Strangely, they couldn't reach him no matter how many times they tried. Turns out, the communication signal in this building was already cut off by Sarah and her team. Launchy and the others had no choice but to arrive at the country president's room first. At this moment, Zoe stepped forward and asked, "Country president, did you summon us for something?" He responded, Actually, I just wanted to use the restroom. But Zombie has disappeared and I can't reach him." Upon hearing this, Launchy and the others were speechless. But there was no other way. The two of them still escorted the country president to the restroom. However, upon looking at the men's restroom on the left, they again found themselves in a dilemma. She thought to herself, "We are on our own territory now. There shouldn't be any problem, right?" However, what they didn't know was that Zombie with mask and center-parted hair guy were also inside the room at the moment. Center-parted hair guy, looking displeased, said, "Wait, since you brought me here, why are you running away?" Upon hearing this, Weddy felt embarrassed. Actually, I also wanted to take a look and see if there's still a chance to take out the country A's country president." Just as they were talking, the country president came over and started to deliberately leak sensitive information. In an instant, the whole restroom fell eerily silent. Unaware, the country president jokingly said, "Hey brother, you look great. But before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud bang in the building. Next, Weddy lifted the country president and ran outside. He said, "Ha ha ha. It's truly unexpected to find what you've been looking for without any effort. I never thought I would encounter such good fortune." They were once renowned as the ultimate boss in the zombie world. But now they are being kept in an iron cage as pets. It's all because they have a terrifying alpha. Any sidekick that doesn't listen will be hung on the rooftop and left to dry for 100 years. For this reason, Harry and Larry had to cooperate by disguising themselves as human pets. But on that day, Zoe let the two of them out. Harry and Larry, who gained their freedom, were like wild horses off their leashes. They brushed past towards Country B's zombie with mask. Shortly before that, the country president of Country A encountered Country B's zombie with mask while using the restroom. Then, there was a loud bang. The country president was then carried away by the two of them. And at this moment, while waiting outside the restroom, Zoe and Lanchi are still completely unaware. But the loud noise just now did catch their attention. But when they curiously looked towards the men's restroom, they were suddenly startled. They didn't expect that the country president would suddenly disappear. This made Zoe and Lanchi completely panic. They quickly notified the security team and urgently informed the people from Country B. The country president has encountered trouble in their territory. They asked their people to hurry over to help. However, at such a critical moment, they could not reach Zombie no matter what. Damn it! Where did Zombie go? Just when they couldn't find him at this time. At this moment, Lanchi is angry and says loudly, "I might as well transform directly to find him." But Zoe stopped her and said, "Don't forget, a few days ago, you almost couldn't come back. Without Zombie, you would have killed everyone here. I dare not easily try the power of this thing. In case I can't change back, we will truly become criminals of Country A." Just when they didn't know what to do, Zoe suddenly noticed the iron cage beside them. That's right. It was Harry and Larry, who were locked in the cage and treated as pets. Later, Zoe took the country president's personal belongings and asked, "Can you help us find the country president?" Looking at these two silly guys, Lanchi couldn't help but complain, "Can these two really help?" But she hadn't finished speaking yet. At this moment, Larry grabbed Harry's collar. Then, under the surprised gazes of Zoe and Lanchi, brushed it vigorously towards the outside with a throw. With a loud bang, the building was smashed with a hole. The powerful air wave made Zoe and Lanchi unable to open their eyes at the scene. At this moment, Larry was also excited and said loudly, "Uh-huh. We can finally go out and move around." He began to bend down and gather strength as he spoke. The next second, he shot out like a cannonball with a bang. At this moment, the guards in the corridor were stunned. He thought, "Is there an earthquake happening?" Lanchi and Zoe in the room were even more confused. Unknown_0 thought, "What's the difference between this and our transformation?" On the other side, as the sound of a breaking void resounded, the zombie with mask running ahead instantly sensed something. What's going on? It feels like a very powerful force is approaching. Just as they were puzzled, Harry's voice suddenly came. He said, "Brother, if you don't want to die, leave the person behind." The zombie with mask, who heard this, was stunned for a moment. He said, "These people from Country A, they are actually raising a zombie boss." He hurried towards the headquarters as he spoke. They must get back as soon as possible. However, Harry and Larry behind him were unwilling to give up. Good. They were just worried about having no place to release their anger. Now they can finally take a good fight. The scene returns to Lanchi and Zoe. At this moment, they are speechless. She said, "What should we do? It seems like we have released two formidable guys." Bring your popcorn and beer. Mr. Zombie encounters a new character again. Lanchi and Zoe, who saw this scene, were both stunned. Just because. This handsome guy turned out to be Larry in disguise. Not long ago, the country president of Country A was kidnapped by zombies with masks. Lanchi and Zoe approached Harry and Larry. I didn't expect these two guys had just appeared. They blasted a huge hole in the hotel. In order to avoid causing even more trouble, Lanchi and Zoe hurried to catch up with them. That's how it went. 6 figures chased after each other in the dark night. Soon, Zombie with Mask brought the country president back to their headquarters. Yellow-Hair Zombie, who witnessed this scene, was stunned. What he asked, "What are you two doing in the middle of the night?" At this moment, the female zombie beside them suddenly noticed the country president on Weddy's shoulder. Before she could say anything, Weddy urgently exclaimed, "Don't just stand there. There are 2 unknown creatures chasing us from behind." As soon as the words fell, Harry and Larry were seen falling from the sky with a swoosh. After sensing the powerful aura from the other party, all the zombies from Country B were instantly stunned in place. At the moment when Harry and Larry landed, they were also very confused. The reason was that beneath them were densely packed ordinary zombies. But for the mission, Larry still paused and said, "I advise you to hand over the person. After all, we are all zombies. Don't force me to start a massacre," he said. Hee. I didn't expect that while the 2 human countries haven't started a war, we zombies are already on the brink of it. As the leaders of the zombies, why would you choose to help humans? Upon hearing the query from the female zombie, Larry retorted, "What right do you have to criticize me? Look at yourselves. Aren't you also mingling with humans just like me?" However, the female zombie replied that she was working for the betterment of the zombie community. Everything she did was to ensure that zombies could have a better life in this world. Larry, upon hearing this, did not argue back. Instead, he slowly revealed his own background. It turns out that Larry's origin form was actually a crow. As a beneficial bird, his daily task was to help humans clean up corpses and trash. Although he had turned into a zombie bird due to the virus, he had never harmed any human. But I don't know why. Clearly, it didn't do anything wrong. Yet it has become the embodiment of terror and evil in the eyes of humans. Despite this, he still doesn't harbor hatred towards humans. Instead, he complains about the unfairness of heaven. Why can't I walk like a human and become a higher being with consciousness and wisdom? However, reality is often cruel. As a zombie bird, he ultimately met a tragic end under the barrel of humans. Just as he was taking his last gasp, a strange character suddenly appeared. It's true. The newcomer is none other than our male lead, Zombie. Just then, he rescued Larry from the ruins and said, "I didn't expect that you lost your lower body and wings. You can still survive until now." Then he held him in his hands and said, "From today on, your name is Larry. Follow me from now on." Larry, you must remember,